In 2025, India made a massive leap from the third place to the first, overtaking the United States and Canada. But not for good reasons.
After a report on znet.com highlighted a potential leak that could affect all Aadhaar card holders.
आज SBI ने ABP न्यूज को बताया कि डेटा सिक्योरिटी में सेंध की आशंका के चलते ये कार्ड ब्लॉक किए गए हैं।
Official website of the Ministry of Defense seems to have been hacked right now.
Aadhaar cards, banks, election commissions, airlines, and even the Defense Ministry of India were not spared by cybercriminals. India now accounts for 28% of global mobile malware attacks, according to a report released by the Zscaler Threat Labs. We live in a digital world where everything is data, and your data is the new gold. Every reel you watch, every product you browse, and every song you stream feeds the algorithm that builds detailed profiles on you. Now, this data is stored and analyzed to keep you hooked and engaged. However, if the same data falls into the wrong hands, it can be used for identity theft, phishing scams, financial fraud, and even psychological manipulations. But even with all of these attacks and potential attacks, how are you still kept safe? More importantly, how is your data being kept safe? The answer is cybersecurity firewalls and an expert cybersecurity team working behind the scenes to defend your digital presence from all possible threats. With the increasing amount of cyber threats, India's cybersecurity job market is experiencing a significant growth, with a 14% increase in job postings. However, India has a shortage of over 800,000 cybersecurity professionals. But why is that happening? The root cause lies in the growing talent gap in the cybersecurity field, highlighting the significant shortage of skilled professionals. And with the rapid shift to cloud-based systems, organizations are more vulnerable than ever to cyber threats. In India, 67% of the leading companies are migrating to cloud, and 80% of them are adopting a hybrid approach. Now, as a result, most of their data products are now being hosted on cloud platforms. This makes protecting that infrastructure the real challenge. But how can you do that? Well, that's where this course on cloud security comes in. With this free course, not only will you learn how to build secure cloud systems and protect sensitive data, but you'll also gain knowledge about various cybersecurity certifications. Additionally, we'll also talk to an industry expert to have an in-depth understanding of what to expect and the rewards of working in the cybersecurity field. But before we begin, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss out on any more such valuable content. Now let's look at the concepts that we'll be covering in this particular video.
We'll start things off with an introduction and a brief history of cybersecurity, followed by the most valued cybersecurity certifications and their importance. Next, we'll look at the skills and tool sets you require in order to become a cybersecurity engineer. After this, we'll start with the theoretical aspects such as the core concepts and features of cybersecurity, common types of cyber threats, and the safety measures involved in cybersecurity. This will be followed by an AWS hands-on where you will learn how to implement authentication and authorization using IAM. Next, you'll learn how to implement security within the AWS cloud environment using AWS IAM, VPC, EC2, EBS, WAF, network and security groups. This will be followed by a podcast with our industry expert, Mr. Karthik Chandra, a certified ethical hacker or CEH master and the founder of ER Segment Solutions. Finally, we'll wrap up this course with the most commonly asked cybersecurity interview questions and answer that will prepare you well enough to tackle any cybersecurity interview.
On that note, let's get started with the video.
Cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a constantly evolving industry and it impacts all of us. The internet has made our lives invariably easier since its invention. But while it has made our lives easy and more manageable and opened up new incredible opportunities for humanity's future, there are those who want to exploit it for personal gain. As you guys know, using cloud technology is a necessity for our daily lives. And because of this, there is a massive spike in cybersecurity requirements. In simpler terms, cybersecurity is a process or method to protect systems, networks, and devices from any risk of cyber attacks. Now, why cybersecurity is important, you ask? Well, here are some examples of companies who had a data breach in security, and this shows why you must protect your data. There was a huge data breach of 50 million Facebook accounts in March 2018. It was done by a firm known as Cambridge Analytica, which harvested data for US election predictions. The data came to limelight and Facebook was levied a huge fine since they did not protect user details and due to their lack of transparency in the system. Imagine, such a big firm like Facebook is susceptible to such data breach. So cybersecurity is an important measure for every organization. Now let's talk about history of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity initially started as a research project when a guy named Bob Thomas designed a creeper to move between the terminals of ARPANET, and a guy named Ray Tomlinson replicated a similar program named Reaper to delete the same creeper. Historically, organizations and governments have taken a reactive point product approach to combating against cyber threats, producing something together with individual security technologies, one on top of another to save their networks and the valuable data within them. Not only this method is expensive and complex, but news of damaging cyber breaches continues to dominate headlines, rendering this new method ineffective. In fact, given the number of groups of people involved in data breaches, the topic of cybersecurity has risen to the top of priority list for boards of directors, which they sought in a less risky way. Instead, organizations can consider a natively integrated, automated next-generation security platform that is especially designed to provide consistent prevention-based protection on the endpoint, in the data center, and on the network and in private clouds. By focusing on prevention, organizations can prevent cyber threats from impacting the network in the first place and less overall cybersecurity risk measure to a manageable degree. The threats countered by cybersecurity are threefolded. Cybercrime. It includes single actors or groups targeting systems for financial gain or to cause disruption. Cyber attack often involves politically motivated information gathering. Cyber terrorism. It is intended to undermine electronic systems to cause panic or fear. So how do malicious actors gain control of computer systems? Here are some common methods used to threaten cybersecurity. There are a lot of methods. Methods like malware, like viruses, worms, trojans, ransomware, and many more. They use skills like SQL injection, phishing, man-in-the-middle attack, denial of service attack, and even social engineering. Now, cyber attacks will cause more damage financially and reputational even to the most resistant organizations. The organization which suffers cyber attack has to face the losing asset, business reputation, and potentially the organization have to face regulatory fines and taking legal action and cost of remediations. Cybersecurity is one of the highest demanding job roles. There is nothing wrong to say that with the increasing challenges in the cybersecurity domain, the overall number of professionals needed have fallen short. Due to this reason, experts in this field have seen significant growth in their salary since recent years. On an average basis, an expert earns around $42,000 to $78,000 after getting the required skills. In Indian rupees, you can earn from 10 lakh rupees to 25 lakh rupees.
Before we dive into the details, let's take a quick look at this roadmap to becoming a cybersecurity engineer. This structure path will help you understand the key skills, certification, and hands-on experience needed to enter this field. It all starts by mastering operating systems like Windows, Linux, macOS, along with learning of programming languages like Python, Rust, Go,
And security tools like Kali Linux, Metasploit, and encryption technologies are crucial for ethical hacking and threat analysis. Certification also plays a major role. Beginners can start with CompTIA Security Plus, while advanced professionals can go for CEH, CISA, or CISSP. Networking and cloud security knowledge is essential as companies shift towards cloud-based infrastructure. Understanding concepts like zero trust, the CIA triad, and different cyber attack types strengthen your security foundation. Finally, real-world experience through bug bounty programs and projects like Password Analyzer or User Authentication System will help you build practical skills. Let's started. Let's talk a bit about why certifications are important. So first of all, they validate your skills. They enhance your earning potential, boost your credibility, and open doors to better job opportunities. So talking about the beginner level certifications, if you're just starting your career in cybersecurity, CompTIA Security Plus and Certified Information Security Managers are a great entry point. These certifications provide a strong foundation in security concept, making them ideal for those looking to break in the field. So starting with CompTIA Security Plus, which is a global recognized entry-level certification that validates core security skills needed for an IT security career. It covers threat detection, network security, and risk management, making it a great starting point for anyone looking to build a strong cybersecurity foundation. So let's talk about the exam details. So the exam consists of a multiple choice and a performance-based question, which lasts 90 minutes and requires a passing score of 750 out of 900. Cost of the exam is $392. With a CompTIA Security Plus certification, you can land jobs like security specialist, security consultant, and security engineer, setting you on the right path for a cybersecurity career. Moving ahead with CISM or Certified Information Security Manager is a management level certification designed for professionals who want to lead cybersecurity team and handle enterprise security governance. It covers information security, risk management, security program development, and incident management, with a special focus on emerging technologies like AI and blockchain. Talking about CISM certification exam details, this exam is a 4-hour test with 150 multiple choice questions, and candidates need a score of 450 or higher to pass, and the exam fees is $760. This certification is perfect for those aiming for a leadership role, including Chief Information Security Officer (CISO), Information System Security Officer, and Information and Privacy Risk Consultant. Moving ahead with advanced level certification, so for those looking to specialize in cybersecurity and take on more technical role, certification like Certified Ethical Hacker, Offensive Security Certified Professional (OSCP), and CISSP, Certified Information System Security Professional, provide in-depth expertise in ethical hacking, penetration testing, and security architecture. So first we have CEH or Certified Ethical Hacker. It's a certification designed for professionals who want to identify system vulnerabilities by simulating real attacks. It covers key hacking techniques such as footprinting, scanning network, enumeration, system hacking, web application security, cryptography, and social engineering. Now talking about the CEH certification exam details, the exam consists of 125 multiple choice question and candidates need at least a 70% score to pass. And the exam fee is $1,200. With CEH certification, you can work as security consultant, penetration tester, or cybersecurity manager, making it a great choice for those who want to specialize in ethical hacking. Moving ahead with OSCP or Offensive Security Certified Professional is one of the most respected certification in penetration testing. Unlike traditional exam, OSCP is completely practical, requiring candidates to break into real system and submit a detailed security report. It covers Linux and Windows security, advanced threat evasion techniques, and penetration testing methodologies. Talking about the exam detail, the exam is 24 hours proctored test and candidates need to score 70 points out of 100 to pass. And the exam cost is $1,650. OSCP certified professional can pursue roles like security specialist, security code auditor, and malware analyst, making it a gold standard for penetration tester. Finally, we have CISSP, Certified Information System Security Professional, one of the most comprehensive certification in cybersecurity. It covers risk management, security architecture, incident response, identify and access management, and security best practices, making it an excellent choice for those aiming for leadership role in cybersecurity. The exam consists of 150 multiple choice question and a candidate need a minimum score of 700 out of 1000 to pass. The exam cost is $750. With CISSP certification, you can qualify for roles like cybersecurity architect, information security analyst, and compliance manager, making it one of the most versatile certification in industry. Now, after exploring these certification, you might be wondering which one you should choose. If you are starting out, CompTIA Security Plus and CISM are great foundation. If ethical hacking excites you, go for CEH or OSCP. And for high-level certification roles, CISSP is the way to go. But what if I told you in just one go you can learn the skills required for both CEH and CISSP certification? Sounds too good to be true, right? Well, it's not. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub, IIT Roorkee and EC Council, the very organization that offers CEH certification itself, is offering a top-notch cybersecurity course that equip you with right skills to become CEH and CISSP certified. This is your chance to fast-track your cybersecurity career with expert-led training and industry-recognized certification preparation. So if you're serious about cybersecurity and want a structured way to learn from the best in the industry, check out Intellipaat's cybersecurity course. The link is given in the description. Now that we have a roadmap in place, let's move on to the presentation where we will discuss each step in more detail and guide you on how to start your cybersecurity journey. So starting off with the very first pointer of who is a cybersecurity engineer. So a cybersecurity engineer is a professional who is responsible for protecting computer systems, network and data from cyber threat. So type of cyber threat includes hacking, virus and malware, phishing, denial of service and Trojans. Moving ahead to what does a cybersecurity engineer do? So as a cybersecurity engineer, your main job is to keep systems secure and protect data. But what does that actually mean? Let me break it down for you. First, network security. You will set up firewalls and monitor network to prevent unauthorized access. Second, threat detection and response. You will identify cyber threats early and take action before they cause damage. Then, security testing. You will run penetration tests to find weakness before hackers do. Then we have incident handling. If a cyber attack happens, you will be the one who is fixing it. Then we have compliance and policy enforcement. Many industries have strict cybersecurity rules and you will ensure that companies follow them. Then we have security awareness and training. You will also educate employees on how to stay safe online because let's be honest, humans are often the weakest link in the security. So now you are clear about what a cybersecurity engineer do. Let's talk about how much can you earn in being one. So cybersecurity is just not exciting, it really pays well. Here's a rough idea of what you can expect. So entry-level salary, less than 1 year, can expect a salary of around 4.7 LPA. Mid-career of experience between 5 to 9 years can expect a salary of 10 LPA. Then one having experience of 1 to 4 years can expect a salary of 8 LPA. And 10 plus years experience can earn a salary of 20 LPA. So as you gain experience, your salary jumps significantly. Now talking about the skills you need to become a cybersecurity engineer. Alright, now let's talk about what you actually need to know to become a cybersecurity engineer. It all starts with technical skills like programming knowledge, operating system, ethical hacking and penetration testing, web security, cryptography and networking. First and foremost, you must understand how network work. Why? Because most cyber attacks target network. You will need to know about firewalls. These act as a security gate, intrusion detection system, IDS. They help detect suspicious activity. Then VPN or virtual private network, which is used to secure internet connection. Then networking protocol like TCP, IP, DNS, HTTP and HTTPS. These are the rules that allow data to travel on internet securely. Then we have programming knowledge. Yes, coding is important in cybersecurity. You don't need to be the hardcore developer, but understanding these languages can make your job much easier. For example, Python, C or C++, widely used for automation, malware analysis and penetration testing. Then we have SQL, which is critical for preventing SQL injection, attacks and securing databases. Then we have Bash and PowerShell, which are useful for scripting and automating the task. Okay, moving ahead, we have operating system knowledge. So cyber attack can happen on any system. So you must be comfortable with Windows, Linux and Mac OS. Learn how this system work and how to secure them. Then installation and configuration, GUI versus CLI. get hands-on with both the graphical interface and command line. Then we have permission and access control, managing user privilege to prevent unauthorized access. Then performing CRUD operation, this means handling file and database securely. Operating system knowledge is crucial because many security threats exploit OS vulnerabilities. Moving ahead, we have ethical hacking and penetration testing. Alright, now here's the fun part. Hacking. Ethical hacking is all about simulating cyber attacks to find security weakness before real hackers do. It all helps in identifying and fixing the vulnerabilities before they get exploited, strengthening system defense, preventing data breaches and financial losses, ensuring companies follow cybersecurity regulation. If you are into ethical hacking, here are some of the key areas to focus on. So like fundamental of hacking and security, networking and protocol security, penetration testing methodologies, web application security, system and network exploitation. Sounds exciting, right? Moving ahead to the next skill you need to master is web application security and cryptography. Many attacks happen on web applications, so securing them is a must. This includes common web vulnerabilities like SQL injection and XSS attack, writing code that isn't easy to hack. Then authentication and authorization, making sure that only right people get the access. Then session management, protecting user session from hacking. Web application firewall, filtering out malicious traffic. And then there is cryptography, the science of securing information. So cybersecurity engineer use cryptography to encrypt and protect sensitive data. You should learn about encryption algorithm, hashing and integrity checks, public key infrastructure, or also known as PKI, secure communication protocol, password security. Now let's talk about cybersecurity tools and technology which you need to master. First is firewalls, then we have antivirus software, then we have encryption technologies, Kali Linux, Cain and Abel, Nikto, John the Ripper, and Metasploit. So moving ahead with the last component for this particular topic, we have cybersecurity project ideas. So a project is the only way by which you can make yourself stand out from the rest of the crowd and gain hands-on experience. So talking about the very first project, we have Python Keylogger. So Python Keylogger project is a cybersecurity tool that records keystroke on a system using libraries like PyInput. Then we have Password Analyzer. So a Password Analyzer is a tool designed to evaluate the strength and security of the password. Then we have image encryption. The image encryption project uses algorithm like AES, DES or RSA to secure image requiring a key for decryption. And then lastly, we have user authentication system. The user authentication system project focuses on creating a secure login system with features like multi-factor authentication, biometric verification, and password logins. Becoming a cybersecurity engineer takes effort, but it's a rewarding and high-paying career. With cyber threats increasing, organizations are actively seeking skilled professionals to safeguard their system. If you enjoy problem solving, ethical hacking, and protecting sensitive data, this could be the perfect career for you.
Let us start with what is cybersecurity. Cybercrime is on the rise, highlighting the weaknesses in the devices and services we've come to rely on. This worry prompts us to consider what cybersecurity is and why it's important, and obviously what we can learn about it. Now, let us take a look at the definition of cybersecurity. It is the technique of protecting computers, servers, mobile devices, electronic systems, networks, and data from hostile intrusions, and this is known as cybersecurity. It is also known as electronic information security or information technology security, IT security in short. Now, let us take a look at the need for cybersecurity. Companies need cybersecurity to keep their data, finances, and intellectual property safe. Individuals need it for similar reasons, although the intellectual property is less of a factor, and there is a higher risk of losing important files such as family photos. Due to the growing reliance on computer systems, the internet and the wireless network standards such as Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, as well as the growth of smart devices like smartphones, televisions, and the various devices that make up the Internet of Things, this cybersecurity field is becoming increasingly important. Since the internet is as essential as electricity and water in present times, there are people who try to misuse this, so cybersecurity will always have a demand. Now let us move on to the features of cybersecurity. The core underpinning of the information security domain is the CIA triad. These features are confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Every security control and every security vulnerability can be viewed in light of one or more of these concepts. For a security program to be considered comprehensive and complete, it must adequately address the entire CIA triad. Now let us briefly know about these features. Confidentiality. Confidentiality safeguards are in place to protect sensitive data from unwanted access. Integrity. Maintaining the consistency, accuracy, and trustworthiness of data throughout its life cycle is what integrity is all about. Availability. Availability refers to the capacity for authorized parties to access information on a consistent and timely basis. Now let us move on to what are cyber threats. A cyber or cybersecurity threat is a harmful act that aims to harm data, steal data, or otherwise disrupt digital life. It can be called an event that has the potential to negatively affect an organization's operations. So a cyber threat can basically cause economical harm to an organization or completely shut down an organization's operations for a day or a week or whatever time period that might be. So one example of a new kind of cyber threat in recent times is cryptojacking. The cryptocurrency movement also affects cybersecurity in other ways. For example, cryptojacking is a trend that involves cyber criminals hijacking third-party home or work computers to mine these cryptocurrencies. Because mining for cryptocurrencies like the Bitcoin, for example, requires immense amounts of computer processing power, hackers can make more money by secretly piggybanking on someone else's computers. For businesses, crypto-jacked systems can cause serious performance issues and costly downtime as the IT department works to track down these and resolve the issue. Now let us know some of the common cyber threats. The common cyber threats are DDoS, or also known as the distributed denial of service attack. We also have malwares, and we have man-in-the-middle attack, phishing, and zero-day attacks. These 5 are the most common cyber threats. Let us take a brief look at all of them. So, a denial of service attack occurs when hackers flood a computer system's network and servers with traffic, preventing it from fulfilling legitimate requests. This makes the system unworkable, prohibiting an organization from doing essential tasks. Malware is any software that is designed to disrupt a computer, server, client, or network, leak private information, obtain unauthorized access to information or systems. There are many types of malware. Some of them are worms, viruses, the Trojan virus, adwares, spywares, and ransomware. Man-in-the-middle attack. A man-in-the-middle attack, or also known as MITM attack, is a form of eavesdropping attack in which an attacker intercepts a conversation or data transfer in progress. The attackers pose as both genuine participants after inserting themselves in the middle of the transfer. That is, they get in between you and your computer and whoever you're talking to. Phishing is a type of social engineering assault that is frequently used to obtain sensitive information from users, such as login credentials and credit card details. So these people will basically code an entire UI page that looks exactly similar like a bank's page or an e-commerce page. So whenever you enter your credentials, that is your username and password of your bank account, they will have access to it and they might transfer funds from your account to theirs. Now, last but not the least, let us know about the zero-day attack. If a hacker manages to exploit the vulnerability before software developers can find a bug or a fix, that exploit becomes known as a zero-day attack. So now, as we are aware of the threats, let us know how to keep ourselves safe from these attacks. Avoid using unprotected public Wi-Fi on your devices, if at all, if possible. It can render you vulnerable to exploitative techniques if you use them. If you must use it, avoid inputting sensitive information on any website such as your social security number or bank information. When you're not at home, use a VPN or a virtual private network, as it is called, to perform your browsing. So this will basically keep you protected from the World Wide Web, and it makes you more difficult to intercept. And the next safety measure is backing up your data. You may have certain types of security breaches less problematic, by backing up your data. It won't be a big concern if a hacker encrypts your data and demands a ransom to decrypt it if you backed it up a week ago or whenever it might be. So the next safety measure is not to use the same password for everything. It can be risky to use the same password for everything. Once a hacker has your password, they will have access to basically your entire system as well as any applications that you use. Having separate password for each application you use is a great way to improve your security, and changing them frequently will keep you safe from both external and internal dangers. So the next safety measure is keeping your software up to date. Cyber attacks frequently occur because your system or software are out of the current and exposing vulnerabilities. Hackers take advantage of these flaws, and cyber criminals take advantage of them to get access to your network. It is sometimes too late to take precautionary measures after they have gotten in. To combat this, it is always a good idea to invest in a patch management system that will keep track of all your software and system upgrades, ensuring that your system is secure and up to date. So the next safety measure is to use either the two-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication. So after you have logged in with your username and password, that is also called as a single factor authentication, you need to prove your identity. In some situations, you'll be requiring to input a code given to your phone, that is an OTP. So username and password becomes your first layer of authentication, and your phone OTP becomes your second layer, which is also called as a two-factor authentication. So we have many alternative authentications apart from username and password. So make sure your authentication is multi-layered so that it is hard for hackers to break into your system. And lastly, the safety measure is to use antivirus protection and firewalls. One of the most effective strategies to defend yourself against any cyber assault is to put your network behind a firewall and an antivirus. Any brute force attacks on your network or your system will be blocked by a firewall system before they can cause any damage.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat, in collaboration with EC Council IIT Roorkee, offers an advanced certification in cybersecurity designed for professionals looking to upskill. This comprehensive program covers essential cybersecurity concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security, providing hands-on training and real-world insights. You'll get to learn directly from renowned IIT faculty and the top industry experts, gaining the expertise needed to tackle modern cybersecurity challenges. Want to learn more? Reach out to us today.
So without wasting any time, let's get started with first topic of this session, what is DDoS attack? We'll try to understand this phenomena with some superficial illustrative example. Meet Stephen. He has recently made his small business online. However, he hasn't given much consideration to internet security measures. The reason being, he is new to the online escalation and has limited financial resources. Also, his product or service is only limited to the specific area, so he felt internet security was not a big deal. Here is the Stephen's web server setup, which regulates his web application. When a customer uses the Stephen's website to check out his product or service, the customer streams continuous request for service access that reaches this web server, and later solely this web server caters those requests continuously. Now, let's just say that there are few people that have bone to pick with Stephen and they try to attack this web server. So what happens is this attacker is going to use his computer and programs to attack this server and flood it with fraudulent data traffic to try and sort of disrupt Stephen's service. Now this is not DDoS attack. This is just called as DOS attack, which stands for denial of service. Since this attack is only coming from the source, normally a network or server is able to handle an attack because it's pretty easy to pinpoint the fraudulent access. The server can just simply close the connection where the attack is coming from. So Stephen's web server is pretty much prone to that DOS attack. However, the problem is that what if an attack comes from multiple sources all at once? Will the web server be able to handle this attack? Let's try and figure out the answer to this question. First of all, this computer sitting right here is somehow coordinating this attack on Stephen's web server from a multitude of locations. Let's say he is a ringleader. He can communicate with other computers around the world and coordinate an attack on this server. So now, instead of an attack coming from a single source, the server now has to deal with attack from multiple sources. And when this happens, it will overwhelm the server. This sort of attack will eat up the server's system resources such as memory, CPU, and network bandwidth. As a result, these legitimate computers here are going to be denied service because the server is too preoccupied in dealing with this attack called as distributed DOS attack. So guys, basically DDoS is a cyber attack on a specific server or network with the intended purpose of disrupting that network or server's normal operation. And this DDoS attack does this by flooding the targeted network or server with a constant flood of traffic such as fraudulent requests which overwhelms the system, causing a disruption or denial of service to legitimate traffic that we have seen in previous example, right? Now coming back to our simulated attack, the web pages that legitimate users want to access are either not going to load or they are going to be very slow in loading and users will get that familiar spinning wheel of lag on their screens. So if this happens, Stephen's website and server both will go down, leading to a few days of business loss. Now the next most obvious question you guys can think of is, how does the attacker gets other computers to get involved in this DDoS attack or a cyber felony? Now the answer to this is pretty straightforward. No one will actually wish to do a cyber felony, right? But there is no need for people's consent. The attacker will develop a malware program and will distribute it over the internet. They will put it on things like websites and email attachments. So if a vulnerable computer goes to these infected websites or opens these infected email attachments, the malware will be installed on their computer. And without even knowing about it, they will be recruited for performing a DDoS attack with the other set of vulnerable computers. This army of recruited computers is termed as botnet technically. The ringleader will coordinate this attack by providing commands over the botnet, and web service will be compromised within just few minutes. Now that you guys have understood what DDoS is and what it is aimed at, we'll look into its different types. The first type of DDoS attack we have is volume or network based attack. These attacks use massive amount of bogus traffic to overwhelm a resource. The targeted object for this attack would be website or a server. To sort of give you example, this attack includes ICMP, UDP and spoof packet flood attacks. The size of volume based on attacks is measured in bits per second, and they particularly focus on clogging all the available bandwidth for the server and thereby cutting the supply short. Several requests are sent to the server, all of which warrant a reply, thereby not allowing the target to the general legitimate users. Next we have is protocol level attack. These attacks are meant to consume essential resources of the target server. They exhaust the load balancers and firewalls which are meant to protect the server against DDoS attack. These protocols attack include SYN floods and SMUP DDoS among others, and the size of these attacks is measured in packets per second. Finally, we have application-based attacks. Application layer attacks are conducted by flooding application with malicious crafted requests. The size of application layer attack is measured in requests per second. These attacks are sophisticated attacks that target the application and operating system level vulnerabilities. They prevent the specific application from delivering necessary information to the users and hog the network bandwidth up to the point of system crash. Example of this type of attack would be HTTP flooding and BGP hijacking. A single device can request a data from server using HTTP post or GET without any issues. However, when a requisite botnet is instructed to bombard the server with thousands of requests, the database bandwidth gets jammed and it eventually becomes unresponsive and unusable. On that note, I hope we have built up some good knowledge base over the DDoS cyber threat. Moving forward, we'll look into preventive measures to sort of defend yourself from these DDoS attacks. The first prevention measure we have on the list is employ load balancers and firewalls to help protect the data from such attacks. Load balancers reroute the traffic from one server to the another in DDoS attack. This reduces the single point of failure and adds resiliency to the server data, whereas a firewall blocks unwanted traffic into the system and manages the number of requests made at a definite rate. It checks for multiple attacks from a single IP and occasionally slowdowns to detect DDoS attack in action. Next preventive tip we have is detect an attack early and mitigate the damage beyond that point. Once you have detected the attack, you'll have to find a way to respond. For example, you'll have to work on dropping the malicious DDoS traffic before it reaches your server so that it doesn't throttle and exhaust your bandwidth. Here is where you will filter the traffic so that only legitimate traffic reaches the server. By intelligent routing, you can break the remaining traffic into manageable chunks that can be handled by your cluster resources. The most important stage in DDoS mitigation is where you will look for patterns of DDoS attacks and use those to analyze and strengthen your mitigation techniques. For example, blocking an IP that's repeatedly found to be offending is a first step. Next tip we have is switch to cloud service providers like AWS and Azure. Cloud services offer a high level of cybersecurity, including firewalls and threat monitoring softwares that can protect your assets and networks from DDoS criminals. The cloud also has greater bandwidth than most private networks, and it is very unlikely for it to fail under the high pressure. Additionally, reputed cloud providers offer network redundancy, duplicating copies of your data systems and equipments. Then we have use content delivery networks that have redundant servers. A CDN distributes your content and boosts performance by minimizing the distance between your resource and end user. It stores the cache version of your content in multiple locations, and this eventually mitigates DDoS attack by avoiding a single point of failure. Final tip on our list is allocate more bandwidth to prevent clogging of data. Since the DDoS attacks fundamentally operate on the principle of overwhelming systems with heavy traffic, simply provisioning extra bandwidth to handle unexpected traffic spikes can provide a measure of protection. However, this solution can be expensive since a lot of that bandwidth is going to go unused most of the time.
When implementing cybersecurity within cloud architectures, authentication and authorization are crucial factors. And when it comes to AWS, it is managed using IAM, or Identity and Access Management. IAM allows you to define and control user access to various resources securely, ensuring robust protection for your services. Now let's configure IAM step by step to see it in action.
IAM is basically the cloud. I mean, there are two very important things, okay? In anywhere, like, in any application, the two things are very important. First, we call it authentication, okay? And second, we call it authorization. Authorization, all right? So what is this authentication? What is this authorization? Authentication is like who you are, okay? Authorization is like what you are capable to do, what you are authorized to do, right? This is known as, both the things comes for the security, okay? Authentication and authorization, both the things comes for security, comes under security, all right? So if, say for example, when you create your AWS account, the first thing that you create is your root account, right? What is your root account? The root account is your email ID, the email ID that you have given while the creation of the account, right? This is your root account, okay? Root is something like admin, right? I mean, he can do anything and everything in your cloud, right? But we don't prefer to use cloud using root account. We don't prefer to use. Why? Because the security best practices don't use root account, because what we should do, like, how the concept of IAM came into the picture, because we have multiple teams working in our organization, right? We have somebody from developer, somebody from database team, somebody from, like, say for example, this is a team of developer. Okay, these guys are developer. And say for example, another team is for system admin, that they are going to, I can say sysadmin, somebody from database admin, something like that. So on and so forth, we have multiple teams, right? I can say DB admin. So what is the point I'm trying to make here is all the users have different role and different responsibilities. So they, how they are going to access the AWS account. I mean, so first thing first, I mean, for this, what we do, we create IAM user for them. We create individual user for them, and we share, and we say, like, this is your user ID, and now you can go ahead and access it. Can't we access this email ID with all of them? And that's my life will be a little simpler. Yet obviously we can do this, but that's not a best practice, because everyone will have a root account and there will be no accountability if something goes wrong, right? I cannot fault anyone if something goes wrong, who did what at what time, because everyone is logging with the same email ID then it's very, very difficult to track. So what security best practices says? The security best practices says, instead of giving the share this root email ID, what we do, we create an individual ID that we call IAM users. Okay. All right. So there are few things in IAM that is very, very important. First is user. Their second is called group, users, group, and roles. These three things are important. User, like people like you and me, humans. Okay, you and me are human, right? So this, for them we create users. Group is collection of users, right? I mean, this is group. Okay, but this this individual guy is a user. Okay, so this is user, this is group. So more or less both are same. I mean, collection of user is group, nothing else. But what is this role? So role come into the picture when a service want to communicate with other service. Say for example, you are creating a lambda function. Okay, this is a lambda function. Your lambda function, you have written a lambda function that is going to create an EC2 instance or reboot an EC2 instance or delete an EC2 instance. Okay, it is going to do something with an EC2 instance. When your lambda function runs, it must have an authority to reboot that EC2 instance or delete an EC2 instance or create an EC2 instance, whatever that you have written. It must have, in this lambda function must be authorized. Okay, this lambda function must be authorized to do it. All right. Similarly, when you talk about users and group, okay, say for example, this user, this is what developer, they really need permission to delete an EC2 instance or terminate an EC2 instance? Probably not, right? They don't require this kind of permission. They just require to log into EC2 instance and manage it, run their application. That's it. System admin required terminate EC2 instance? Yes, system admin obviously required terminate, launch, and everything to the EC2 instances. What about database in users? Do they really require to EC2? No, they require to terminate an RDS instance, not an EC2 instance. Okay, so what is the point I'm trying to make here? Everyone require a separate kind of a authorization level, right? No, based upon my job profile, I need a different authorization level. Based upon your job profile, you need a different authorization level. The question here is, okay, fine, how you can authorize the people? For that, there is a term we use. I mean, there is a concept we use that is known as policy. Okay, we create policy for them. Policy is going to be the same. Policy is going to same for user. Policy is going to same for group. Policy is also going to same for roles also. But users and group for normal human beings like people like you and me, roles for a service. We create role for a service. Okay. Now, what is policy? Policy is a JSON document where we mention what you are authorized to do. By default, explicitly, everything is denied. By default, explicitly, everything is denied. When you create an IAM user, by default, this guy can't do anything. Anything, nothing. I mean, by default, everything is denied. Whatever is required for this guy based upon his profile, we write a policy and we attach this policy to this user. We can attach policy to the user, we can attach policy to the group, we can attach policy to the roles also. Okay, this role also we can attach a policy. Okay, so what is policy? Policy defines what? Your authorization level. Who you are, that is authentication. If you have an IAM user, you are authenticated. You are good. You can give your user ID, you can give your password, you will log in, right? But after login, what you can do, that is based upon your authorization. Are you folks getting it? What is authentication? What is authorization? Till here, everyone is with me? Right. So, and what is roles here? Roles is for services. Can I create roles for me? No, you cannot create roles for. Yeah, roles, there is nothing like role versus policy. Roles are different, policies are different. Okay. So we create user for, like, say for example, Rahul, if I want you to, let me log into my, just give me a second. Let me log into my AWS account. I was logged in, but I kicked off. I don't know why. Just give me a second. Just give me, I need MFA, just 1 minute. Okay, so I logged in, okay. So this is the user that I logged in is a normal IAM user, okay. The username was Kumar _ Saurabh. and this user is normal user. Okay, you can see I'm not able to see my cost and usage. It says me access denied because this is visible to only root user, right? This cost and usage is visible to only root user. I'm not logged in with my root profile here. I'm logged in with a normal user. Okay, so this is what I'm telling you. So when you go to IAM, there are a couple of things, right? First thing is here you can see this is user, this is user, this is roles. Okay, so user is basically normal user, like people like you and me. So this is, say for example, Abhishek, AWS DevOps, blah blah blah, Chandra, Venkat, Prasad. These are the normal AWS user. Okay, I can create a user. You can go and create. Say for example, I want to create a user, say for Rahul. Okay, so this is Rahul. User name is Rahul. Okay, and I'm saying provide access to AWS Management Console. Let's provide the access to the console. Say next. Cancel. I want to create IAM user. Okay, here you want to create password or something. I think all these things you can give password. I'll say some password. Okay, this is there. User must create next password and next. Now here, when the user got created, here is a permission. Okay, permission is like what level of access you want to give this user. If you don't mention any permission, then what will happen? This user can just log in but won't be able to do anything. Okay, say for example, I'm attaching a policy to this user. Okay, I'll just quickly demonstrate because I can see there's some, say for example, I'm giving this user a policy EC2. Okay, and EC2 read policy. Okay, read policy means this user can only list down EC2. Okay, I'm saying create user. Okay, pass the user got created. This is the login URL. Okay, I'll say copy this URL. I'll go to one of the another browser. Let me just log into another, open another browser here. IAM username is Rahul. Okay, and the password, whatever the password that I have given. Now this user is logged in, right? This user is just logged in. But what is the access level I have given to this user? I have given access level just read only. Okay, now I'll quickly explain what is the meaning of it. If you go done, let me go to EC2. Go to here, EC2 instance. And if I go and launch an EC2 instance, if I go to instance, launch an EC2 instance, I'll say test. Any AMI is working for me right now. That is fine. I'll choose everything default, T3 micro, select key pair, I'll select any key pair here. Everything I'm choosing default. GP3, I'll choose magnetic. I'll say launch instance. What is the message I'm getting here? You are not authorized. Are you getting what I'm trying to tell? What is authorization meaning? Because the policy that is attached to this user is what? Read only. Are you folks getting it? Rahul, everyone is getting it? So these guys won't be able to create user. But if I go back and add one more policy, can I attach multiple policy? Yes, we can attach multiple policy to the user. Let's do it. Okay, we'll go here. We'll go to this user. We'll go to user. Return to user list. Continue. We'll go to user again. What was the name? Rahul. Let's go to Rahul. Okay. And if you see here, what is the policy? EC2 read only. Now, if I add one more policy, let's say add permission, and I'll say this time, I'll say attach existing policy. Can you see this diagram here? Attach existing policy. Most of the time in AWS, what happens? They have written a lot of policies already been written. Okay, a lot of policies already been written. 90% of the time, your work is you will get the work done from these policy that has been already written. I will also show you how to write your own policy. But right now, let's attach a policy that is already written. I'll say attach the policy directly. This time I'll go to search for EC2. Okay, and I'll say EC2 admin full access. I am giving this guy full access of EC2. Can you see this policy? What is policy? Amazon EC2 full access. Okay, attach this policy. Say add permission. I'm done. Now what is happening here? Let's just see quickly with that diagram. This guy is Rahul. Okay. Oops, sorry. My username is Rahul. First, I attach a policy with EC2 read only, right? I'll just mention here read only so that you can understand. Okay, read permission. When we attach this policy and when I try to create a user, was the user authenticated first? Authentication was done. This part is done. First part, yes, authentication was done. This user was able to provide the correct user ID and password, and he was able to authenticate himself. Okay, and authentication part is done. But because I have given read only permission, when he tried to create an instance, we got a message that you are not authorized. You are not authorized to perform this operation. This is what we got, right? You are not authorized. What was the message? The message was you are not authorized to perform this operation. Now what we have done, we have added one more policy. This policy is admin EC2 admin policy, and I have attached. You know, if multiple policy attach, how it works? It is a union of all the policy. जिस पॉलिसी में जो लिखा होगा सबको ऐड कर दो. That is the effect. That is a count final effect. Okay. Read. Now this guy has a read permission plus as well as an admin permission. Okay. So this guy should now able to create an instance. Let's try. So we have added the policy. Let's go back. Go back to instance. Okay. These are my instances. I'll stop. Okay. Let me launch another instance. Okay. No. I think I'm root. No. Okay, fine. But this has the read permission, so I can see all the instance. I'm Rahul only. Okay. Now let's me launch another instance. Let's launch. I'll say test. Launch Amazon email, anything. AMI and all is not matter right now. I'll say DevOps. I'll say anything is working for me. Instead of GP3, I'll use everything. I'll say launch instance. Can you see the instance is launching right now? Are you folks getting it? What is the policy effect here is? Yeah, I'm coming to rule. User policy is clear. Is this clear? Similarly, okay, one more thing. Policy is clear, role is, user is clear. Very good. And I'll come to role. Don't worry. I know it's a little confusing, but give me 5-10 minutes more. Okay. देखो यहाँ पे 2-3 चीजें कर सकते हैं. First is this is my user. Okay, this is my user. What we generally do, we create a group. Okay, we create a, just try to understand this. You may get in interview. This you may get in your AWS certification examination question. This question constantly. Okay, in certification they will ask this question. This is the user. This user has a policy P1 attached. Say for example, the user has a policy P1 attached. Okay, this user. Similarly, I have another user. Say for example, I am having another user. This user name is what? Who else? Amar, right? So let's put Amar here. Okay, so Amar and Rahul are in both the same team. This user has a policy. Amar has a policy P2 attached. Okay, and the group has a policy P3 attached. Okay, what is the effective policy of Rahul? It will be whatever mentioned in P1 plus P3. This is Rahul's effective authorization. Okay, P1 plus P2. You have to add it. What is the Amar's effective policy? Amar's effective policy is P2 plus P3. Whatever mentioned in P2, whatever mentioned in P3, just add it. Are you guys getting it, this concept? Okay, you need to, it's a union. It's a union. That's it. You just remember one word. It's a union of the policy. ठीक है, चलेगा. All right. Let's move ahead. Then, okay, fine. Everything is fine. User is fine. Group is fine. Policy is fine. But what is this role? When the role comes into the picture. All right. Let me show you with an example. Okay, with an example, then you will be able to understand. Let me go to my EC2 instance. S3. 5 minutes. It will take 5 to 10 minutes. Your role will be concept. I'll clear a concept. Let me go to running instances. It's Mumbai. I don't have any instances running. Let's go to Hyderabad. I'll delete this test instance. I don't want it to be running. So I'll go here and terminate it. Terminate it. Let me create another new instance. Can I use this Git one? Yes, I think I can use this one. Okay, let me turn on this system. Let me also turn on this, my cluster system. Just give me a second. Instance state, start. Just give me a minute, everything will be up and running. Okay, let me put a filter also, instance state equal to instance state equal to running. Okay, so I have two instances that are running. It should be shutting down. Okay, status will be. Okay, so let me first log into my Git instance. First copy the Git. Sorry about that. I copied the wrong IP. I should copy the Git one. All right, so this is my one of the EC2 instance. Okay, this is one of the EC2 instance. Now, with this EC2 instance, let me be 4.2. Let me make this one is equal to EC2. Change the one. All right. Now, I want to create this. This is just understand the. I'm explaining the concept of role. So this is my EC2 instance. From this EC2 instance, okay, EC2 instance, I want to create an S3 bucket. Okay, I want to create an S3 bucket launch from this EC2 instance. How can I do this? I want to create an S3 bucket. What are the ways to do it? What are the ways to create an EC2 S3 bucket? How many ways we can create an S3 bucket? First thing is from AWS console. This thing we call console, right? This one. This is AWS console. All right. This thing we call AWS console. If you go to AWS homepage, you'll see console here, right? We call this guy the GUI, the URL we call AWS console. This is one of the way to create AWS resources. You can go to console and create resources. Yeah, Arvind is mentioning AWS CLI. AWS CLI is another way to create another resource, right? I mean, how you can do this? You can take any machine, Windows, Linux, Mac, or anything. First, what you have to do? You have to install AWS CLI here. Okay. Install AWS. This should be discussed in your AWS, right? Okay. First, in your AWS CLI. Okay. First of all, how many of you know how AWS work? You know how AWS work? You want me to explain this? How actually it works? What happens at? So this is very important. I mean, you should know all these things. Otherwise, your concept will always your concept will not clear. So first of all, when you create, say for example, I want to create AWS EC2 instance. Okay, this is what the job is. I want to create an EC2 instance. What you can do, you can go to, first of all, you need a valid user, right? Valid IAM user. This must be this must be your user. Okay, this user must have a policy attached so that you can create your user. You can create user using AWS console. That is one way. Okay. You can create user just the way just now we have created a EC2 instance, right? We went to console, we went to EC2 instance, we went here, launch instance, right? This is console. Okay. Where you say launch instance, this is console. All right. This is one of the way. Second way to create an EC2 instance is you can install using AWS CLI. You can install AWS CLI anywhere, right? I mean, you can install CLI on your desktop, your laptop, on your Mac, on Windows machine, anywhere. You can install AWS CLI. When you install CLI, what is the next thing we do? We configure it. Okay? We configure it. And we provide the access key and the secret key that we are going to do, and I'll tell you. So this is one of the methods. Third method to create resources is AWS SDKs. Okay, you can use SDK, maybe a Python program or Java program, you want to use it to create your resource. That is one of the way. You can use any of this method. You can also use Terraform also to create AWS resources. That is also one of the way. So this is either you are using AWS console, CLI, or SDK. The moment you go here and say launch instance, okay, and you click on this button after filling this form, the moment you click on launch instant, you know what happens? Your request get converted into an API. Your request is get converted into an API request. Whether this is console API, even if you go to the CLI and mention AWS EC2 this launch instance on the command prompt, even then also it will get converted into API. Even if you are using SDK, there also it get converted into an API. Even if you are using Terraform also, the request will get converted into API. This API, it's something known as API endpoint at AWS end. They call API endpoint. If you read AWS document, they will say this is an API endpoint. But this is nothing but an API gateway. Okay, this is nothing but an API gateway. It will, your API will go here, this API will also go here, this API will go here. This API gateway is going to check two things. Okay, when the request will reach here, it is going to check two things: who you are and what you are authorized to do. You know what happened here when we got this reject, I mean the message that says you are not authorized to do. This message, where was that? Okay, that message got disappeared. I think I changed the screen, but I think you folks are getting me what I'm trying to say, right? When we got this message, you are not authorized to do. Why we got this message? Who give this message? This API endpoint. This API endpoint sees that this guy is coming. This is Rahul. Okay, this is a valid IAM user, but the policy attached is not. He is not authorized to create. So this guy says, hey, you know what? You are not authorized to create an EC2 instance. Go back. Okay. So API endpoint checks who you are and what you are authorized to do. So everything at the end of the day get converted into the API, and there's an API gateway or API endpoint. When the request pass second time, when we give in the correct policy attached, what happens this time? API gateway says, okay, this guy now, this is Rahul, he is valid user, he is a proper policy attached. Okay, let me create an EC2 instance. Ta-da! An EC2 instance is up and running. This is how AWS works. Okay, everything at the end of the day get converted into an API, and it's all API. It's a game of API. All right. So now we are going to use this part. We are very well familiar, right? I mean, AWS console, we are very well familiar with this part, how it works, and we have created many resources. CLI, you may have familiar a little bit. So for CLI, there are two things. AWS CLI, there are two things. First, you need to install AWS CLI. And second, you have to configure AWS CLI. Okay, you have to configure AWS CLI. Hey folks, so far it's are you folks are getting whatever I'm telling? Is it making sense? Are you with me so far? Everyone, is it making sense? My speed is okay, my voice is okay. All right. API endpoint is a user at no, it's an AWS end, Mohammed. Okay, it's an AWS. ये AWS का device है. That we are not able to see, that AWS internally manages. Okay, that's all right. So this is something API endpoint, and okay, what I was talking about, AWS CLI, install it, configure it. Once you configure it, you get a profile created, right? You get a profile created, and by default, the name of the profile is what? Default profile. Have you seen this? Default profile get created. When you run AWS CLI command, after that, when you run AWS CLI command, this AWS CLI uses your profile and your generates an API. This API has this command information plus your profile information, and your profile has your configuration, like with policy attached, like what you are authorized to do. Everything is baked in inside an API. Then this API hits the API gateway. API gateway will see, okay, who you are. Okay, this guy is a valid IAM user and he is using default profile. Okay, default profile has what coming from where? What is the access key and what is the secret key? Okay, secret key is for the password. Access key, yes, this profile has this policy attached. Okay, let me create an EC2 instance. Are you folks getting it? How these things work internally? Exactly, user plus policy. Okay, it's nothing but a user plus policy. Okay, let me clear this one. Okay, so let's do it. I mean, I have not yet reached to the role. Okay, I have not yet reached to the role. Because for role, I need to tell you this context. This is important. Otherwise, I cannot tell you directly what is role. It will never clear in your mind. Okay, so that is why I'm telling you all these stories, so that you should understand all the basics first. Then role is very simple concept. You will never forget. Okay. Now let's do one thing. I think we have. Let me see if AWS hyphen version, right? I think it's a Ubuntu. It's not installed. So what we'll do, we'll install AWS CLI here. Okay, before that, okay, just this machine doesn't have the AWS CLI installed, right? 100% sure. ये machine के पास AWS CLI installed नहीं है. Are you folks with me? This machine doesn't have AWS CLI installed. Okay, now let me run on another machine. I will show because that's good. It's not installed. This is what I want. So let me go to instances here. What is this instance? This is my EKS cluster. Let me copy this one and connect to this machine. Let me take a duplicate new session, and this time I will change the background so that we can understand. I will paste the IP address here, open it. It's a yellow background. Let me change to something else so that we can differentiate between these two machines. I'll go to change setting, color, background color, modify. Let me make it white. It looks okay. Okay, apply. So the white background has another machine. Let me do sudo to. Let me see AWS hyphen version. AWS CLI is installed for this machine. And let me see also where I'm right now. Let me see the profile is configured or not. cd2.aws ls cat config. Everybody know how to configure it, right? I mean, at least everybody knows how to configure it, AWS CLI. How to configure it? Yes? Everybody knows how to configure AWS CLI? Okay, let me repeat it. If you don't know, no worries. Okay, in your AWS session, this was not covered. How to configure AWS CLI? Oh, is it? Okay, so when you install, I mean, everybody knows how to install it. So, okay, so AWS CLI installation. Okay, so this is a document that we follow for the CLI installation. Okay, I will show you how CLI installation work in a minute. Okay, you need to copy, you need to go to Linux because we are going to install on Linux. What you need to do, you just need to copy these three commands. Copy here, go to your notepad and paste it. Run this command one by one. This will first download the CLI zip file, then it will unzip the zip file and install it. This is exactly what we do in Windows, right? अगर मुझे कोई software install करना है Windows में, what we do? First we download the zip file or exe file, right? Curl is a command line utility in Linux to download the thing. Okay, it is downloading the zip file. Then what we do, we untar it, WinRAR or something, we unzip it, right? Okay, don't worry. I mean, I need to, I will check internally, don't worry. Because I have little different status, so I just got confused. I thought for you folks, AWS is totally done, everything is done, and you need a kind of a practical exposure on security. That was my understanding. Okay, so this is something CLI installation. Okay, I will run this command and we will install CLI here. But before that, I just want to show you that in my case here, in this white background machine, we have CLI installed already. Okay, so now because I'm telling you what is role. Okay, just be focused on role. Just whatever you have learned, not learned, just ignore all those things for a minute. Okay, and just be with me for 1 more, 2 or more, 3 minutes. You will be able to understand. This machine, white machine. Okay, white machine has what? White machine has what? AWS CLI install. Okay, AWS CLI install. White background machine has AWS CLI configure. Okay. And now we want to create an S3 bucket using this one. Okay. So let me do one thing, or create or list down the S3 bucket. I'll do AWS S3 ls. This is the command to list down my buckets. If I run this command, I can see all these bucket lists are getting listed down here. What, from where this list is coming? This list is coming from my AWS account. If I go to my AWS account, go to S3, okay, go to S3, and if I see my bucket, these are my buckets, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever the buckets, these are the buckets. Same bucket I can see here, all these names. So I can interact with AWS S3. Okay, CLI is installed, CLI is configured. I can interact with AWS, right? The same command, if I run here, AWS S3 ls, okay, I'll say there is no AWS CLI installed. So let's first install it. How to install it? We will run this command. We'll first say curl, download it. It got downloaded. Then we'll say unzip it. It got unzipped. Oh, unzip is not installed. So first we need to install unzip. Okay, let me install apt get update and hyphen get update. This is yellow background machine. Okay, yellow background machine has what? CLI was not installed. We are installing it first. Okay, we are installing it. For that, we need an unzip software. It's something like in your machine, Windows machine, you got a RAR file, but you don't have WinRAR. So what you will do first, you will install WinRAR, then you can untar it, right? So this is something like unzip software was not there. I'm installing unzip first. Then we'll do unzip that AWS zip file. It got unzip, command unzip not found, can be, okay, still not found. How it is possible? Unzip, command unzip not found, install unzip. Okay, we have updated, we have not installed unzip. Okay, sorry about that. Let me install unzip now. Yeah, correctly, but I have just updated it. I have not installed it. Scanning, that will install in a minute. I think it got installed. So next command is unzip AWS CLI. Unzip is, you can see it is unzipping it. And the last command is to really install it. Okay, so now AWS CLI is installed. It's saying run AWS hyphen version. You should be able to see this. Okay, CLI is installed. If I do AWS S3 ls, the same command here, let's see what is happening. It is saying that this guy is not able to find my credential. You have to configure it. Okay, so that is what I was telling you. First you need to install it, then you have to configure it. When you configure it, there is a default profile get created. Can you see that this default profile in the white background machine? Yes, it was there. You can cd to the AWS folder. Here you will see clear ls. There is a config file. You can just cat that config file. You'll see there is a default. This is the profile that is got created here. Okay, this guy is asking for this profile to create. Okay, when you create a profile, when you configure AWS CLI, okay, when you configure AWS CLI, this will take how your command is going to run. Your command is going to run with an IAM user profile, because for configuration of AWS CLI, you need access key and the secret key. If I go to IAM here for one of the user, say for example user Rahul only, this is a user, sorry, this is, one second, let me go back to users, go back to Rahul, and here you can see there is something known as security credential. Can you see this security credential? If you click on this security credential, it will ask you, like, scroll it down, it will ask you access key here. You can create access key and mention your CLI, and you can say I understand, next, create access key. So it will create access key and the secret key. access key is like your password. Okay, access key kya hai? For your password authentication. Secret key will like your authorization. What you can do, the policy information is attached here. So when you do AWS configure, okay, what is the command AWS configure? It will ask you what is your access key. You need to give your access key. Then it will ask you what is your secret key. Then it will ask you what is the region, and then it will. I am not configuring it, okay, because I want to show you something else. In this case, in the white machine background, we have configured it. Okay, if you do ls here, you can see there is a credential part. Cat credential. You're able to see the access key, secret key, everything is here. Okay, we have configured it. It's there. All right, it's configured. The point here is, just try to understand. The point here is, I have two machines. Okay, this machine has AWS CLI installed, but not configured. Okay, we have not configured it. This machine has AWS CLI install and configure. Okay. Then here I am running the command AWS S3 LS. I am getting the output. Output is success. We are getting the output. Here when I am running AWS S3 LS, it is telling me configure AWS CLI because it's not able to find the profile. Now, if I don't want to configure it, what we can do, because AWS EC2 instance is what is kind of one service. EC2 is another one service, S3 is another service, right? Yes or no? S3, EC2, EBS, VPC, all these are service in AWS. What I mentioned for the role is for what? Where is the role? Where is the role? Where is the role? We mentioned somewhere role here at the top somewhere, right? I think I mentioned this line, role is for the service. हाँ, कुछ तो था, मैंने लैम्डा में कुछ ड्रॉ किया था. Role is for service, not for human. Now let me show you. What I will do, I'll go to this instance, that the instance which doesn't have the CLI installed. Okay, I'll go to my EC2. Okay, I'll go to, first let me show you the roles. Okay, because you folks are a little confused with the roles also. So there is something known as roles. Click on roles here. So it says it has a lot of roles are already created here. It says create a role, right? There's a command to create role. Say create role. It says for which purpose you want to create role. Are you want to create role for services, for AWS account, for web identity, customer policy, all SAML authentication? There are so many things for which we can create role. Right now we are focusing on AWS service. I want to create role for one of my AWS service. So what you can do, you can say, okay, I want to create role for a service. We can say next, and you can choose for which service. Say for example, I'll say I want to create for EC2 instance. I'll say EC2. Okay, then I'll say next. Then it will ask me what policy you want to attach. I'll say admin policy. I'll say my EC2 role 2024, because I have already this role created. So I am creating a role. I'll say next. Role is saying, okay, this is a policy. I'll say create role. Role name, okay, EC2 admin 2024. Okay, EC2 admin, just remember this role because we have to give the same role here. And we'll say next, create role. What is saying? A role with this, okay, this name is already exist, okay. So what, कुछ नया नाम बताओ भाई, क्या करें? EC2 admin December 2024, something like this. Yeah, let's EC2 admin 2025. That's a good thing. 2025 is about to come. So I'll say EC2 admin 2025. Create role. Failed to create role, profile role EC2 25 created with a new error. Okay, I think something happened. I mistyped or something. Let me see. EC2. Are you able to see 2025 somewhere? 2025. Yeah, this one. I want to see this role. What is the error here? Policy name administrator. I think policy got attached. There's no problem with this role. I'm not sure why it is showing error and all. So policy attached. So what we have done just right now, we have created a role. Okay, we have created a role, okay, role for what, which service we have created, which service, this role we have created for EC2 instance. Remember, I selected EC2. What is the policy attached with this role? Policy attached is admin role, admin policy. It means this role can do anything and everything. Can I attach this role to an IAM user? No. You cannot attach a role to an IAM user. You can attach a role for a service for which you have created. So what I will do, I'll go to my EC2 instance. Which EC2 instance? जिसमें कि अभी मुझे ये issue आ रहा है. Which one? The yellow background, it says unable to locate the credential, configure AWS CLI. Okay, well, I'll go to this instance. This is my GitHub instance. I'll go to EC2. This is my Git instance. Instance running. I'll click on instance. I'll go to Git, select that instance. Go to action. Security. Modify IAM role. Can you see this? Let me take a screenshot of it so that you can remember. Okay. What we have done? How we are attaching a role? We are attaching a role like this. We go to action. Okay, I think multiple times it got copied. Okay, so this is a role. Go to action, go to security, go to IAM role. How? Go to first action, go to security, IAM role. Okay, this is how we can reach here. This screenshot will be with you always. Okay, so don't worry. Just give me 1 second. I can see some question. I'll come to your question. 1 second, Rahul. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, let me finish this one. Hopefully you'll get your answer automatically. If not, I'll answer. I'll say modify the role. I'll say attach EC2 instance role. I'll say some, what was the role name? EC2 2025 is, are you able to see? 2024 is also same role. Okay, I mean the same policy attached. Let me attach this role because I'm not, 2025 we got some error. I don't know why we got error. Maybe it's some typo or something. So same way the role is 2024. I'm attaching EC2 admin 2024. I'll say update IAM role. So what happened here in this EC2 instance? This was this is our EC2 instance. This EC2 instance, this is our EC2 instance. Okay, this EC2 instance has a role attached. Okay, this role got attached. What is the role name? EC2 admin 2024. Right, this is the role name. This role has a policy attached, admin policy. Now let me run this command, AWS S3NS. Can you see that I'm able to connect? I'm able to get the output without configuring AWS CLI? Because I have given authority to this EC2 instance to do anything. I can do any. This is what the role is. Role is not for human. Role is for service. Are you folks getting it? The same thing we were not able to run because it was expecting some IAM user configuration. But what I did, I assigned a role to this guy. I said, go ahead and run the command. This user has a role attached and it can do anything. This not user, this service, the EC2 instance has a role attached. And from here, I can do anything and everything in AWS cloud because the role that is attached is an admin privilege. Yes, I mean, it's not like that. Okay, so let me first take the question of Rahul. Mr. X user can perform action A, permission reader for the service EC2 instance. Yeah, I mean, on your behalf, EC2 is performing action. Okay, so say for example, I am creating an application. Okay, I'll tell you the real use case of role. I am creating an application that is somebody. I am creating some application of photo edit or something. A lot of people are taking WhatsApp images. You know how WhatsApp is storing your images whenever you click and you. What happens basically when you click any image, it is going to store some object storage like S3. Okay, it is something like S3. They will store image here. But if say for example I build something like WhatsApp application, people are uploading image here. Okay, normal, say for example the normal size of an image is, just imagine 500 MB, just normal size. Okay, if I storing 500 MB size images here again and again every time, I need a lot of storage, big storage, right? So what we generally do, what in this kind of application, what WhatsApp or Insta or any application, what they do, they write a kind of lambda function in between. Okay, they will write a function here. In AWS, it will be lambda. Okay, whenever a user is uploading a photo, clicking a photo and photo is coming here, this function, what it will do, it will zip your photo. Okay, it will take your photo, it will zip it. Instead of 500 MB, it will become few MB, 5 MB or 10 MB. Okay, and then this photo will get uploaded. Why this is important? Because for this we need don't the storage size is almost 50 times reduced, isn't it? 500 ki jagah 10, right? It's almost 50 times less storage I need, right? I can save money, right? So this, if Lambda is one service, S3 is another service. Lambda need a permission to upload this image on S3 bucket. For that, what we do, we write a Lambda rule and we'll attach this role to the Lambda function and we'll attach a policy to this Lambda role that S3 full access. Are you getting it? The question of role here, how we utilize role. When one service wants to communicate with other service, we use role. And for role, we also how to give permission to the role, same way, policy. Okay. All right. So we will move ahead with the concept of VPC and we'll talk about some concept of security there. I hope all of you knowing what is AWS VPC, you know how to create VPC, you know how to create subnet, IG, internet gateway, public route table, private route table, everything is clear. Everybody knows about it. I was assuming that you folks, AWS is already done and I just need to talk about security. Okay, fine. So I got the picture. So but I'll check with Intellipaat also. So don't worry about it. So let me, okay. So I hope this one is clear. I am, sir will share. This is, let me just mention like this because and we are going to talk about AWS because the basics of AWS cloud is clear, then it's okay. So before networking, because you mentioned that nothing was done, so I need to start with something known as AWS EC2. Okay, so we'll start with this service first. Okay, background of IAM is okay. Now EC2 is AWS. EC2 is a virtual machine. Okay, what is this virtual machine, how it works and all? I'll give you a picture, then we'll launch some EC2 instance and we'll talk about the security of AWS EC2 instances. Okay, and then we will talk about the AWS networking, where we talk about AWS region and availability zone is clear. All right. So what happens in AWS, like this is something known as AWS region. Okay, I mean, first of all, okay, because it's little, you mentioned you have covered basics of cloud. So AWS is a public cloud or private cloud. This term is clear, public cloud or private. Okay. So what happens in cloud basically, I mean, say for example, the cloud word come into the picture like in 10 years back, almost 10 to 15 years back. Okay, so what happens in cloud, instead of, if I want to run an application, okay, so I can purchase a hardware, I can purchase a operating system license and I can run my application. Say for example, I want to run Zomato, right? Everybody aware of Zomato. What is this? A food delivery system. When Zomato owner think of like, I'll build Zomato application, what are the first challenge he will face? He need to purchase some server, right? I mean, he need to purchase some server. This is going to be the server, okay? And he need to purchase a lot of other devices like router, switches, storage devices and all. And then he need to run, he has to install Zomato application on top of it. And the people like you and me will start accessing it, right? Like he need to build a whole infra that we call data center. In common language, we call data center. What is this data center? Data center, you may have seen like, English movie or somewhere like, but sometimes they need to say some hacking is going on. They will definitely show some picture like this, right? So, but what actually is data center? Data center is nothing but it's a place where we have lot of servers, lot of network devices, lot of storage devices are connected to each other. Okay. Say for example, you are accessing your Gmail account, you are accessing your Google. They are running somewhere, right? Those applications are running somewhere. So this is where the server get placed. So if the Zomato owner wants to run Zomato application, he need to build his own data center. What cloud offers is basically it says, okay, you don't need to worry about the infra. We will give you infra. Okay. Instead of you do anything, you can come to our cloud along with your application and run it here. Okay. This part of this type of cloud we call public cloud. Okay. This is we call as a public cloud. But public cloud is something like anyone can go and create an account. Okay, I'll give you a very simple analogy so that you can always understand this. Second thing is like there is a company known as Infosys. Say for example, this is Infi. Infi has its office, right? Infi can also build a cloud inside it. I mean, in their premises, they can have their own cloud. But the Infosys cloud, people like you and me won't able to access. Why? Because this is only for their employee, their internal uses. This kind of cloud is known as private cloud. Okay, but AWS and all, like Azure and all, this is public. What is the real? How you can understand this? Say for example, I have to go to my office. I am staying somewhere in Banerghatta in Bangalore, and my office is somewhere in IT city, and I need to travel it. There are a couple of ways I can go to my office. I can have my own car and I can travel from my home to this. This car is basically, can you get access to this car? The answer is no, right? This is private. This is something private to me. It's a private vehicle. But at the same time, I can also have a public bus or metro, right? Even you can purchase a ticket and you can come along with me. That's not a problem. But even if you purchase a ticket, you will get a dedicated seat and everything, right? Like Ola. You can also book Ola. I can also book Ola. That is public transport. But private transport is something like that. So same with private cloud. Private cloud, only a specific person will get an access. Public cloud, if you're ready to pay a bill, go ahead and create your account. Okay. So this is something like AWS, Azure, Google, Microsoft Azure, okay, Google GCP, or Oracle, IBM, DigitalOcean. Hell, I mean, lot of clouds are there. Okay, a lot of cloud vendors are there. So this is the main difference. Now, public cloud is fine. Public cloud is there. I mean, this is AWS. AWS has spread across all over the world. Okay, so those location AWS call I have a region. Okay, wherever AWS has a presence, they call this is my region. Okay, in India they have somewhere say for example this is somewhere. Say for example this is word map. This is word map. They have some location in US. Okay, some location in, I think this is where Africa must be. This is somewhere in Europe, right? Say somewhere here in India. This is Mumbai is one region, and they have Hyderabad is another region. They have Singapore somewhere here. They may have Australia. Right, I mean, they have those. What is those region? Region is nothing but the name of the city. Okay, region is basically city, name of the city. Okay, most of the time you will see that they have taken the airport name. For example, Bombay, they will take Bomb. Bomb is a airport code of airport code of Mumbai. Similarly, this is city where the AWS has a presence. Say for example, this is one region. The region is further divided into availability zones, AZs. What is AZs? Nothing but a data center. Okay, this is nothing but a DC, data center. This is could be one AZ. Okay, so say for example, in Hyderabad they have Hyderabad is one of the region. Maybe they have availability zone in High Tech City. They have another availability zone in Pathancheru. They have another availability zone somewhere else. Okay, in Miapur, something like that. So in this, just imagine somebody from Delhi. Say for example, tomorrow Delhi is AWS region. They have some region is Delhi. They may have some availability zone in Gurgaon. They have some availability zone in Faridabad, some in Ghaziabad, something like that. Okay, so they're different in the same city. They have availability zone in different. They have data center in different location. That we call availability zone. One region can have at least two availability zone or more than two availability zone. Okay, the region you will see here. The regions are, if you go to the services, any of this, or maybe let me go to AWS Home. Here you will see that they have AWS. These all are regions. Okay, these all are regions. Okay, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Osaka, Seoul, North Virginia, Ohio, California. Like these are the regions. Okay, so and each region will have a divided into further availability zone. What is availability zone? Availability zone is nothing but a data center. All right. When till here everyone is with me. SaaS is different, Praveen. SaaS is one model, that is model of cloud computing. AWS manages all these data center. It is AWS responsibility. If it's a Google data center, Google will manage it. Okay. Now, so we have these things, right? So we talk about when you create, I mean, when you create your AWS account, okay, when you go and create AWS account, what will happen, like, when by default AWS will you land to some of their region, okay, and in this region you are going to create resources. Say for example, I want to create an EC2 instance. Okay, now you may ask, because it's a public cloud doesn't mean that security is compromised. Okay, that is first thing we need to understand. If you're running your Zomato application, so over the same cloud Zomato is running, over the same cloud Swiggy is running. They are competitor each other, right? So it doesn't mean that its security is compromised or something. It is okay. So EC2 instance is a profile. No, it's not a profile. I mean, it's not a profile. It's EC2 instance is a service, that is a compute service. Okay, I'll come there. Okay, I'll come there. I just want to set some context so that you folks understand. Otherwise, I'm getting a lot of differences. So I need to make sure that everyone follows me. Otherwise, you should get something from me. Otherwise, if I go ahead without explaining all these basics, it's of no use. Okay, you will just forget everything, because concept foundation is important. All right, so this is about region and availability zone. All right. Now what happens next is basically when you are going to create an EC2 instance. So AWS comes with along with a lot of services. Okay. If you go here and type, like, say in search bar, if you just go here. Okay. So this is something like, we are going to understand about services. So if, say for example, if I type here EC2, so you'll see that these are the list of services I'm getting here. Like lot of services are here. So AWS has a lot of services that are available. Okay, what we do basically, we divide the services into different stuff. Some services are compute services. Okay, compute. Okay, some services are storage services. Okay, something like storage. Some services are networking services. Like that, AWS has segregated all these services. Some services are kind of a AI/ML services, Gen AI services, all those things. Okay, so different type of services, and in each compute there will be couple of services. Like EC2 comes under the compute services. Compute means the server, the CPU. Compute means CPU. Storage is like where you store data. Something like you want to store data, where you are going to store data. All those things. Some services, AI/ML and all. Some services comes under the database, right? So this way there are almost 400 plus services in AWS. Okay, are we going to learn all those 400 services? Not at all possible. It is not possible for anyone to learn all those 400 services. Okay, but what we are going to cover, like, probably we are going to discuss about some of the major services of AWS. So that will give you an understanding. So we'll start with EC2. Before directly telling you how to launch an EC2 instance, I just need to tell you EC2, if you compare, like, it's ECC, and that ECC becomes EC2. Okay, it stands for Elastic Cloud Computing. Elastic Cloud Computing. This is EC2. Elastic Cloud Computing is basically, and we also call this is a virtual machine. Virtual machine. But what is a virtual machine? What do you mean by virtual machine? Now, let me tell you one thing. Okay, let me tell you one thing. What at the end goal of this IT industry, I mean, what everyone actually wants here in this IT industry, They want to run their application. That's it. What I'm telling you, just try to understand. This is a code, okay? This code is written by a developer or a group of developer. They want this code to be running. That's it. Okay, this code, they want this code to be running or the application to be running because they want to make business, generate business out of it, generate revenue out of it, make money out of it. That is the whole story. Okay, this code must be running in the form of application. Let me give you an example. You are using Truecaller, you are using Zomato, you are using Swiggy, you are using a lot of application on your mobile. Actually, this application is running on your mobile, right? And whenever you are using this application, somebody somewhere making some money, right? I mean, they are running a business model and nothing wrong in that, okay? Because this is what everybody wants, right? So this is something we want to run this code. Now the question comes, how can we run a code? How a code means a program. Say for example, you are using WebEx right now. Okay, WebEx is written by somebody in Cisco. WebEx is a Cisco application. It has been written by somebody, and now we are installed this WebEx and we are using it. Whenever we are using it, they are selling the license, and the company behind WebEx, they are running some business model and they are generating revenue out of it, right? But the point here is WebEx must be running, right? So we can run this on a hardware, something like this machine, or this is a hardware, a server we call. Okay, so what is there? Like, we will have a server, something like we'll have a hardware. Whenever I'm saying hardware, to run any application, what is required? We require some CPU, we require some RAM, we require some disk storage, we require some network IO, right? I mean, networking and all, everything comes under the hardware, okay? Over this hardware, something known as operating system get installed, right? This is an operating system that get installed here. All right, now over this operating system, we install the application we install our code in the form of application, and the app is the. Now tell me one thing, say for example, the hardware I'm having 10 GB of RAM, 10 GB of RAM, okay, and 10 CPU, okay, 10 CPU, and my application consume 2 GB of RAM and 2 CPU. It's a good design, bad design? What do you think? It's a good design. What is waste of resource, right? It's a waste. I mean, can I say that we are over provisioned? We are basically over provisioned, right? I mean, it's something like we rented an apartment 3 BHK and we are utilizing only 1 BHK, isn't it? Similar to that, right? Nobody likes to do that. I mean, it's a waste of money because you're paying for 10 GB. What is the better approach? The better approach could be use the same thing. Instead of that, running one application, run multiple application. One more application, another application. Say for example, this guy, this time, again we have utilization of 2 and 2, 2 and 2. So we are almost well utilized here. It's a better way of running application. Is this approach is better, running multiple application on the same hardware? Yes, obviously it's a better. But are you seeing any challenge here? There are some challenge. This is where the thing started. Okay, what is the challenge here? The challenge could be I'm having this application needs some 2 GB of RAM, 2 CPU. This application needs 2 GB of RAM, 2 CPU, but this application may be malfunction and allocate 8 GB of 6 GB of RAM and 6 CPU. Is there any way to control this in this particular model? No, there is no way to control this. Any of application can be malfunction and get more resource allocated to himself, and rest other guys will not able to get the required resources. Okay, that is a problem here that I can see. What is another problem? Another problem is the security issue. If in Windows where we install what is the default location of installation? C program files, right? Under the C drive, we have something known as program files. Under the program files, you will have a application A ka folder, application B ka folder, and all. If I am getting the operating system access to C program files application A, is it very easy for me to get access to the configuration file of application B, C, and D? Right? Security wise, it's not good. You cannot run Some all these are enterprise level application. We cannot access one application from another application. This application only accessible by the team who has written this. Okay, this application is only accessible to another team. This application is only accessible to another team, so on and so forth. So the security is a concern. So no doubt this is a better approach, but there are a lot of challenges here. So people think about it and say that, okay, fine, let's find a solution. So what they did basically, they said, okay, fine. Instead of running application like this, use the same hardware, okay? Use the same operating system, okay? And run your application. Instead of that, what I will do, I'll put a small layer here, okay? That we call hypervisor, okay? That we call hypervisor. And you can come with your application. Your application will have your application plus operating system. You will have your own operating system and your application. Run it here. Similarly, other application, I can run it here like this. One more, one more. Then you may ask, what is the difference in this model and this model? The real difference is hypervisor. What hypervisor will do, hypervisor is a specialized software that will allocate a portion of hardware dedicated to these machines. Okay, this portion of hardware, whatever this guy has allocated, okay, this portion of hardware will belong to this VM. That is the point number one. So even if you malfunction, you are not going to get more than this. Okay, that is capped here. Some kind of capping is there. Similarly, this will have some dedicated portion of hardware. When I'm saying dedicated portion of hardware, what is the meaning of it? The dedicated portion of hardware means if I have 10 CPU or 10 GB of RAM, out of which I will allocate 2 GB, 2 GB, 2 GB like that. You are not going to get more than 2. That is, I will take care. Hypervisor will take care of it. That is the point number one. The resource allocation. Exactly. All right. The second point, what hypervisor does is basically hypervisor will make sure that you are restricted to an area that belongs to you. You won't get access to any other area. I will restrict this application here. I will restrict this application here. And it is so, it is maintained by so well. I mean, it's that much clarity and security. I mean, this portion, this application belong to this portion, this application will have this portion, this application will have this portion. And even they doesn't know that other portions are available. This machine will think that this is the whole hardware and I'm getting the full access. This machine will think that this is the whole hardware and I'm getting the full access. This is as secure. You just try to understand this VM can belong to Swiggy, this VM can belong to Zomato. That much secure. This VM belong to Ola, this VM can belong to Uber. That much secure. Okay, they even don't know because you're not going to get access there. Okay, so this is a virtual machine. This is a virtual machine concept, and this is EC2 is such type of virtual machine. Okay, EC2 is a virtual machine that AWS offers. Okay, now we are going to launch an EC2 instance. We are going to launch an EC2 instance. How we are going to? Till here, everyone is with me. This is clear. What is this virtual machine at all? Any question, any confusion? Everyone is good? All right. All right, let's move ahead. Now we are going to launch an EC2 instance. I mean, you can treat this EC2 instance as a server, okay, but it's a VM. There's a difference between this we call a server, or sometimes we also call bare metal. Okay, bare metal, like full hardware you will get. Okay, here you have no control, like you don't get access till the hardware level. Okay, you don't access to the hypervisor. You have this access to this level. That is why we call it virtual machine. Now we are going to launch an EC2 instance. Before launching an EC2 instance, how many of you have installed operating system on your laptop or desktop? How many of you have built any kind of server or machine or computer? Have you installed any time? Most of you have done this. It's not rocket science, very simple, right? Most of you have done in your life. VMware is also good, okay? Or maybe in your college days, right? Remember those days we have an ISO disk. किसके पास है ISO disk? That disk, the guy having ISO disk, that guy is very popular in our hostel, right? So, this is let's revise the step, like how we launch a laptop. First thing first, what is required? First thing, if you want to build anything, first thing is required is a hardware, isn't it? Without hardware means in our case a laptop, right? A laptop is required. A system board, memory, RAM, CPU, everything connected. A CPU is required, right? A machine. Second thing is what is required. The second thing that is required is step number 2, operating system image, OS image. Whether it's a form of ISO, pen drive, network, wherever, but I need an operating system image, right? Once you have this hardware and OS image, what you do, you start installing operating system. You will install. While installing, you will also configure OS, right? You configure it. How you configure it? You provide what is my C drive size, which network port I'm going to open, who is my user, like a lot of things that you you will say what is the network port I will open, right? Everything you will configure here, right? Most of the partition and all, right? Everything comes under the configuration part, right? Once you are done with that, after that a machine will be ready and you will see, yes, my computer is now ready. And after that you are going to access your computer. How you are going to access your computer? You are going to provide your user ID and password, right? You'll provide your user ID and then you'll provide your password and you'll get a login prompt. And I mean, if it is a Windows, you'll get your desktop, right? If it is a Linux machine, you'll get a command prompt, right? I mean, Linux also can have a GUI, but say for example, it's a command, right? This is the step. Similarly, when you launch an EC2 instance, the analogy, the process remains same. Okay, the process remains same. What? First you need hardware. All right. Hardware in EC instance we call instance type. The hardware we call instance, and there are different type of instances. So we can say instance. Instance is nothing but hardware. Okay, we'll say which instance you want to launch. It means what is the CPU, what is the RAM, what is the requirement, and we'll talk more about instance and instance type in a minute. Okay, we'll discuss a lot about instance type. Okay, because based upon your use case, some instance will have less number of CPU and memory, some instance will have more number of CPU and memory, so it will be there, right? Second thing is basically is your hardware. Second thing is basically you need an operating system image that we call in Amazon AMI, AMI, whatever you want to say. It says Amazon machine image, Amazon machine image. All right, this is instance will be provided by cloud. Exactly. I mean, it is not our responsibility. It is AWS responsibility to provide you instance. And I'll show you how to get this one. Okay, so this is Amazon machine image. Okay, so I mean, when I was launching instance, I mean, you most of folks are not getting it right at that point in time. When I launched this instance, we got permission denied because okay, oh, sorry, I was not aware. I thought like you folks know all that. Otherwise, I explained all those things there only. Okay, anyways, so this is something is Amazon machine image, that is the operating system image. Okay, and after that third step, we will configure it. Okay, configure it. When we configure it, couple of things we configure. We provide like what is the storage type I'm going to use. Storage. We will provide what is the network I'm going to use. Network port and all that we provide. Second thing we provide that is known as keys. Keys is something like providing user ID and password. AWS instance that you launch by default in AWS instance, by default, password based authentication is blocked. What I'm saying? Password based authentication is blocked. Okay. What AWS offer? AWS allows key based authentication. What is key based authentication? Is basically the simple if two devices from one device, this is my target machine, this is your source machine. If you want to connect from your desktop, I mean, if how you log into your Gmail account, Facebook account, or something from your machine, this is your client machine, right? This is client. This is your desktop, that is your client machine. Okay. From here, you want to connect to the Facebook server or the Gmail server, whatever. This is running somewhere in the server, right? You want to connect this guy. For this, use something known as use a client software, that is a browser, a Firefox or a Chrome, whatever it is, right? Whatever this client software that you use, right? And once you access this, you have to provide your user ID and password. This is known as password-based authentication. There is another way of authentication that is known as key-based authentication, where we have something known as public key and we have something known as private key. Private key is stored here at the server. Public key, we get it. When we provide this public key and it is matches with the private key, you get access. But how it works, if you want, there's a detail for this, how public key, private key authentication works. There's a 9-step process for that. But right now, we'll just understand this key-based authentication. There is something known as public key, private key, and that key base we will get the public key, and when we give the public key and try to access this machine, the private key that is stored here, it matches with this. If it is matches, then we'll get an access. Okay, we'll get the access and we'll able to log in. Okay, this is known as key-based authentication. All right. So let's do it. I mean, let's go ahead with the lab. I'll just set up the context so that nothing should look like, surprise you. It should come as a normal way. All right. So we are going to launch our first EC2 instance. Yes, I'm back. Sorry, I was needing some water. So yeah. So one query, Google Cloud. Yeah, I mean, every cloud has their image. Okay. Yeah. We need an image. We need an operating system. Okay. They also call AMI. Alright, so if you want to launch an EC2 instance, what you need to do? You have to go to search bar, type EC2. You'll get EC2 instance virtual machine. Click here. And you can launch instance either by clicking here directly, okay, or you can just click here. It will go to the dashboard of your EC2 instance. And one more thing that I want to tell you. This portion, okay, this whatever I'm drawing a boundary here, that's not a very good drawing, but just try to understand. This we called a UI, user interface. Okay, this we call a UI. In AWS, for all the services, they have a particular format they follow. Okay, on all the services, there is known as center pane. This is called center pane. Okay, this called left pane. This is right pane. The whole page of any service is divided like this. Okay, center pane, left pane, and right pane. Why it is important to understand? Center pane will give you the summary of your services. How many, which service we are at EC2 page, right? So it will tell you how many instances running, what are those status, blah, 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 some information about the resource. And what is the health of AWS, and some quick launch buttons here. Left pane will give you the related services to this service. What are the services that are directly related with EC2? It will be here. AMI is another service that is related to EC2. You can see it is here. Okay. Storage is related to EBS, Elastic Block Storage, is a service that is related to EC2. That is also here. So left pane you will get all the related service. Related to what? Related to this main service where you are right now. We are at EC2 right now. This is the EC2 page. The right pane will give you some documentation and some other information related to service. If you scroll it down, you will see that getting started guide is here. If you click it, open it, you will see that this is a guide of AWS EC2 instance, documentation from AWS. Okay, everything is available here. You can read it. And some more other resources, some forum, pricing, contact us, all those informations are here. Okay, so every page, I'll show you this when we'll explore other services as well, but every page will have this kind of a UI design. All right. Now, if you want to launch instance, click here, launch instance. Okay. Now, first thing first, you can give the name of the instance. Let's say I'll say my web server. Okay, you can give any name. Here, these are the application and OS image, Amazon machine images. Now there are a couple of options, like you want to use Amazon Linux, you want to use Ubuntu Linux, you want to use Windows, Red Hat, SUSE. If you want any of these images, you can use it. There is something also browse AMI. If you want to see what are more options available, you can just click here. It will take you to this page, and here you will see a lot of AMIs are here. Okay, you can also select, like, marketplace. They have 7,000 these many images. If you click here, you'll get a lot of other images. Okay, so there are tons and tons of images are available, but what we are interested in the images that are free. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll go back here. Okay, we'll go to launch instance. Let me again name it. We'll say my web server, and we'll select, say for example, what is the default Amazon Linux is available. I'll select this one. Otherwise, if you go to browse AMI, and you can select here free tier. Okay, free tier, it will select the free tier, means Amazon is not going to charge anything. You just select this image. Okay, the moment you click select image, the image will get selected, and you will come to this page again. So you have named the servers, you have selected an image. Now second type is select the hardware type. You can see the hardware type is T3.micro. If you click here on the drop down, you'll see a lot of hardwares are available. We'll talk about this hardware. Okay, don't worry about it. What are the meaning of this and everything? By default, I am selecting the T3.micro because it is a free tier eligible. Okay, it's free for some period of hour. It is free. So I'm selecting T3.micro. Remember what are the things that require? Hardware, operating system. These two things are done. We have selected operating system. We have selected hardware. Now the configuration part. What is the configuration part? First is like authentication, key pair authentication. First time when you are creating an EC2 instance, you have to create a new key pair. Okay. What is the first thing? You have to click here, create new key pair. Okay. In my case, because I have created the keys already, so keys are here. So many keys are here. But for you, I will create a key pair. I'll say create a key pair. Now let me take a screenshot of it because this is important to explain. Okay, so this is the option of create key pair. So if I explain you this, like here you can see you need to give first the name of the key pair. Then there's a protocol that you need to select. We are selecting by default RSA protocol. Okay, and then there is a type, format type. First one is PEM key, second one is a PPK key. PEM key and a PPK key. You have to use PEM key for if you are using, if your source machine, your desktop is Mac or Linux. What is I'm telling you? If you have to choose PEM key, what is the type of your desktop? Either it's Mac or Linux. If you are using Windows laptop, you should select PPK option, putty private key. Okay, that we need to. Or if you are using such open SSH tool, if you are using putty, use PPK. If you are using any open tool, even in Windows also we can use open tools. There are some tools are available. So we use just to, for you, I need to make it simple. Okay, you can use PPK. Because I'm using putty, so I'll use PPK. I'll name this key as 2025. Okay, and I'll create key pair. The key pair got created, it got downloaded also in my download folder. Okay, it's 2025 PPK key. You can see here it's got downloaded. All right. Second thing, configuration is a network. Networking, we'll have a detailed discussion later. What is this VPC meaning? What is this security group auto assign IP address? Everything is, I will show you, I will explain, I will talk about all this in detail. But right now, we will select the default setting, whatever is available. Okay, we will select default setting, whatever is available, and we'll say allow HTTPS, allow HTTP. Those port I'm opening, SSH I'm opening, HTTP I'm opening, HTTPS I'm opening. All those things I'm opening. What is this default VPC? What is this subnet? What is this auto assign IP address? Don't worry about it. we will discuss about it when we'll discuss about the networking section of AWS. Right now, we are discussing about the compute section of it. Okay. Remember, I mentioned here there are different types of, we are at compute. When we'll discuss the networking services, we'll discuss in detail. Okay. So don't worry about it. Then we'll scroll it down. Then we have to configure storage. Storage also we will discuss in detail. But in order to save money, you just select magnetic here. Okay. Click on the drop down and select magnetic. Why you should select magnetic? Why not anything else? I will explain all those things little later because I cannot explain you each services in one day, right? It's not possible. So we'll go slow. We'll try to understand one service at a time, and then we'll go and go ahead and understand another service. Okay. So we'll select magnetic here. You'll get answer of all these questions little later. All right. When you are done with this, what we have done, we have given the name of the instance, we have selected the AMI, we have selected the instance type, we have created the key pair, we have selected the networking default setting, we have configured the storage, we have selected the standard. The next thing you have to launch instance. Click on launch instance. Okay. The instance got launched. Let's go here. So you can see this instance is still, you can see this status is running here. But one more thing you can see the status check is it is still initializing. I mean, instance is getting created, still in the creation phase. You need to just give a minute. You make sure the status check is okay. Just wait for a couple of minutes. It will become available in a minute. Till here, everyone is with me. Are you folks getting it? All right, just wait for a minute. Let me clear this drawing. Refresh this page. It's still initializing. All right, so wait for a minute. All right, let's try one more time. Still initializing. Okay, that much time. I mean, we can access the instance, but I just want to show you something. I don't wait for it running. I can copy the IP address and I can access it, but I just want to show you something. That is why I'm just making sure it should be available. Initializing, because I want to show you the status. Come on, why yeah, that is what I was trying to show you. It is right now showing 3x3 status check is passed. Okay, just let me take the screenshot of it. I will explain you what is the meaning of 3x3 screenshot. Status check passed. In some time, I will explain. And this I just want to take a note of it. So that is why I was waiting for 3x3 check to pass. Now, when instance is running and the status check is passed, the next thing we need to connect to the instance. How can we connect to the instance? There are a couple of ways we can connect to the instance. Here, can you see the connect button here at the top? Are you folks able to see it? All right. So first thing, when you can click connect here, okay, it will tell you like how you want to connect. The username of this machine is EC2 instance, EC2-user. I mean, the machine that we have created, the username is EC2, the username is EC2-user. Okay, there are multiple ways we can connect. You can just click connect here. Okay, it will give you the connection option. Okay, it will connect your EC2 instance. You can say it's trying to establish connection. Using our internet, you can connect it. Okay, you can just wait for a minute. Connection will get established. Can you see that the instance got connected here? Okay, you can run some command here. You can run ls and everything. This is the instance that we have connected. That is one of the way. Okay, second way is like, if you go and click connect again, there is session manager. Okay, there is SSH client. This is what we are going to use, SSH client or serial console. Okay, SSH client that I am going to use is, I am having a software. Remember, I give you a analogy here that when you connect to your Facebook server, you use a Firefox as a client software and you connect to the server. Similarly, this is my desktop. This is my laptop here. Okay, this is my laptop. I am here. EC2 instance is running in somewhere AWS. Okay, this is AWS cloud, right? My EC2 instance is running here inside AWS, right? कुछ ऐसा ही है. I want to connect to this EC2 instance via over internet. Okay, this is internet connectivity. I mean, I need to connect like this. For that, I need a client software. The client software that I am going to use is Putty. Okay. Is Putty the only software? No, there are some other software. Somebody was saying Mobile Extreme and all, right? So how can, but Putty is very simple. What you can do, you can just go to Google and type for Putty. Putty, whatever you want to call it. Okay, somebody called Putty, somebody called Putty, somebody called Putty. It doesn't matter. Okay, what you call it doesn't matter. Putty download. So you can download the Putty software. Okay, it's an exe file. It will take less than 1 minute to download. Okay, the moment you click on download, it will get downloaded, and after that, when you run it, something like this will get open. Let me do one thing. Let me shut down this machine. Sudo limit 0. This is off. Let me also shut down this machine. Sudo limit 0. That is also shut down. Now I want to connect to this. When you install Putty, you will get something like this. Okay. This is the page you will get. Okay. So what you need to do first time. Okay. You need to first, here in the Putty window, you need to give the host name or IP address. Go to the EC2 instance, okay, your EC2 instance, and copy the IP address. Okay, go to EC2 instance. This is my web server. If you click here, you'll get the IP address. Can you see the public IP address? Copy this IP. The moment you click here, it will get copied. You have to come here, give the IP address here. Okay. And second thing, what you need to do is you need to provide the key information. Okay. Yeah, I'm telling you how to access it. Just please focus here. Okay. Please focus. It's very important. Remember, we have created a key and we have downloaded it 2025K, 2025 key. How to reach there? There is an connection button. Can you see connection? So first thing first, what you have to do? In Putty, you have to go to connection. Okay. Connection, there is a plus arrow and there is, it's known as SSH. SSH. Let me show you. Can you see this plus arrow? As maybe it's not very visible to you, but it's there. The moment you click on plus SSH, there is something known as config. Scroll it. You'll see something SSH and there is a plus auth. Okay. And in auth, there is credential. Okay. How I reach here? SSH. There is a plus icon. Plus SSH. Click on that plus icon SSH. You will get plus auth. Authentication, AUTH. And in auth also there is a icon of plus. Click on that plus. Okay. Once you click on plus authentication, you will get credential. Okay. In credential, you will get, there is an option called private key browse. Click on browse and go to the path of your key there where you have downloaded 2025K. Okay. And come back here, go to your login session and save this session. I'll say AWS 2025 and I'll save this session. All right, what I have done, first you have to open Putty. Okay, open Putty. Okay, in the type your IP address. After that, go to connection. From connection, go to SSH. From SSH, go to auth. From auth, go to credential. From credential, browse your key where you have downloaded. Everyone is clear? It's very simple. Okay, it's not that much difficult. Okay, I'm giving you a step-by-step document. SSH, authentication, credential, browse the key. Okay, once you click here and you save the session, you can access it. You can just click AWS 25, load and open. Accept it. Can you see that I'm getting the login prompt here? Let me increase the font size, change setting. Appearance, change. Let me make it 24. Okay. apply. Can you see that I'm getting the login prompt here? Login. What is the username? Remember the username? EC2-user. Press enter. Yes. Ta-da, we got the session. We got the console. What is this? Where this machine is running? We got the console here in the putty, but we are connected to this EC2. Are you getting it? Are you folks with me so far? How many of you want me to repeat it? Clear? Clear? Good. Now, I want to, yeah, this is what I was waiting. I was waiting for a repeat. Don't worry, I'll repeat it. It's fine. Okay, first time it looks complex, but it is not that much complex. So let me document the step here. Okay, first open putty. Okay, when you open putty, okay, let me show you along with the screen diagram. Here, you need to give host and IP address. You need to give the IP address here, right? Open putty, give the host and IP address. Once you're done with this, what you need to do is basically type you will get the IP address from the console, AWS console. After that, what you have to do, you have to go to SSH. Okay, SSH here. All right. From SSH, what you need to do, you have to go to authentication, right? Plus auth. In authentication, you have to go to credential. Or let me make little bit bigger here. I'm not able to scroll it here, but I hope you're getting it what I'm trying to say. Auth, you have to go to credential. All right. In credential, what you have to do, you have to browse your key. That's it. And then save the session and open it. Is it clear? IP address of EC2 will get from the console, AWS console, man. This is IP address of EC2. This is EC2 instance. This is the IP address. Are you getting it? Public IP address. Okay. How to copy it? I think everybody knows how to copy any content over the page, right? You can click here also. It will automatically get. If you click this double square button, it will automatically get copied. All right. Everyone should be able to access EC2 instance now. This part is still heavy here. Everyone is with me. Good. Now we are going to install some software on it so that it makes sure that we are good. We are able to access it. So what we will do here? Okay. What I'll do, I'll clear the screen. Let's say sudo su. Sudo su is basically I'm going to become root on admin of this machine. So I'm become root. Windows is little different. Okay, Kasif, I'll show you about Windows, but let's focus here. Okay, Windows is we need to use WinSCP. I mean MSTSC, right? So that is for Windows. So I become a super user. Yes, my ID is right now. You can see I'm root here. Okay, and if you don't like this long prompt, you can change this prompt. The command is ps1, and you can just mention something like my web server, and your prompt will get changed. Okay, what is the command? ps1. This one I can mention. I'll copy this command here. Okay, this is the command that you can change for what? For changing the prompt. All right, now this is the prompt we got it. We got this prompt. Now we want to install some. Say for example, I want to create a web page, an application web server. So what I can do yum is a package manager for Amazon Linux. So I'll say yum -y. Let me first update. This update. Nothing to do. It's update to up-to-date operating system. What I'll do yum-y install HTTPD. HTTPD is a web server, Apache web server that I am going to install it here. I'll say let me install HTTPD. If you want to create any web page, for that first you need to install a web server. Okay. If you want to create a web page and a web application, first thing is you install web server. So Apache is one of the web server that we use. So and the software name is the package name is HTTPD. So we have installed HTTPD. So package got installed. Say for example, next time I'll do systemctl dot httpd. I'm starting that service. Systemctl. Whatever I'm doing it here, if you're not familiar with Linux, don't worry, I will explain it. But I want to show you something before the end of the session so that whatever I'm doing it here, what are these commands? If it is not making sense, if you're not coming from Linux background, it is perfectly fine. I will help you. I will explain this thing. Okay, don't worry. Now I want to create a web page. For that, I'll go cd where www html and there's no index.html. So I'll create a web page. I'll say echo. I'll say we are learning AWS, and we'll say index.html. Alright. So this is, I have created a web page. Let's try to access it from the console and from the Firefox. I'll copy the IP address of this guy. I'll go here, paste it. Can you see that we are getting this web page, simple web page? We are learning AWS. Same thing, same web page we have created here. We are learning AWS. Right? So what is happening here? So first of all, we are accessing AWS using PuTTY. Using PuTTY, what we have done, we have installed our application here, app, some web page. This web page we are accessing from our, even you can access this application. Just type in your browser 18.61.70.197. 18.16. Yeah, just type this one in your web browser. Just let me know if you are able to access it. Rama is able to access it. Good. Rahul is able to access it. Yeah, you should be able to access it, okay? Because it's a web page that is available to everyone and you can access it. All right. So what happens here? Let me first explain it. HTTP is a protocol. By default, this is the default protocol or web application works. HTTPS, we can do it, but I'm just making it simple. Okay, HTTPS, we can definitely do it. We can install certificate and all, but first session it will become very complex. Okay, now what is happening, this is the application we have installed, and we are accessing this application from our desktop using another application, that is client's application, that is Firefox or Chrome, whatever it is. And again, we are going to over the internet, and this time we are accessing this application that is running over EC2. Okay, this is what it is right now.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat, in collaboration with EC Council IIT Roorkee, offers an advanced certification in cybersecurity designed for professionals looking to upskill. This comprehensive program covers essential cybersecurity concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security, providing hands-on training and real-world insights. You'll get to learn directly from renowned IIT faculty and the top industry experts, gaining the expertise needed to tackle modern cybersecurity challenges. Want to learn more? Reach out to us today.
Whenever you create an EC2 instance, let me go here and how to stop and start an EC2 instance. There are a couple of operations that you can perform with an EC2 instance. Okay, you can an EC2 instance can be stop. Stop means power off. Okay, just like you shut down your machine, power off. Stop means power off. Same EC2 instance. You can reboot your EC2 instance. Okay, reboot means all right, and you can also shut down, terminate your EC2. Terminate is like deleting an EC2 instance. Okay, we don't want this EC2 instance, you can terminate it. Okay, all these things you can perform from instance state. You can see stop, start, reboot, terminate. There is one more state, that is hibernate. Hibernate is kind of a sleep mode. Okay, kind of a sleep mode. You can basically make your EC2 instance hibernate. Okay, hibernate is something, a condition. Say for example, it is little faster than reboot. What happens in reboot? You it will take, say for example, in reboot it takes 2 to 3 minutes. In hibernate, what will happen? You can hibernate your EC2 instance. Say for example, you have opened some file, some document. It will open from that moment only. Okay, it will just open in the same state. It's kind of a sleep. When we can also sleep your laptop, right? So that is kind of a hibernate here. So stop, start, reboot, terminate. These are the options. When you stop your instance, in order to turn it on, you have to start your instance. You have to start your instance. How to start an instance? Select any of your instance. Say for example, we will select my web server, the instance that we have created. Okay, go to instance state and select start your instance. Okay, the moment you start your instance, the status will change here from stop to pending, and from pending it will become running. Okay, you can see it become running, and the status check is still initial check also today. So what is this 3 by 3 status? The 3 by 3 status check is like there are three types of status check. First we call system status check. System state check. Okay, this is a system status. First type status check we call system status check. Second type of status check we call instance status. Earlier there was only two status check. Now they have made three status check. Instance status. So what is this instance status check and what is this status check? What are the meaning of this thing? System status check is basically when it will check your hardware. It will check the underlying, okay, like CPU, RAMs, motherboard, all those things. It will check the hardware. Instance status check, it will check the software running, the operating system running, the file system status and all. Like this is kind of a hardware. When you run any machine, okay, when you run any machine in EC2 and when your machine got started, if it is 3 by 3 check passed, then it means that system status check, sorry about the spelling, and instance status check both are green. There is no hardware issue, there is no software issue because it's a 3 by 3. So what is the third check? They have introduced the third check from, I think, from last couple of months back or last year somewhere. They have introduced this another status check that is known as status check. What is this EBS? We will talk about it. Okay, this is EBS. Just to quickly explain you, EBS stand for elastic blocks. We will talk more detail about elastic block storage, then I will explain what is this EBS status check. First, understand system status check and instance status check. When 3 by 3 check is passed, it means that your hardware is green, status is green, your software status is green, your EBS status is also green when 3 by 3 check is passed. If any point of time you say 2/3 pass or 1/3 pass, it means, or maybe 0/3 pass, you say a alarm or red. Yeah, EBS question mark I just mentioned, right? I will explain EBS in a minute. First, let me explain this concept. You mentioned EBS and question mark. So I told like I will talk about EBS in a minute. First, let me explain this. Okay. So yeah. So what is this? Whenever you are getting this status check pass or fail, you need to check like what got fail or what got pass. So how can you check this? Go to EC2 console. Still it is initializing. Just refresh it. You can see the 3 by 3 status check is passed. Let me put a filter. Instance state equal to running. So I have only one instance running, so that only this instance got filtered out. Now if you go here, status and alarm, okay, here you can see the status and alarm. So here you can see these three status checks are mentioned in detail. Okay, first one is, this is a status check, this is system status check, this is instance status check, and this is EBS status check. Okay, so what is system status check? Anything related, any problem, it will be red. When it will be red? When we have a hardware issue. Who will fix this hardware issue? Amazon will fix this hardware issue. It is not our responsibility to fix the hardware issue. If you are getting red cross here or some warning here, you must understand that there is a hardware issue. Okay, and this hardware issue is not fixed by us. This is the hardware, this hardware. Okay, This hardware is maintained by AWS, is managed by AWS, AWS will fix it. But till the time when the system will have hardware error, your application will also down, right? You can't run your application on a faulty hardware. Are you folks getting it? If your laptop CPU is not working, can you run any application on top of it? No, it's not possible. So if the hardware issue is there, how to fix it? What you need to do? You need to perform stop and start of your machine. Okay. What AWS say, whenever you see system status check, it means that it's an hardware issue till the time the AWS is fixing that hardware. Say for example, it has a system board issue, motherboard issue. So it will take few hours to fix this motherboard issue here, right? For few hours you cannot wait that somebody from AWS go to their availability zone, they will unwrap that machine and they will change the hardware. It's not, you should not wait for that. What you should do, stop and start. What will happen after stop and start? So just listen very carefully. This is as per the design. Say for example, this is your hardware, okay, and your EC2 instance is running on top of this hardware. All right, this your EC2 instance is running here. Okay, if this is faulty, what you can do, you can perform a stop and start. The moment you perform and stop start, your EC2 instance virtual machine will migrate to another hardware. It will always happen. Whenever you perform stop and start, whether the hardware is faulty or not faulty, your EC2 instance will jump to another hardware. The virtual machine will jump to another hardware. Why? Is it a flaw? Is it a bug? No, it is as per the design. Because AWS don't want their customer to wait for the actual hardware issue to get fixed, right? It may take 1 hour, 2 hour, 1 day, 3 days, nobody knows, right? For that time, what you should do, whenever you see this error message, whenever somebody asks you in an interview, if you're seeing system status check, what you should do, you should perform stop and start, not reboot. I'm not mentioning reboot. Reboot is a different activity, stop and start is a different activity. Stop means shut down and turn it on. Reboot is restart. Okay, so that will automatically happen. It will migrate to this hardware. So from faulty hardware to working hardware. All right, this is a fix for this. And whenever you see instant status check, the remedy for this is to reboot your EC2 instance. All right. I mean, because it's a software issue, the operating system itself try to fix these things. Maybe it will run FSCK, E2 FSCK, and a lot of the things operating system does. So it will try to fix it. Okay, maybe some configuration file, maybe reread it, and it will automatically fix it. Suppose even if you perform stop and start or the reboot, okay, still you are saying this message, either instance status check or the system status check failure. In that case, you have to connect to AWS support. You have to raise a request to AWS support and somebody from AWS support team will work with you and fix this issue. Okay, but before reaching to the support, first what you should do, stop and start. If it is a system status check, if it is an instance status check, you have to perform. Your machine configuration is not important here. Like I'll come to the configuration. That's a good question, but I'll tell you how it works. You'll get the answer. Okay. So first thing, I mean, to answer this, you need to understand a couple of things. First, we'll also understand the storage of AWS. Storage of AWS. At a very high level, there are two types of storage. First, we call block storage. Second, we call object storage. Block storage is something like, I'll give you an example, okay, so that you never forget how to remember this, okay, how make this entry permanently in your brain. Okay, so say for example, you are installing a machine, Windows machine, or you're installing a laptop. You created a D drive, or we create multiple drive, right? D drive, E drive, and all. Can you store data on a D drive without formatting? First, we need to format it, right? Anitosh, I didn't got your question. What about availability? Which hardware you're this hardware availability? I mean, another new hardware is available or not? This is what your question is. Okay, so that is taken care by AWS. They have tons and tons of machines already available in their data center. Okay, so very rarely you will get limit issue or hardware not available. Very rarely. Maybe any big billion sale or maybe Black Friday sale kind of stuff is going on. Even that also, even IPL streaming is going on. A lot of machines. Hotstar is a very big customer of AWS. Whatever IPL matches you watch basically on AWS. So basically, they have plenty of hardware available that is internally taken care by AWS. Okay, you will definitely 99.99% of the time hardware. Okay, I'm not saying every time, but all the time. And if you are not getting any hardware, you need to reach out to AWS support. That is what I mentioned. Even if you stop and start and your machine is still showing system status check, something internally, something not working, you need to check with AWS support. They will. Okay, you got the answer. Right, what I was discussing, yeah, block storage. Have anytime without format, you cannot access, you cannot write the data, right? You need to first format it. Yes or no? Everyone is with me? In Linux operating system, if somebody from Linux background, for Linux background, you have to, when you create a partition, anything, you first thing you have to do mkfs, right? Make file system, right? MKFS, how many of you know this MKFS and all? Somebody from Linux background might be knowing it. We need, MKFS means make file system. We have to create a file system. Even when you format the disk, actually what you do, you create a file system. Either it is NTFS or FAT32, whatever it is. But nowadays nothing like FAT32. Everything is NTFS and all. So you are basically creating a file system, right? And even in MKFS also, we create a file system, maybe ext3, right? ext3 or xfs, whatever it is, but we are creating a file system, right? So this type of storage we call a block storage. You can only write the data after the creation of file system. It also means that you are having a very granular level of control over that kind of storage. What do you mean by granular level of control? You can define the block size, right? Block size, like, there are a couple of things that we will discuss uh, about the performance of storage. So whatever the meaning of block size, I will explain in a minute. But that, I mean, you have a control, like whether it's 64 KB or 128 MB or whatever. You can decide these many parameters, like what should be the size of a block that an operating system can interact. That you can define it. Now tell me one thing. Have you format or create file system when you upload your data to Google? Have you format it, or you just go and dump your data? You didn't format it, right? Nobody even think about like what kind of storage it is. It's just not allowing me to format, and it's storing all data. So that kind of storage is known as object storage. Google Drive is a very good example of object storage. Okay, but it is now in Google Cloud. But this is one of the example. Your OneDrive is an example of object storage. You have Dropbox. Have you heard about this company Dropbox? Right. So Dropbox is a very good example of object storage. I mean, you just need to dump your data. It means that you are not getting control at very granular level. Somebody else is doing the job for you. You are just storing your data. So that type of storage we call object storage. In AWS, the blocks storage service that we have is known as EBS, Elastic Block Volume. The service name is Elastic Block Volume. All right. In AWS, the object storage service that we have is known as SDL, Simple Storage Service. All right, Simple Storage Service. This is Elastic Block Storage. This is Simple Storage Service. This is here. Okay. Now, these are the type of storage that are available. Okay, that is very high level. The storage type is block storage, object storage, Block storage we call EBS, that is an EBS volume. Okay, elastic block volume. Object storage is service S3. We'll first understand EBS, then we'll understand a little bit about S3, not a little bit, I mean, we'll explore S3, then we'll understand what are the use cases, how to use them. Before moving, I mean, in block storage, I mean, to understand there are different types of EBS volume. I mean, if you go here, okay, and when you launch an instance, and you scroll it down, there is something known as configure storage, right? Can you see this configure storage? In configure storage, if you just drop down here and click here, there are different types of storage available, right? This is EBS. This is EBS, okay? We have different types of EBS available. What are the types of EBS available? EBS we have general purpose GP3, general purpose GP2, provision IO, IO1, SC1, ST1, and magnetic standard. Okay, and also when, let me just stop here, all block storage. This is like what are these different types of storage, why there are different types of storage, and what are the use case of these different types of storage. Before that, we need to also understand at your this I'm talking about the hard disk, okay, your disk that is you're attaching. Now we have in block storage we have two types of hardware, types of hardware. In block storage, types of hardware, what are the types of hardware we have? We have something known as HDD and we have something known as SDD. What is this HDD and SDD? Let me show you a photograph. Have you folks seen this kind of hard disk? How many of you have seen this kind of hard disk? Earlier it was there. It is HD is or HD. I don't know what is HHD. I didn't heard about it. Okay, so this hard disk is like, I have a, this is the real picture. Okay, what happened, like, this is a spindle and this is a magnetic disk and our data store here. Earlier, like, earlier version of operating, I mean, hardware, like not very old. I mean, I think 5-10 years back. I mean, not even 5-10 years back. Even today, also you can have this HDD kind of storage. Okay, this is little old. It's a magnetic. We call it a magnetic disk. Okay, then now even this is quite dated. Okay, I mean, performance wise, it's not that much great, and even cost wise, it's not that much great, and the size wise also not that much great. Recently, you may have observed, like 5-7 years back, all of a sudden the hard disk size, everybody started talking about 1 terabyte, 2 terabyte of storage. Have you observed this? Like even normal PC in our home also we have 1 terabyte of storage, 2 terabyte of storage. When I first got my computer in my college days, my dad purchased for me, like that was having like 40 GB. And at that time, I was the only guy in the hostel, like, that was having 40 GB of hard disk, and I have around 256 MB RAM. And people come to see my lap. My at that time laptop was so costly. We have only desktop. Okay, and people come to see my desktop, like how it is performing and all, and that was like awesome combination. After a few years, people started talking about 500 GB, 500 GB, and within few years, people started talking about in terabytes. So what happens at the back end? Actually, we move from HDD to SDD, solid state device, SSD, sorry, SSD, solid, I always type it wrong, SSD. What is solid state device? Solid state device is something like this. This is solid state, this is just a chip, okay? This is a solid state device, Western Digital, and it's very compact, but it can store huge amount of data. Okay, and performance wise is also very great. I mean, it's not magnetic, it's even your phone also have these things, right? SSD, you can have this kind of SSD. So we move from HDD to SSD. So that is why all of a sudden, I mean, this change happened and we have this SSD. Okay, so in AWS also we have two types of, in EBS we have two types of storage. Okay, if you see here, like the general purpose one is this guy, GP1, GP2, all GP, IO1 is this guy. There is a cold storage SC1, ST1, and magnetic standard. Magnetic standard, all these guys belong to the magnetic one, still magnetic one. But if you talk internally to anyone AWS, they will say like, there is no HDD. I mean, everything is SSD, but they have lowered down the performance so that people, and lower down the performance and the cost so that people can use it. But I'm not saying it's an official statement, but I mean, this is something. I mean, nowadays nobody keeps HDD, but still, what AWS claim that these are magnetic and these are solid state devices. Okay, so general purpose as GP2 and I1 are solid state devices. Okay, now two more concept for this storage so that you can understand easily. First, there are two things. Okay, first thing we call it as IOPS, and second thing we call it the throughput. Okay, what is IOPS and throughput? So let's first understand IOPS. IOPS, input output per second. Okay, we call as input output per second. But what is input output per second? Say for example, this is your hard disk. Okay, this is your laptop hard disk. Just imagine, and you are saving your CV. This is your CV that is stored somewhere in your laptop. All right, this is your CV. And you are here you want to read your CV, you want to open your CV. Okay, you know what happened actually? When you make a request, your CV is stored in where? In a secondary device, that is hard disk. Actually, it should go to RAM, then only you can read it, right? Primary memory. You make a request, okay, and you get a response back. You get a response back. This operation is called one IOPS. One input output operation you made it. Okay, you make a request and you got a response back. That is known as one IOPS. Now tell me, I have two storage device A and storage device B. Storage device A has 100 IOPS and storage device B has 500 IOPS, can perform 500 IOPS. Which storage is better? What storage you are going to choose for your operation, for your installation? Hard disk A or hard disk B? B, right? Because it's more input output request per second, right? It's common sense oriented. Okay, this is what our input output request IOPS. There is something known as also throughput. Okay, what is throughput? In one IOPS, how much data you can read? Okay, say for example, just imagine in one input output operation, I can 10 MB, 10 KB of data. Okay, 10 KB of data I can read in one input output operation. This is known as throughput. Okay, so again, if a hard disk A, and I have two hard disk A, and again I have another hard disk B, the throughput of A is, say for example, 100 KB per second, 100 KB, and this one is 500. Which one is better? Obviously B, right? Because B has more throughput. In one operation, I can read more data. So my performance will increase. Say for example, if I have my CV is of 100 KB, okay, in 100 KB, I need to make 10 input output requests to read the whole CV. Are you getting it? Because in one, I can read only 10 KB of data because my CV size is 100 KB. So how many input output requests I'll make? I'll make 10. If my throughput is 50, I can make only 2 input output requests and I can read my whole CV. This is what I'm trying to say. Are you getting? So is it always good to have a good high IOPS and high throughput? No, it is not always good. It should be a proper combination of both the things. And there is one more thing that also what is your throughput? That depends on the block size. That, I mean, when you create a file system, okay, the block size, what is the block size? That also depends. I mean, these are some deep operating system concept. I don't want to go there, but I'm just telling you, because if you don't understand these things, you won't be able to understand the type of storage. Okay, so but HDD has more data reliability. So till here everyone is with me. Throughput is clear, IOPS is clear. or maybe this, not storage type, I want to see EBS type. Whenever I have to discuss about EBS volume type, I generally come to this chart, this link, because this is up to date. This is AWS latest and greatest information. All right, so now if you go to this block, this diagram, okay, I mean not diagram, this what we can say, table, right? So there is a solid state device SSD section, and if you scroll it down, there is HDD section, okay, hard disk drive, okay. So and there is, if you scroll it little bit down more, there is a magnetic section. Magnetic is the oldest AWS device. When AWS started somewhere in 2009ish or 7ish, somewhere there, they started with something, this particular disk, okay. So still they are carrying it, and it is very 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 cheap as compared to your SSD or HDD, okay. So this is we call standard. Remember, whenever I launch an instance, I always select this one. Why? Because the cost is very low. Even if I forgot to terminate it, it's not going to harm me a lot in cost wise. But if you select GP3, GP2 and IO1 to launch your instance, these are very costly disks, okay? These are very very costly. Just use it wisely, okay. Yeah, because this is not for test purpose or something. This is for mission critical databases, okay. I'll show you how and why. Okay, now let's try to understand about SSD. You can see there are a couple of types of SSD volume, okay. This is something known as GP3, GP2, IO1, IO2 and IO1. Now you can see use cases. What are the use cases that they are suitable for? But more than use cases, I will tell you the maximum IOPS. Look at here, 16,000 IOPS per second, 16,000 input output requests per second. Oh my God, it's huge. Okay, if it is huge, let's see about IO2. 256,000 input output requests per second. That much of performance. It's very high performance, okay. And what is IO1 just 64,000 IOPS per second. Okay, what about throughput? 1000 MIB data per second, 250 MIB data per second, 400 MIB, 4000 MIB data per second, 1000 MIB data per second. It's huge. It's very huge. Okay, performance wise, these guys are just do the magic. If I'm running something like Amazon, if I'm running something like Netflix, if I'm running something like Hotstar, probably I will choose this kind of disk for my database because I need that kind of performance. Amazon, a lot of people do window shopping and all, so they need huge performance in database. Similarly, if you need, I mean, remember one thing, you cannot drive Ferrari at the cost of Maruti, right? If you want to drive Ferrari, you have to pay for Ferrari. If this is Ferrari, you have to pay for cost will also in the same range, okay? So make sure that if you have this kind of use case, then only select this kind of hard disk. Otherwise, your bill will be a little higher side. All right. Now, if you come back, scroll it down, there is another type ST1 and SC1. They are HDD type, but their use cases is like they are not for, you cannot create your root volume with this, but you can add more storage. Like, what is IOPS? 500 IOPS and 250. This is not bad, by the way. Okay. 500 input output operation per second is good with 500 MIB of throughput. It's good. Okay, and the cost is little lower than IO1 and GP2 and all, but the performance will also little degraded. That is fine. I mean, as I mentioned, you have to pay. If you are ready to pay higher, you will get a better performance, right? Standard has a volume size. This maximum IOPS is 40 to 200. Maximum throughput is 40 to 90. That is good for us. That is absolutely good for us. I mean, I'm not running any application here, so I can use magnetic. Okay, and the cost wise is also low. So based upon these things, I mean, if you read more, you'll get more information here. But based upon this, we select the type of for us. Are you for me? Can we select multiple storage? Yes. This is my root volume. Say for example, I'm selecting magnetic. I can say add more volume, add new volume, add new volume, add new volume, and I can select different type of storage. IO1, I can select SC1, but root, Root should always be GP2, GP3, IO1 or magnetic. Root cannot be SC1 or ST2. Alright. So based upon that, we can select storage. I'm not going to launch this instance because this is going to be very costly. So EBS volume is clear, like type of storage. If your instance is running, okay, let me put again filter instance state equal to instance state equal to. So I have this server here. If you go to in this particular section, there is a storage. If you go to storage here, you will see that this is the volume that we have created, dev xvda, that is there. And if you want to attach more volume, let me just log in to this server. I think I have the IP address now. Let me just log into this server. Let me go to details, copy the IP address, and go here. Hey, what was the key name? AWS. All right. It was an EC2 instance, so EC2 hyphen user. Let me increase the font size, change setting, appearance, change 24. Okay, apply. Let me use folder foo. Let me change the font. I'll say ps1 is equal to ec2. Okay. Next, if I want to see the storage, I will say lsblk, list the block volume. lsblk is the command, and it will tell me like these. This is my hard disk, that is this one, and it has 1, 2, 3 partition. Okay, so that is fine. This is one hard disk, and one hard disk has a 3 partition. One is root, another is some different partition. That is fine. Now, if I want to add more storage to running instance, more EBS volume, what we can do? We can just go to. Can you see there is a? If you scroll it down here, instance. As I mentioned, all the related services will be on the left pane. If you can see here, there is something known as elastic block storage, and there is something known as volumes. What you need to do, you just click on volumes. Let me open and then new tab. This is a volume tab that is got open. We have other volume as well, but 20 GB when I launched 20 GB of storage. Okay, so I need to check, like, where is my EC2 instance. So this EC2 instance is launching which availability zone? It got launched in AP South 2B. Can you see that AP South 2B? Okay, so this is the region, Hyderabad region. In this region, we have two availability zone, A and B. My EC2 is this is A. If this is A, this is B. My EC2 is instance launch in this particular one. Are you folks getting it? This whenever you have to add. All right, so this is the def. We cannot add share article. You mentioned link will help in reading. Yeah, that I'll share. Don't worry. Okay, I'll share it. First, let me. Okay, so now if you want to add more storage, so what we will do, we'll go to volume. Okay. Here you can see in volume section there is something known as create. Okay, just click on create. Okay, what type of volume? I'll again select magnetic. The reason is very simple, because it's very cheap. Size, I'm not going to select 100 GB. I'll select 10 GB of volume. Which availability zone? On B, because my instance is in B, so I need to select the same data center. The availability is B. Okay, and I'll say create volume. All right, so if you see the 10 GB volume is still the status here, volume, this volume, the 10 GB volume, it is in, what is the status here? This 10 GB volume is available. Available means it is not attached to any instance. The other volumes are in use means they are attached to an instance. Okay, now once you, first step is to create volume, second step is to attach that volume. Select that volume, go to action and attach volume. Okay, attach this volume to an instance. Which instance? If you click here, you will see that my web server, that is the name of our server, right? What is ID? 48FE. If you want to verify it, if you go to your instance and see the ID 48FE, are you able to see this? The last two 3 to 4 digit. Everyone, are you getting me? Right? So select the same instance type from here, instance. 48FE. Drive name, you can select say from SDBB and attach volume. Now if I go to my Linux instance here, earlier we were able to see this hard disk, right? Run the same command one more time. Can you see that another hard disk got added here? Size of 10 GB. Are you folks getting it? This was not there, right? Earlier. So one more storage got added. So what happens here? When we created an EC2 instance, we created when we launched this EC2 instance, okay, when we launched it, at the launch time, we have allocated, when we launch this EC2 instance, we have allocated a EBS volume of 8 GB or something, right? This was the EBS volume at the launch time. This is the EBS volume that got attached, okay, to that instance. This was my root volume where the operating system got installed. After that, what we did, we created one more EBS volume, that is new volume, okay, and thus this we attach while the instance is running, okay. So EBS is one service, EC2 is another service, okay. They are two different services. EBS is one and EC2 is another service. We are making the volume available to this instance, okay. We are making root volume available to this system. Now somebody asked, like, when you stop and start instance move, how about the data? Here in this case, when the EC2 instance move here, your EC2 instance will move here. What will happen to the volume? Volume will also fall, okay. Your root volume and whatever the EBS that you have attached, this will automatically follow that EC2 instance. It will get mounted here automatically because it's a different service. When your EC2 instance is here, okay, your volume, you can see your volume is here from here. When your EC2 instance is moving here, the volume will automatically follow you and attach you. Your data is written inside the disk, not over the EC2 instance, okay. So you won't lose any data when you perform. Yes, you can expand the size, okay. So what you can do, I mean, you can go to the volume. What is the volume ID? Let's see. The volume ID for this storage is, if we go to storage, the volume ID is ending with 930, right? C1930. If you go and see for this volume C1930, this is your root volume, right? You can click this root volume, okay, and you can see modify, and you can increase the size, say for example from 10 GB, I'm making it 20 GB. Okay, maximum, I think there is some limitation. I think I can go for 15. What is the current size? Current size is 8 gig. Okay, modify it and refresh it. You can see the volume become 15 GB. And if you just run this command lsblk again one more time, can you see it's 15 GB now? Earlier it was 8 GB. If you are increasing the volume, there won't be any loss of data. You're increasing the size of the volume, okay. But if you are decreasing the size of the volume, you need to take care of it. And but by the way, there is no direct decrease available. I mean, shrink is by default. If you try to shrink, say for example this one, if I go and select this volume, and if I say modify, okay, if I say for example make it 9 GB, it won't allow me. Okay, the size of the volume only increase, not decrease. You cannot decrease the volume. Now tell me, if I have to decrease the volume, you got an interview question and say, okay, direct decrease is not possible. How to decrease the volume? How can we do it? This is a very good activity. Are you folks getting it? I mean, how to increase the size, how to modify the volume. You can even change the volume type. I mean, from IO1 to IO2, G and magnetic to ST1. That is correct, Rahul. Okay. So what we do, say for example, just imagine a situation. This is an EC2 instance. Okay. This is an EC2 instance. And there is a volume, root volume is attached here. Say for example, it is of 500 GB. You can just imagine it is of 500 GB. And you realize that out of this 500, I am just utilizing 100 GB. Rest 400 GB is waste. I have to pay for whole 500 GB. What can we do? I mean, how can I reduce the size of this EBS volume? There are a couple of ways. First, what you can do, you can take a snapshot of this volume. A snapshot will get created. Okay, how to take a snapshot of a volume? Go to volumes. Okay, say for example, I want to take a snapshot of this 15 GB. I'll select this volume, go to action, okay, and create a snapshot. Snapshot is a backup. And you can say description like my web server. Okay, and create a snapshot. How to see the snapshot? There is a section of volumes here. Similarly, below volume, there is a section of snapshot here. Click on snapshot. You'll able to see that snapshot is creating. Just refresh for a minute, it will be available. It will take some time to create a snapshot. It's 0% progress, okay, because it's taking the backup, okay. So it will take some time, 4 to 5 minutes it will take. Just wait for it. When the snapshot is available, what you can do, you can just click the snapshot, action, and because that option snapshot is not available, the volume option is graded, okay. It will be available when the snapshot is available. You can create volume from the snapshot. There you can mention the size 100 GB. It will create a new volume of 100 GB and mount that volume to your EC2 instance. Okay, let it be available, then I'll show you. You can see it is available, completed now. Snapshot is the backup of the volume. Volume is the storage, snapshot is the select that volume, snapshot, go to action, create volume from the snapshot. Which type? I'll again select magnetic. The reason is very simple, it's cheap. Okay, size I'll say, because our original data is basically from the 15 GB. If I want to or let me do one thing, because we want to reduce the size, right? In this case, because it's not allowing me, because maybe this limitation minimum is 1 GB, because if data is of 15 GB, it won't allow me. If data is less than that, why we create backup if data on the cloud and we know AWS is auto creating backup? No, AWS don't create backup for your data. You have to create backup. Okay, AWS is giving you service facility to create backup. It is your decision when you want to create a backup. Okay. The size of the volume only will increase, not decrease. Okay, it's not allowing me to decrease from the snapshot. So we need to, okay, then in that case, what we can do here, because it's not allowing me to decrease, we can increase the size from the snapshot. That is fine, but it is not allowing me to decrease. So I'm canceling it. What we can do here is, I mean, say for example, I'll tell you one workaround here. What we can do here is, you can create, say for example, this is total volume size is 500, but data is of 100 GB. Okay, what you can create another EBS volume, okay, of say for example 110 GB, little higher than your data, okay, or 120 GB, and mount that EBS volume to your EC2 instance. We know how to mount the same EBS volume. After that, what we can do is, oops, sorry, let me again create this one. So we have, say for example, this is one EBS volume, this is little bigger, and data is of 100 GB. I'll create one more EBS volume. Both the EBS volume I will attach to my EC2 instance. After that, I will run Linux command to copy data from here to here. There are a lot of Linux command, okay, that we can use CP command, SCP command that will copy the data. When the data will get copied here, and we will verify the data, and then we can go and delete this volume. Okay, this exercise you can do, and that is a good exercise to do. But decreasing option out of the box is not available in AWS. Increasing option is available. How can you decrease the volume? Create a new volume of smaller size, copy your data. I got a question. What if the path attached to DBS volume fails, disturbed? Are there multi-pathing redundancy if there is any automatic ticket? I mean, if this is the case, AWS will internally manage it. I can understand what you're telling, like multipathing and all, because that's a managed service. AWS managed out. You ask the question, what if the multipath attached to EBS EC2 fails or disturbed? This multipath and everything is managed by AWS. Okay, this is EBS volume. EBS volume will have this or whatever it is. This is EC2 instance. If whether it's one path or multiple path, three path, four path is all AWS responsibility. If it is got disturbed or something, AWS will fix it for you. We don't manage all. This is in the cloud. But when we were managing in our data center like EMC storage or Hitachi storage and all, we have SAN switches, right? Where we maintain this multipath and all. Those were the days. Anyone here from the storage background? You worked over EMC, Hitachi, or you are from storage? I did a lot of migration of EMC VMAX to DMAX migration, where I worked on in their switches, multipathing, Solaris operating system and all. Right. So this is in cloud, we don't have that much of clarity. That is internally managed by AWS. They have their own storage, they have their own SAN switches and everything. What they are doing internally, nobody. All right, so till here, are we good? You folks might be, seeing it very simple that we are. I quit storage 2007 and after quitted storage. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm talking around that time frame only 2007 to 2010. I was very heavily working over storage and primarily EMC and Hitachi. All right, so what I was trying to say, you are very easily seeing the disk is available here. And earlier, what happens when we attach, we call it a LUN, logical unit number. Okay, earlier systems, like this is your server and this is your storage. Okay, by the way, if you are not, some of you may not be aware of, storage is a separate hardware. Okay, I will show you. These are the storage. Okay, these are just like look like a server rack and server, but these are the storage. They have lot of hard disk here. Okay, so what happens actually at the data center? You have this storage box. Okay, that is running somewhere, kind of EBS here. Okay, this storage box we need to, and it has a lot of hard disk, and we have something known as servers, like something like this. This is say for example a server where the compute is run. Okay, this is something like server. Just to explain this concept, because maybe some of you are not getting it, we make this thing visible here. Then you are able to see the hard disk. In AWS, it's pretty simple, right? We just created a storage and make it available, and the disk is also visible. Sometimes in little, when the cloud was not there, there is a device in between that we call as a switch. Okay, we used to map a hard disk from here and hard disk from here via the switch to this server. This whole engineering is you are not able to see. Okay, this is internally done by AWS for you. Okay, so this you can treat as an EBS is a different service, kind of that. And this is somewhere in some rack, your EC2 instance is running. Are you folks getting it? That is what the question was. Whether it's one path or multi-path. All right, so yeah, and one more thing I would like to discuss is type of EC2 instance. AWS does also offer S3. We'll study about S3. S3 is a different storage. Okay, S3 is a totally different storage. We'll discuss about it. Okay, it's a different use case. S3 is a block storage, not the object storage. All right, so type of EC2 instances. Okay, type of EC2 instances. Let me show you something important. AWS EC2 instances has a this is how we read the AWS EC2 instance. What is the nomenclature? Nomenclature is something like this. Okay, we'll have instance family, generation, and size. Say for example, I have an instance e2.micro And I have another instance, T2 dot small. Okay. So what is instance family? Family is T series. We say both the instances are family. Okay, so family is T. Okay, generation in both are second generation. Both are second generation. And the size is, this is micro, this is small. Micro, the size is like a t-shirt. Micro is a smaller instance. Small is a little bigger than micro. T2 large, okay, the other next size will be, then we'll have T2 large, T2x large, T2 2x large, 3x large, like that. Okay, but the point here is the last one is the size. Size of what? The amount of CPU and the amount of RAM. T2 medium will have more CPU and RAM as compared to T2 small. T2 small will have more CPU and RAM as compared to T2 micro. But both, all these three instances belong to the same family and same generation. What could be the another generation? T3 micro. T3 micro is the third generation, little newer hardware as compared to T2 micro. T2 small, next will be T3 small. That's another newer generation. T2 medium, next generation will become T3 medium. So higher the number, later the generation, latest is the generation. Okay, and it is old hardware, it is new hardware. AWS always encourage you to use the newer hardware, that is there, and this is little cheaper also. Yes, you're getting it correctly. It's little cheaper than that. It means that if for T3 micro, just an hypothetical situation, you are paying $100, probably T2 micro you may have to pay for $125. Why is it so? Because maintaining old hardware is a pain. Okay, maintaining new hardware is good. I mean, it's little less manpower is required. It's performance wise also good, right? So AWS always encourages to get move from old hardware to new hardware. Always encourage. That is about the generation. Now, third and after that is a family. Is the T is the only family? No, there are so many other families. If you go here and search for AWS EC2 instance type, EC2 instance types. You can see here, these are the instances type. Okay, general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, accelerated computing and all. General purpose are instances like for generic use cases, okay, where the CPU and memory are in proper balance. Compute optimized are the where when your workload is more CPU intensive. Okay, some workloads are like more CPU intensive, maybe the gaming application or maybe something like that. Memory optimized are the application that are more memory optimized, memory intensive, that require more RAM, right? Similarly, storage optimized HPC is like high performance computing. So this is general purpose instances. In general purpose instances, we have M series. Okay, we have, if you scroll it down, we have compute optimized instances. If you scroll it down, you'll see you have memory optimized instances. You will have accelerated computing and so on and so forth. Let's take any one of the family and try to understand how the naming convention works here. So you can see M8G, M7G, M7I. 8 is later generation as compared to 7. Similarly, T2 is there, T3 is there, T4 is there. T4 is the latest generation as compared to the T3 and T2. A has some specific purpose. If you can click, that will tell you what is the A meaning here. More accelerated computing. But M5 is later generation than M4. Okay, so on and so forth. That you should understand. Okay, now let me show you. Say for example, if I go to T2 instances, can you see that what I was trying to make here? T2 Nano has one CPU and 0.5 GB of RAM. Or let's take any later generation, say for example M5. Yeah, let's take M5. M5 is very widely used instances. Can you see that M5 large has 2 CPU and 8 GB. M5X large has 4 and 16, almost double. M5 2X large, double of M large, right? The more you go larger, I mean M5D 24X large has 96 CPUs and 384 GB of RAM. 384 GB of RAM. This is nominal. I mean, this is normal nowadays. Okay, so this is again, and if you want to read more about it, I have written everything in detail. Okay, T2, what is how we read instance family, general purpose, C series, R series, X series. I've written everything, all the use cases also. Okay, and the generation also, and the size also. How we read this size, how to break it down. T is for the general purpose, third is the generation, micro is the size. Okay, then I have compared all these instances. You can just go and read it. I mean, I have written it point by point very nicely. You can just read it, you'll be able to understand. Similarly, I have written for EBS volumes type also. EBS, where is that? EBS types. Whatever we have discussed, general purpose GP2, GP3, IO1, IO2, okay, ST1, SC1, and I have also created this table where I have compared all those things. You can read it and some real use cases. Okay, so this is, I mean, for why I am telling you this, because when you are going to work as a solution architect, when you are going to work in any company as a consultant, which instance type to choose, which EBS volume to choose, it's a very, very strategic decision. Okay, it depends upon so many things: what kind of workload you are running, what kind of application, how many users are going to hit, how many concurrent requests you are going to get. If I'm running something like Netflix, I cannot run on a T2 instance. It is not at all possible. It will, that poor fellow will die, right? So you need to understand what is my use case, and then accordingly you need to select the instance type, EBS volume, and then you will get a performance. Is it making sense what I'm trying to say? That is correct. Yeah, we can change the instance type to any other instance type. What we need to do? Instance must first, we need to shut down the instance. Instance must be shut down. Let's say I have already a instance that is shut down. Say for example, I will select an instance that is down. Say for example, this git instance right now it is stopped. Okay, select that instance, go to instance setting, change CPU, change stop, shut down, change instance type. Can you see this option? Select this one. From T3 micro you can select any one of this. Select it, your instance will change. It requires just a normal shutdown and change the instance and boot it up. Your instance will get changed. Make sure that you should, I mean, for your lab purpose and all, don't select very high end instance or something, because your bill will be higher. Okay, so select a lower instance, smaller instance, and whenever you are not using it, now we are going to discuss about the networking part of it so that you can understand. Okay, so VPC. So first of all, what is AWS VPC and what is the why we want to learn AWS VPC? For that, a couple of things that we need to understand. Well, first of all, we need to understand what is VPC and what actually meaning of VPC. What are the some component of VPC that we need to understand. So first thing first is the VPC stand for virtual private cloud. Okay, it's a private cloud, but it's a virtual private cloud. It's a private cloud inside the public cloud. Okay, that is why they named it a virtual private cloud. But why private cloud? Why we need a private cloud? Okay, so first of all, when you create, okay, say for example, this is AWS, one of the AWS region. Okay, say for example, this is AWS region. This region will, say for example, if it is Mumbai, you can say AP-South-1. Okay, this is the region. This region will have availability zones within it, right? So this is an availability zone we call AZA. The name of the AZ will be AP-South-1A. If it is an alphabet at the end, it's an availability zone. Okay, there's a second availability zone and there will be a third availability zone. First availability zone we call 1A, second availability zone we can call 1B, third availability zone is basically 1C. Okay, so alphabet at the end is basically an availability zone. And this is the API name, okay? API name. The human name for the Mumbai is bomb region. We call it, right? I mean the normal language we call it as a bomb region. Okay. But the API name is API South -1. If you want to see here, if you can click here, you can see Mumbai region, AP South 1, Hyderabad region, AP South 2. Why it is AP South 1, AP South 2? Because it's an Asia Pacific, southern part of Asia Pacific, the first region in that part of Asia Pacific. That is why AP South 1. Hyderabad is the second region in that Asia Pacific region, so it becomes AP South 2. Singapore will be AP Southeast 1. Why? AP for Asia Pacific, South is like southern eastern part of Asia Pacific, and that was the first region there. So if you go here and see, Singapore is AP Southeast 1, Sydney is AP Southeast 2, all right? Tokyo is AP Northeast, Asia Pacific northern eastern part of Asia, right? So this is how they choose the name. North Virginia is US East 1, the eastern part of US. North Virginia is in the eastern part of the US. Ohio is the second region in the eastern part. California is a western part of US, so that is why US West 1, and Oregon is like second region in that western part, so that is why US West 2. All right. So this is how the naming convention of region and all. But this region is available to me, this region is available to you, everyone has an availability there. But I want to create my resources so that only I can access it. For that, we create a VPC. This is a concept of VPC. In a region, we create a VPC that spans across all the availability zone. Okay, so this is a VPC. We are creating a virtual private cloud. It is something, I mean, just remember, it is something like, if this is your apartment, say for example, this is apartment, okay? This is any apartment. Okay, this apartment you can consider as an AWS. Okay, I can purchase an apartment. You can also purchase an apartment inside this building. You can also purchase an apartment here. This apartment is like AWS. Your flat is your VPC, because inside your flat, you decide who will go inside it, who will go outside it. Okay, it is something like that. Your AWS is basically the region is basically kind of, the AWS is basically kind of an apartment, and inside that apartment you are purchasing flat. I can also purchase, you can also purchase, everyone can purchase, but inside that my flat I will restrict who can go inside, who can go outside. All the resources belongs to me. Like the same is the concept here. All right, so what we do basically here, we create VPC here. Okay, so VPC is a virtual data center that you create. By default, when you create an AWS account, okay, when we create an AWS account, by default, there is a default VPC get created. Default VPC. AWS created this VPC for us and given to, we can use it. That's known as default VPC. But this default VPC has some kind of a, we don't prefer to run our production workload in the default VPC. But for testing purpose, if you're learning AWS, for that purpose, it's okay. We can use this default VPC. But the point here is, we can also create our custom VPC here. Now, if I go to VPC, this is virtual private cloud. If you click, so if your VPC here, you'll see this is a default VPC. But how to know that the VPC is default or not? You can go here and see this one. Okay, if default VPC is yes, it means it's a default VPC. Okay, because you can name that VPC anything. The name I mentioned default VPC, but I can change the name. I can go and click and put any name or whatever I want. But in order to check a VPC is default or not, You can just go here and check whether it's yes or no. If it is yes, it's a default VPC. So in every region, AWS will give you a default VPC. If you go to Singapore, you will get a default VPC here as well. I mean, they will give you a virtual data center inside their data center. Okay, so this is also a default VPC. Default is yes. If you can select for any region, say for example, North Virginia. Can you see the default VPC is yes here? Right. So the point here I'm trying to make is AWS will give you in every region, they will give you a default VPC, right? But we are going to create our own VPC before you're launching any production workload. So what we will do, we'll go back to our any region, say for example, Mumbai. There are a couple of things like, before creating a VPC, everybody knows what is IP address, right? Okay. There are two categories of IP address, that is public IP address, and there is something known as private IP address. Okay. Public IP address is basically we use to connect to internet. Okay. Private IP address within an organization, within a network, internal network. Okay. Within a okay. So that is point number one, and everybody might be knowing it. The range of the public IP address. Box. Just want to show you something. I'm just looking for a, I think IP addressing. That's this one. This one is a private IP address range. Okay. This range of IP address belong to private range 10.0.0/16, 10.0.0 to 10.225, 172.16, 172.31, 192.168.0 to 192.168.255.255.255. Okay, so this is the range on that AWS private VPC support. Your default VPC will always have 172.31 IP if you have seen it. Okay, if you go here, it will always offer 172.31 IP. Okay, so this is the private IP address range that VPC support, and this is the range of VPC. Okay, and the public IP address, like from where they get a public IP address, they get a public IP address from the AWS IP address pools. Okay, so the question here is, okay, fine, for IP address, there are two types of IP address, public IP address and private IP address. Remember one statement, if any machine, say for example, this is your network, this is your home machine, say for example, this is your home, right? Inside your home, we have TV, smart TVs, we have appliances, we have mobile phones, we have laptop, right? Everybody is basically able to connect to internet, right? From your TV, you can watch Netflix. It means you are connecting to Netflix server that is running somewhere internet. And say for example, this is Google. Okay, you can connect to all these devices, right? I mean, all these you must have a connectivity, right? I mean, you must have a connectivity from here to here. So there are two things that we need to understand. Any machine that want to communicate to internet, any machine means in our home, it could be laptop, computer, TV, anything that want to connect to internet, there are two things required. First one, the machine must have public IP address. Okay, that is a point number one. Second thing, the machine must have route towards the internet. The route must be configured. The machine must have routes towards internet. Okay, these things are required. Without this, a machine cannot. These two things are required. Without this, machine cannot connect to internet. In your home, how you get a route, you must have a router attached. The ISP provider, Airtel, broadband, or maybe AT&T or whatever it is, you must have a router attached in your home, and you connect via Wi-Fi password to this guy, right? So this is how your connectivity works. I don't want to go in detail, but I'm just telling you so that you can understand all these things. The same concept we will use in VPC, and you are connected to any of the Google, Facebook, Netflix, Amazon Prime, whatever it is. Your okay, everything is working like this. And your machine here, if you check like in your laptop or your anyone's machine, if you just type, go to your Windows prompt, go to CMD, and when you get a command prompt, type ipconfig. Windows machine, just type ipconfig. You will get an IP address of your machine. Most probably, you will get IP address from this range, a private IP address range. Okay, most probably you will get an IP in home. Most of the time, it's 192.168.1 dot something your IP address. Can somebody will check what is your IP address? Can you let me know what is your IP address? Go to CMD prompt and type ipconfig. Tell me the IP address. Anyone? 29.212, right? 192.168.29.212. 38.131, right? But what I just told you, a machine can talk to internet, must have a public IP address. But you're connecting to me because we are talking over internet, but your machine's IP address is from the private IP address range, right? But still you are able to connect to internet. Are you folks getting it? So this statement, either this statement is wrong or there is something else is happening. So what happened? There is one more concept that is known as NATing. Okay, this is known as Network Address Translation Protocol. Network Address Translation Protocol. Actually, the our discussion started today. I mean, somebody asked like how to save an IP address. In your home, you have your IP, your mobile phone, your spouse or your brother, sister, mom, dad, everyone has a smartphone nowadays. You have a TV, you have a washing machine, maybe a lot of things, a lot of devices. Even somebody says camera has an IP address. Yes, yes, it's true. Camera has an IP address. But if everyone start getting this public IP address, the public IP address has some range, some number somebody mentioned at the start of our discussion, right? For something, something, right? So what happens? We don't give each devices a public IP address because public IP addresses are precious and we don't want to waste them. What we do, I mean, in this kind of setup, we give public IP address to the border device. We give public IP address to this guy. Your Airtel router or AT&T router or something. This router will have a public IP address. And not in real picture, they don't have also public IP address. There's a router that sits in Airtel data center or AT&T data center. That guy has a public IP address. This guy is also connected to this, and with this router, so many apartments, so many flats, so many internet providers service like people like you and me are connected to this. Okay, but just imagine this guy has a public IP address. So what happens when you type google.com? Okay, your packet will from your laptop or when you access your Google app or Facebook app on your mobile, or you are ordering Zomato, Swiggy or something from your phone, what happens basically, a request will go to this router because this router will give its own public IP address to this packet. Then your packet will reach to Zomato, will order food, and you will get a response back. This the food got ordered, and you will get a pizza or whatever at your home, right? But the point here is there is a translation of address is happening. What is the translation? Your private IP address converted into public IP address, and who is giving the public IP address? This guy, the router, is giving the public IP address, and using this public IP address, you are connecting to the internet. This is happening with your smart TV. This is happening with your laptop. This is happening with every device in your home. Okay, that is how you are connecting to me right now. Okay, so this is the concept of networking. We are transforming the addresses, private to public, public to private. When we are connecting like this is known as private IP address converted into public IP address. And we are so with one single IP address, okay, we are connecting multiple devices to internet with this IP address. Okay, and how does internally work? How DNAT, SNAT, all those things work? That is a deep concept of networking, but for us, this much information is sufficient. Okay. So say for example, Amitesh has an IP address 192.168.80.9. This is his laptop IP address. Okay. 192.168 IP address is, you cannot connect to internet using private IP address. You need a public IP address. But what is your public IP address? This is your, and if you want to know what is your public IP address, just go and type, Google type, what is my, and don't share your public IP address, security breach. I'm not going to show you what is my public IP address. Just type it, you'll get some public IP address. Okay, Google, it will tell you what is your IP address. And the IP address that you got it, if you can, who is database. Okay, and just look, just type this IP address in this database here, in whatever the IP address you got. You'll get like in your provider's name, Airtel, Reliance Jio, AT&T, Act, whatever your provider is, you'll get all the detail of your IP address. Just try it. Okay, so this IP address is used by all your machines at your home. Okay, this single IP address connecting to multiple devices. All right. These two concepts are clear. Natting is clear, and how we connect to internet. What is routing? Routing is like when you connect, there is a path route table. I mean, get created that will tell like where to go. What is the path of this network? That is when you connect your Wi-Fi password to this one, you are connected to this. You are creating a route towards it. Okay, so that is how the packet travel. That is how we communicate over the internet. Is this concept is clear? Are you folks with me so far? IP address, NATing, how to connect to internet, is this everything is clear? Now next concept is subnetting. Okay, so subnetting is basically breaking down a big network. Say for example, this is my network, breaking down this network into small network. Okay, say for example, this will be network A, this will be network B, this will be network C, like that. This is known as subnetting. Why we do this? Because I have so many workload, some specific purpose. I want to divide this network into small networks so that I can run some application here inside this subnet, in this network, in this subnet. I can run some application here in this subnet, some application here in this subnet, like that. I can have multiple use cases for that. I want to have multiple network so that I can segregate the application. And security wise, it's also good. I mean, maintaining small network, that is known as subnet. How many subnet we can create, how many network we can create, that all depends upon the something known as CIDR notation. So CIDR notation, technically, ideally, you should learn and calculate mathematically using pen and paper. Okay, this is what you should do. And what is subnetting, how to calculate CIDR and all, that is, you can just connect to, I can share some resource, you can figure it out. But as you grow, I mean, as you grow and like you know the concept, you can use some tools that are available. Okay, the one tool that I use is basically calculate this one, CIDR. This is, I mean, there are so many CIDR calculator available over the internet. This one I use, this, I mean, you can use anyone. So this is, say for example, this is a network 10.0.0.8. It has only one subnet, one big network. But if I change this subnet mask, say for example to 16, you will see that I have so many network. Okay, I have these many networks. The moment I change the subnet mask, the one big network I have broken down into almost 256 network. And each network is separate. I mean, these are different networks. And I have, this is the subnet address. This is the host range 10.2.0.1 to 10.2.255.255.254. This is the IP. This is the broadcast IP. How many subnet? 256 subnet. How many number of hosts in a subnet? This is like number of hosts. If this is a subnet, inside this subnet, how many EC2 instance I can launch? These many EC2 instance I can launch. And how many such network I'll have? I have 256 network. In each 256 network, I can launch 65,536 EC2 instances. This is what the meaning of this. Okay. If this is my requirement, if these many subnet, these many hosts, if it is my requirement, this subnet mask is okay for me. But I have a requirement where I want more network and less host within it. I want more network. Instead of 256, I want more network. but less host within it. So accordingly, I can change it. Okay, I can say for example, I will change this guy to something like 24. So you can see I have number of network is increased 65,536. Number of host within the network is less 256. Okay. So based upon that, what is my requirement? I can select a CIDR subnet mask. Okay. If I select the subnet mask something like 20, it is like 4096 subnet and each subnet has 4096 host. Okay, fine. If I select something like 16, I'll have less subnet, more host within it. So what should you do and who will guide you? Your network admin will guide you. But you should also know as a cloud admin, as a cloud DevOps engineer, as a solution architect, you should also know all these things, okay? How to calculate what is going on. And if you folks are really interested in that, I have written all this networking fund for this page. Okay, all this networking fundamental in my VPC session. There is something known as networking fundamentals. What is IPv4? What is IPv6? How these things work? What is public IP address? What is private IP address? Okay, what is the range of private IP address? What is class A, class B, class C? What is CIDR notation? Okay, how CIDR work? Okay, what and everything I have documented and then example of it, and I have also given this website link here. There is also basics of DNS, like how DNS work. I will just cover in a minute, okay, how DNS works. Then we'll jump to the concept of VPC and we'll start exploring VPC. All right, so you can read it. I mean, this will definitely make much more sense. Okay, how DNS work. This is I have written down here. That is one of the very famous question people ask. Okay, in most of the product-based company, like uh, the DNS question. I'll also try to explore and try to give you the explanation about it, but you can read it here. A lot of information is available here, okay, in my video, right? Yeah, so submitting. So this is basically depends upon what you want to configure, okay? So now what we are going to do is we are going to create our own VPC. So the step that we are going to follow is we will create one VPC, okay? And when you create a VPC, there are two things required. You have to provide the name of the VPC and the cyber that you want to use with this VPC. Okay. And then what you can do is basically you can have within this VPC we will create subnets. Okay, we'll create two subnet. One subnet we'll call it as a public where our web server will place. Okay. Another subnet will create as a private subnet where we will place our databases. Okay. This is how in real world we run our application. We create public subnet internet facing, a web server, a front end server, that will be their private server, private subnet where my database is. Okay. So now first let's reach there and then we'll add more space, because if I describe everything theoretically, you'll feeling bored. So let's go there and let's create first these two steps. Then I'll add two more steps and then we'll perform the lab. Then we'll two more steps, we'll perform the lab, so on and so forth. So first let's go here. And if you want to create your VPC, okay, you reach here VPC. There is a icon here. Can you see that? Create VPC. Okay, just click here, like create VPC. You can name of this VPC, say for example, I'll say my lab VPC. Okay, this is what the name and the CIDR range. Say for example, the CIDR range I'm providing 192.168.0.0/60. Okay, and I'm just clicking create VPC. So you'll see, like if you go to VPC again and come back, if you go to your VPC, you'll see that there I have two VPCs now. Earlier, remember we were having only one VPC, right? My default one. But now we have one more VPC, the lab VPC. Okay, and this lab VPC, what is CGNAT? I didn't understand CGNAT. This is my lab VPC, right? Now this lab VPC, if you scroll here, Okay, and you'll see that the default for the lab VPC is no, because it's a custom VPC. It's not a default VPC. Okay, so this is okay. So we have created a VPC. All right. Now we have created a VPC now, and if you this is a custom VPC. So what happens basically in this diagram? Okay, here let me copy this again and drag it down. Okay, so this is the VPC that we have created. We have named it as a my lab VPC. Now within this VPC, we are going to create some subnet. Okay, how to create a subnet? We'll go here. We'll select our VPC from this filter. We'll say my lab VPC. This is the just VPC, we have filtered it out. Now we'll go to subnet here. Okay, can you see the subnet here? Subnet. Okay, so we first selected our VPC. In this VPC, we reached to the subnet, and now we are going to create subnet. This is a create subnet button. Okay, so we'll go. Default VPC is always from AWS. Yes. So we'll create subnet, and we'll say for which VPC I want to create subnet. For lab VPC, I want to create subnet. I can say this subnet is my, I'll say my lab public subnet. Okay, and which availability zone I will create this subnet. I'll say I'll create in AP South -1A. What is the CIDR notation of this subnet? I'll say 192.168 dot, say for example 100.0/24. Okay, this is CIDR notation for the subnet, and I'll say create subnet. So you can see my lab public subnet got created. Okay, let me create one more subnet. So what happens in the diagram? This VPC will be span across all the availability zone. In 1A, we have created a subnet like this. Okay, in this VPC, I mean this AZ, we have created a subnet. That subnet we mention as a public subnet, my lab public subnet. Let's create one more subnet, that is we'll name it as a private subnet. By naming public and private, it doesn't mean that it will become public and private. Okay, there are a few more things that we have to do. Name, you can put whatever the name, my test subnet, my production subnet, my lab subnet, my public subnet, my private, whatever the name, that is your choice. Okay, but it is just the name. Okay, just by naming anything public, it won't become public. There are a few other things that we need to do, and I'll show you what to do. Let's create one more subnet. We'll go and create subnet. We'll say select a VPC, lab VPC. I'll say my okay, let's choose the availability zone. Let's choose B, AP South -1B, and CIDR range, I'll say 192.168 200.0/4. Okay, let's create the subnet. So we have created the public and private subnet. Let's refresh it. We have to come back from VPC, and this is a bug in VPC. Every time we have to go and come back from the root. I mean, that you're able to see. Select this VPC, go to your VPC, and if you click on subnet, you'll be able to see the both public and the private subnet got created. All right. When you create a subnet, okay, you'll be able to see that I have, if you click on route tables here, can you see this route table? Okay. Okay, so this route table, if you click on route table, there is a default route table that created with when you create a subnet. When you create a VPC, basically, this is associated with your lab VPC. And if you go and see this route table, you can just mention that default route table. That's a default route table, and save it. This is the route table that AWS creates for you. Okay, and if you go to routes, there are route for 192.168.0.0 to local. So what happens basically when you create, this is a public subnet we have created, and there is one private subnet we have created, right? For all the internal communication, like, if you create resources in the public subnet or the private subnet, internally they can communicate. Inside the AWS, there is no issue in the communication. They will able to communicate anything. Because why? Because the routes are already created here. Can you see this? The local communication route is already created here for any kind of communication. But if we want to connect to internet, internet is lying outside AWS. Internet is somewhere here. Okay, if you want to connect to outside AWS, what you need to do over this VPC, you have to create a router, a border device that we call IGW, Internet Gateway. The short form is IGW. You have to create an internet gateway and attach to VPC. That's a two-step process. What is the third step? The third step is create IGW and attach it with your VPC. Okay, you have to create it first and then attach with your VPC. This is a step number 3. All right, first, second, third step. So let's go and create internet gateway. If you go here, if you go to internet gateways, there is, in this VPC there is no internet gateway. So what you can do is basically, this is where the internet gateway is here. You can see VPC, subnet, route table, internet gateway. All the related services will be at the left pane. Okay, these are the related services. If I want to create internet gateway, what we need to do? We need to click here, create internet gateway. This way. All right. So what we'll do, we'll go here, click on create internet gateway. You can just mention but what is internet gateway? Internet gateway is just like in your home Airtel router or AT&T router that is installed. It is something like that. That's a border device. Okay, that is something like that. It's a router basically. My lab IG, but it's not typing. Okay, let's see. It's got created. Now, if it is got created, you can see there is an option to attach to VPC. Can you see that? So this is what we'll do. We'll go here and we'll say attach to VPC. Which VPC? The lab VPC, and we'll say attach it. Now, if I go back here to your VPC, and if I select my lab VPC, and if I select internet gateway, so you can see this, my lab internet gateway is connected to my lab VPC. So this part is also done in the diagram. We have created an internet gateway and then we have attached to this. Now, you want to public subnet. What are the things that are required to anything to become public? First one, it must have a public IP address. And the second thing is you must have a route towards internet. Route means the passage, the path. Okay. So what you need to do is basically from public subnet, you have to create this path so that anybody can talk to internet. Okay. This is required. For private subnet, this is not required because private subnet, anything I'm launching in private subnet, it doesn't require to. Okay. That is one thing that we need. So how to create a route? We have to create a route table. Okay, there is a default route table that is already created when you create a VPC. We are not going to use that default table. We will create our own table. Okay, so how to create a route table? We'll go to route tables. Here you can see this is route tables. Click on route table. And once you are at route table, what you need to do, you have to create route table. So click here, create route table. This create route table. I will say my public route table or my lab public route table. For which VPC? My lab VPC, create route table. So you can see if you go to route table again, you'll see you have two route tables. The default one that is created along with the VPC, and the second one is my lab route table. If you select my lab route table and go to the routes, the actual routes here, and you can click on edit route here. Okay. So how we reach here? Route tables. We selected our own route table that we have created, and after that we went to routes. What are the routes? And then from within the route we went to edit route table. Okay. Let me show you. Click here, edit route. Now here the local route is already added for internal communication. What you need to do, you need to add towards an internet gateway. So add route, okay, and you mentioned CIDR 0, that is the default route, to where internet gateway. Which internet gateway? My lab internet gateway that we have created. Save it. So routes got created. This particular route has a two route table. This route table has two routes. First one is the default one that will go to the internet gateway, and from internet gateway it will talk to internet. Second one is for internal communication, that is for local. Alright, both the routes are added. Now what we need to do is what we have done so far. Arvind, do you have any question here? Again, IGW is generally attached to the inbound and outbound communication purpose. But what about first let's understand the concept of IGW. Okay, I mean internet gateway, and then I'll talk about the internet. This auto-created routing by default means the VPC is shared. No, it's not a shared VPC. I mean, this whenever you create, whenever you create any resource in AWS, within AWS, the resources can communicate with each other using their private IP address. For that, AWS already create route and all. Okay, so that is the default, that is the route that comes along with your VPC, and that is for the internal communication that routes get it. But in our case, we want this route. The internal communication is fine, but I also want when I launch any instance in this subnet here, that instance should communicate to internet. Okay, to this internet. How it will communicate to internet? The package will first go to IGW, and from IGW it will go to the internet. Just like in your home, you have a router, the example that I have shown you here. If you want to connect here, you will go, everything go via this router, right? This is your border table. Similarly in AWS also, this is IGW. If you want to connect to internet, IGW is must. And for packet to reach to IGW, you must have a route in your route table. So what is the step number 3 is done? Then what is the step number 4? Can I mention the step number 3, 4 at here so that it will be a little clear? What is the step number 4? Step number 4 is routes towards IGW, and then attach this route table public subnet. Okay, so we have created route table, we have added the route, but we have not attached the route table to public subnet. What we'll do, this is the route table, this is the route we have added, right? Go to subnet association. Okay, how I reach here? There is something known as subnet association. Inside this route table, there is route, subnet association, edge association, blah blah, so many things. So we have to go to the subnet association. In subnet association, there is something known as edit subnet association, this guy. Okay, so click on edit subnet association. Which route, which subnet I am going to attach with this, public or private? Public one. So we'll say my public, this one, I'll say save it. All right, so this is the route table that we have attached to the subnet, public subnet. All right, now we go to the subnet. So we have added the route towards internet. Now there is one more setting we'll do. We'll select our public subnet here. Okay, go to action, and there is something known as edit subnet setting. Here there is an option of enabling auto assign public IP address. Just enable that setting for the public subnet, because whenever the instance will get launched inside this subnet, they will automatically get a public IP address. Okay, so just enable this setting and save it. How I reach here? Select your subnet. Step is first. Select your, check this arrow, and then go to action. In action, okay, there is something known as edit subnet setting. Click on edit subnet setting and enable the public IP address and save it. All right. So what is the next step? I mean, the next step, step number 3, and then what is step number 4? Step number 4 is basic. Enable as public IP address for public subnet. Now your subnet is truly become a public subnet. Okay. First, what we did, we created a VPC. We have given a name to that VPC. We have given a CIDR range to that VPC. Within this VPC, we have created two subnet, public subnet and after that, we have created an IGW and we have attached this IGW to the VPC. Okay, create IGW and attach to the VPC. Next, what we did, we created a route table. We have added a route towards IGW and then we attach that route to the public subnet. After that, we have enabled the auto assign address for the public subnet. Everyone is here. BGP is little different concept, like broader gateway protocol is dynamic routing kind of thing. So that's little different concept. When we kind of here we are manually providing the route, right? So it's not learning by its own. Yeah, on-prem to AWS, or when we create VPN connection or fast connect connection, or this is something where direct connection, that is express route, where we use this that it will learn. Okay, so now we have everything ready. Now let me draw this diagram little bit more clear way. I mean more simple way. Okay, so that it will be. So this is our VPC. This is we have created a VPC. Okay, within this VPC we have created two subnet. This is subnet. Public subnet, I'll just mention as a pub subnet. Okay, this is a public subnet. And we have created another subnet that is a private subnet. Private. Okay. We have created an IGW, Internet Gateway. That IGW is attached to VPC. After that, we have created a route table entry. Okay. We have created this route table entry. Okay, this is route table for the public subnet that we have created so that traffic can go to the IGW. For private subnet communication, there is already a route created for this from here to here communication. We already a loop created. Route entries are there in both the route tables. So we have two route table. First one is a default that comes along with VPC. Okay. Second one is the custom route table, that is public route table that we have. Right? Are you folks getting it? This public route table has two entry. One for IGW and another for local connection. Okay. The default has only one entry for. Okay, the default route table is attached with private subnet. This route table is connected to the public subnet. Are you folks getting it? Is this clear to everyone? For every AP South, we'll have to configure public. No, it depends. If you want to create multiple VPC, then in that case, yes. If you want to manage everything in one VPC, in that case, not require only one VPC. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to create an EC2 instance here. In this, our subnet, not the default one, we are going to create an EC2 here. So what we will do, we will an EC2. Let's go. and create it. So our VPC is ready. We'll go to EC2 instance. Let me see if I have any volumes. Everything should be get deleted. Oh, still 10 GB is there. From where this 10 GB is coming, it must be available. Let me delete it. Delete. Oh, that's the extra volume that we attach. Now let's go to instance. There is no running instance. We have to go to Mumbai because we have created a VPC in Mumbai. So we'll go to Mumbai AP-South-1. We'll launch an instance. We'll say my web server. We'll create an Amazon Linux. Okay, we'll connect it to micro key. We'll say bomb key. And here in networking, this time we are not going to use the default VPC. We'll edit it. And here we will select our lab. Can you see this lab VPC? Okay, so we'll select lab. Which subnet, private subnet or public subnet? I want to launch instance in the public subnet. I'll say public subnet. Auto assign IP address is enabled. That is fine. Okay, create a security. What is this security group? We'll talk about it. We'll say my lab SG security group. But what is security group? Don't worry, I will talk about it in a minute. I'll just make a description. My lab SG. What are the ports required? I'll say SSH anywhere, and I will, that is fine. 8 GB, but I'll select magnetic, not GP3. I'll say launch instance. This time, what is the difference in the launch instance? This time we are using VPC, custom VPC, not the default one. We are not using the default VPC this time. We are using the custom VPC. So we'll go to instance here, refresh it. My web server is pending. Let's wait it for running. Let's wait. I think it's running now. Let's copy this IP address. Go to putty. Okay, let me load my bomb setup. Kubernetes, new bomb, I think. New bomb, my DevOps. Just give me a second. AWS Investor 35. New Azure, get Kubernetes master, new bomb, I think. This one, if I'm not wrong, let me just check. I need to check the key because key should be there. Bomb key, yes, that's there. So just open it, accept it. I'm able to get the access, right? So this is the instance that is running here. Okay, new session, or let me change the setting and maybe increase the font size, appearance, change 20. Okay, apply. All right, so I am connecting to this instance. Okay, so what is happening now? Let me tell you how these things are connected. Okay, so this diagram I will copy and paste so that I can explain you a very important concept. Okay, this is the diagram. I am sitting at my home at laptop. This is, say for example, my laptop. Okay, I am using, in this laptop, I'm using a software named Putty to connect to this machine. Okay, which machine? This machine, this EC2 instance, this guy. Okay, but how the traffic is coming here? Traffic is going to over internet. From internet, it is going to IGW. From IGW, it is getting this route table and reaching to this EC2 instance. Are you folks getting? If from this EC2 instance, okay, if from this EC2 instance, I want to ping google.com or Google server. This is Google server somewhere over the internet. Okay, this is again internet. If I from this EC2 instance, I want to ping Google. You know how my traffic will flow? From this EC2 instance, it will follow this route table Okay, 1 second. It will follow, it is not coming. It will follow this route table. It will go to IGW, it will go to internet, and it will go to Google. Let me show you. Ping 8.8.8. Can you see that? What is 8.8.8? Google DNS. Or if you don't know, like if you ping google.com. Can you see that I'm getting the reply back? All right. So this is how the traffic flows. Now the one more question. I have 10 minutes. I just want to show you. Now I am going to launch another instance also in the private subnet. This EC2 instance. Okay. Here, this EC2 instance here in private subnet. And I will tell you how to connect to this EC2 instance. So how this connectivity is happening? It is going to internet. From internet, it is going to IGW. From IGW, it is going to, why it is not going it? Okay, this one I want to make it. And this one also I want to make it. Okay, so route table entry should be visible to you. Okay, this is how we are connected. Without public IP can use, yeah, this is where I'm reaching right now. Okay, I'm going there. I'll tell you how to use NAT. Okay, okay, so we are going to also launch an EC2 instance here. Okay, what? Because this is going to take little time. Let me save here because we have 10 minutes and I don't want to finish this in a hurry. Okay, what we will do, and let me show this EC natting one. We'll check next session. Okay, because natting I don't want to finish in a hurry. This one I'll show you. We'll go here and we'll create one more instance. We'll say launch. We'll say for example, this is my DB server. It's a database server. Just imagine it's a database server and I'm using Amazon Linux. And I'll say T2 micro. Okay. And key pair, I'll create this time a key pair. I'll say create key pair for this new instance. I'll say my private bomb key. And it's a M key. And I'll say create this key pair. The key pair has got created. I'll edit this networking setting. I'll say instead of default, use my lab VPC. And in lab VPC, use the private subnet. Can you see this private subnet? I'm selecting the private subnet. Auto assign IP address is disabled. It's not going to get the public IP address. I'll say select existing security group. I think I have created a my lab SG. This one. And I'll say magnetic. I'll say launch instance. So let's go here and see the instance is getting launched or not. If we just refresh it, you can see my database server is here available. But how can I connect this my database server? Okay, this database server, this private server is here. A little bit. I am sitting here. Okay, I am here. I want to connect this guy using my laptop. But I can come here, I can go to internet, I can go to IGW, but there is no route from here to there. This is no route. How can I? My packet will stop here. Okay, if I try to connect, it will stop here only because, and this is point number one. Point number two, this guy doesn't have even public IP address. How can I connect over internet? So what we generally do, we have connectivity till here. We are here right now, EC2. Can we connect from this instance to this instance? Yes, obviously, because this local route is there, right? So let's do that part. Okay, so how can we connect this one? We already have a connectivity to this instance. This is my public instance. What is the IP address? 192.168.100.204. Okay, what is 100.204? If you go to my web server, this is 100.204, the private IP address. What is the IP address of this guy? This guy, the database instance, 200.51. So what we will do, we'll see connect. We will first check the connectivity. We'll try to here, we'll say SSH to this. Yes, connectivity is there, but I'm not able to connect it because It's require key-based authentication. So for that, we already have a key created. So let me open this key. Let me open this key. Yeah. So this is a private key. This is there. So what we will do, we will now we'll say, just give me a second. The name of the key is this. So what I'll do, I'll copy this key to my Linux machine. I'll go here, this Linux machine. I'll say VI. This one, this is the name of the key, and the name of the key is M key authentication. M. Open it, a file. I'll copy the content of this file key here, and I'll paste it here. Okay. And one more thing we need to make, sometimes we need to change the permissions. We get more 400 to this key. Now I want to attach, I'll say SSH-I, name of the key, and the IP address 192.168.200.50. Can you see that I got this IP prompt 200.51? So how I connected here? This instance, the private instance, I followed this path. From here, I went to IGW. I follow this route table. I connected to this EC2 instance. From this EC2 instance, I connected to this segment. Why this connectivity is there? Because there is a route table entry of local route. Remember local? This is how the local route is useful. Let me show you. If you go to VPC, if you go to route table, if you go to route, so we have two routes for this subnet. We have two routes. First one is this for internet connectivity to IGW. This local route is useful to connect from this EC2 instance to this EC2 instance. Are you folks getting me? Once you are done with the lab, what you should do, you should delete all your resources. So first thing first, you should go and delete your instances. Delete your instances. No, don't keep it running. Otherwise, your bill will be a little higher because we are going to meet next week. So what I'll do, I'll terminate these EC2 instances. It will get shut down. Then you have to come to your VPC. You have to go to your internet gateway first. Select your internet gateway. Go and detach from VPC. It will take some time because your route tables are using it. So first, what do you think? Just let the instance to be terminated. When your instance will get terminated, what you can do, you can select your VPC. Okay. First, delete your route tables because route table has an entry. This route table has an entry for IGW. So it will not allow to delete your IGW. So what you can do, you can just go edit route table. Okay. And remove this route table entry. Save changes. Now you can go to internet gateway, select your internet gateway, action, detach from VPC. Once it will get detached, you select your VPC internet gateway and delete it. Don't keep it running. It's a chargeable device. Okay, delete and mention delete. It will get deleted. Okay, and then you have to go to your VPC. Select your lab VPC, go to action and delete VPC. Okay, it will delete all the subnet route table, everything. Okay, this way, whatever the lab you are doing, whatever the resource you are creating, after practicing, go and delete everything. This way will save huge amount of money. I mean, you will get a very small bill of few rupees, not more than 100-200 rupees per month. But if you keep these instances running, if you keep these databases running, if you keep this IGW running, you will get a very good amount of bill. Okay, so use it wisely.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat, in collaboration with EC Council IIT Roorkee, offers an advanced certification in cybersecurity designed for professionals looking to upskill. This comprehensive program covers essential cybersecurity concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security, providing hands-on training and real-world insights. You'll get to learn directly from renowned IIT faculty and the top industry experts, gaining the expertise needed to tackle modern cybersecurity challenges. Want to learn more? Reach out to us today.
Now we are going to create the same stuff. Okay, the VPC, then we'll create subnet within it. We'll launch instances there. Then we will basically create on the route tables and all everything one more time, and this time I will discuss about the concept of security groups and NACL. So this is what the idea is. Let's move ahead. So what we are going to do, basically we'll create an here a VPC. So let's go ahead to the AWS console. This time I'll do a little bit fast because this is a repetition of the same thing. So I will just very quickly create everything. Let me create a Mumbai region. We'll create a VPC. We'll say VPC. We'll put a CIDR range something like 192. 16 is the CIDR. And we'll create VPC here. Now we'll go ahead to Internet Gateway. We'll create an Internet Gateway. We'll say lab IGW. Okay, I hope everyone is getting this step because the same thing we did it last time. Right, we'll go again to Internet Gateway. We'll attach this IGW. We'll say action, attach to VPC. We'll select the VPC. VPC is not appearing here. We'll have to go to VPC again. Come back to your VPC, Internet Gateway. Select your lab IGW. Action, attach to VPC. Select your lab VPC and say attach. Now we'll go to your VPC. So we have VPC got created. Okay. In this VPC, we have created an IGW, Internet Gateway, and we have attached. Let me put it like this here. This is IGW. Now we are going to create some subnet here. So we'll go to subnet. We'll say, we'll filter out our VPC, lab VPC. We'll say create subnet. We'll say public. We'll say public. If select VPC, we'll select the lab VPC first, then we'll create subnet name. We'll say public subnet. Okay, just I'm naming it public. I'm choosing in availability zone 1A. CIDR range of VPC is correct. Say 192.168.100.0/24 is the subnet for the subnet A. We'll say create subnet. We'll go ahead and create one more subnet. We'll select the lab VPC. We'll say private. We'll select the site 1B availability zone and then 192.168.200.0/24. Right, so this is the subnet B. We'll say create subnet. So two subnet got created. Okay, we'll go to your VPC again. You can go to VPC from the beginning and select your VPC. Filter out your VPC here, lab VPC. You can see the subnet got created. If you select the route tables, this is a default route table got created. We'll create one more route. We'll say public route table. Okay, we'll select for the VPC lab and we'll create it. Similarly, we'll go to route table one more time. We'll say create one more route table. This time we'll say, let me select the VPC first. So the VPC name we can say right route table, and for VPC lab VPC, and we'll say create. We have just created the route table. We have not attached any, not created any route or something. So we have with the route table, we have three route table. This is a default route table that comes along with the VPC. Okay. So there are few things that you need to make a note of it. Okay. When you create a VPC, okay, what are the things that happens by default? When you create a VPC, first of all, our default route table gets created. Okay, this route table for the internal communication. Remember, we discussed about the internal communication. This local communication. We launch. Our traffic came like this, traffic. We connected like this, right? For this to this communication, we need an internal route. We need a route. This is what the default route table gets created. Okay, so we have created two route tables. So what we have done here, we have created two subnet here. First, this subnet I named it as a public. Okay, just to make sure this is just the name as a public, and this this subnet I have named as a private. All right. Now what I'm going to do is, what we are going to do basically, we are going to connect this route. Okay, we are going to connect this route. Okay, this one. This route table is going to be public. This route table is public. Okay, and for this communication, we are going to launch. Our traffic came like this, traffic. We connected like this, right? For this to this communication, we need an internal route. We need a route. This is what the default route table gets created. Okay, so we have created two route tables. So what we have done here, we have created two subnet here. First, this subnet I named it as a public. Okay, just to make sure this is just the name as a public, and this subnet I have named as a private. All right. Now what I'm going to do is, what we are going to do basically, we are going to connect this route. Okay, we are going to connect this route. Okay, this route table is going to be, this route table is public. Okay, and for this communication, we are going to, for this and this communication, from this subnet to this subnet communication, we have already, we will create a route that is known as private. We are not going to use the default route. Okay, this route table we are going to create. So public subnet route we are going to attach with the public route table. This is public route table that we are going to attach with the public subnet. Private route table we are going to attach with the private subnet. Okay, first let's define the route within the route tables. So this is public sub route table. If you select only public route table, you will see that it is for VPC, but if you go to route, it has only local route. In order to make it public, what we'll do, we'll edit it and we'll say add a route, and we'll select CIDR 0 to IGW. The default route table will select to the internet gateway. Which internet gateway? The lab internet gateway that we have just created. We'll say save the changes. All right, this is done. Now we'll go to route table again, and we'll select again the public route table. I have selected the public one only. What I will do, I'll go to the subnet association here. Okay, this is my subnet, public subnet. I'm attaching this route table to this subnet. This route table I'm attaching to the public subnet. How I can do this? I mean, it's very simple. You can just go to the public subnet association. There is no subnet association. You can see no subnet association. So how to associate that? Edit. There's an option to edit. No, it's not like that. Default subnet will use for when the packet go outside. When there is no specific route defined, then the default route table use. I will tell you, okay? But it's not like that. The rule says something different. I will tell you how it works. Okay, just give me one more. Edit subnet. Which route table we should attach? Which subnet we should attach? Public one. We'll say save changes. So public route table, public subnet has this route got attached. Which one? This one. Public route table subnet has this route table. Okay, this is the route table. Let me put it like little small, like this, and this is the destination. This is this. Okay, this is the destination. Oh, sorry, I took the wrong. Let me just cut and paste in the two form. Otherwise, this is the destination. Okay. How route table works, I'm going to explain. This is the destination. I hope it is clear. I'm just making a little bit bigger so that you can understand. This is the destination, and this is the target. Okay, how route table basically works. How the packet understood like where I have to go. Okay. Actually, what happens when your destination is this IP range 192.168.0.16, any traffic when it is going to this, any packet is going to this IP range, it will use this route. It means that whenever any EC2 instance, what is the our CIDR of VPC? The CIDR of our VPC is 192.168.0.0/16. This was the CIDR, yes or no? Right, this is what the CIDR we took, right? All right, so this is the CIDR. So what is CIDR? This CIDR means, just try to understand this. This CIDR means all these things. Any traffic within this VPC, any traffic within this VPC is basically this network. So it says that whenever the traffic within this VPC use local route. What it says is any traffic within this VPC use this local route. All right. But if any traffic that is not within this VPC use IGW. Okay. Say for example, just try to understand. I will create, and what is the CIDR range of the public subnet? 192.168.100.0/24. This is the CIDR range of the public subnet. And this is the CIDR range of the private subnet. Here it will become 200. Any EC2 instance when you launch, on a public subnet, it will get an IP address from this range. Okay, it will get an IP address of 192.168.12345622255. Any IP address from this range. Any EC2 instance when you launch in the private subnet, it will get IP address from this range. Now, when this EC2 instance wants to connect to this EC2 instance, what IP address it will use? From this range. And this is the subset of this range. So which route will use? This route will use local. So the communication will happen via this. Now, you want to pick google.com. Google has, say for example, IP 8.8.8.8. Is the 8.8.8 is from this range? No, it's not from this range. So what packet will do? This time it will connect to default route. What is the default route? Go to IGW. And any traffic that is coming to IGW will push to the internet. That is why we are able to connect to internet. Are you folks getting it? How this route? Okay. This is very important. Okay. This is very okay. This is the public route. Okay. This route table, and then now loading down the size so that I can put it here. This is the public route. Similarly, we have private route table. What is this route table? Let's see the private route table. If I go here and see what is private route table, let's go select private route table. What is the route? Only I have internal routes. That is fine. Private IP, private, we need just only this thing. And for private route table, I will attach this because I'm going towards NAT get gateway concept slowly. Okay. So make the things crystal clear in your mind. Okay. This is there. This private route table we are going to attach with the private subnet. How? Again, we'll go to edit. We'll go to subnet association. We'll edit the subnet. We'll say this route table connects to private subnet. Save it. Save the change. All right. So these two things are done. Now, what we are going to what is left? We have created IGW. We have added the route. I think we are good. Now we'll launch an EC2 instance here in public subnet. And one more thing, whenever you create an VPC, if you scroll it down, let's talk about security. So here you will see we have something known as security. Can you see that security portion here? We have something known as network ACLs and security groups. So these two are basically firewall. Okay. Yes. Okay, these are two firewalls. Okay. First one we call NACLs, Network Access Control List. Okay. And the second one we call security group. Whenever you create VPC, by default, there is a network default NACL will get created. Default will get created. Similarly, if you click on security group, there is a default security group that will get. Okay. What is different between NACLs and security group? We'll talk in a minute. But what I'm trying to say, just like if you go to route table, there is a default route that gets created. This is a default route. Okay, but we have created a user-defined custom our own route table as well. Similarly, there is a network NACL get created, or NACL will have something known as inbound rule, outbound rule, and a subnet association. Three things. What is a NACLs? NACL, NACL. Network Access Control List. Okay, it's a network access control. NACLs, we call it in the short form. Okay, second term is a security group. Second thing is a security group. By default, there is a default security group. For security group also we have inbound rule, outbound rule. All right. For NACLs we have inbound rule, outbound rule, as well as subnet association. Okay, but for security group there is no subnet association, just inbound rule and outbound rule. Okay, what happens when you create an EC2 instance? EC2 instance will get created here on your inside the subnet. Let me draw this diagram little bigger here. Otherwise, there it's just imagine this is your subnet. Okay, subnet will have your EC2 instance get created. This is your EC2 instance. I can create one more EC2 instance. Yes, I can create one more EC2 instance. NACLs work at the subnet level. NACL will applicable at the subnet level. Security group is also a firewall that is applicable at the instance level. Okay, SG, security group. I can attach the same security group with multiple EC2 instance, that is fine. But the security group is at the NAC instance level. So how a traffic will come? When, say for example, this is your EC2 instance and this is connected to IGW. Just imagine the same EC2 instance. And IGW, we have something known as internet gateway, and the traffic is coming from internet. Traffic will first reach to the IGW. Your packet will reach to IGW. From IGW, it will go to NACLs. From NACLs, it will go to the security not required. So your traffic will go to security group, and from security group, because it is attached over the instance, the traffic will reach to the EC2 instance. Okay, whenever you are connecting, okay, from like your home, we are connected from Putty, right? We have like from here I'm connecting to Putty. The traffic goes like this. From my laptop, it will go to IGW. From IGW to go to NACLs, NACL to security group to EC2 instance. At any point of this here, okay, first of all, this is how the traffic flows. Okay, at any point of time, if anywhere anything is blocked, say for example, I'm using Putty to connect, right? I'm using to connect to my EC2 instance. Putty is a software. And I'm using a protocol SSH. SSH work on 22. Okay, 22 port must be open. Okay, if the 22 port is not open, our traffic will get stuck there. That is what happens in firewall. We block anything or we allow anything. NACL and security group are two types of firewall. In NACL, we have we call it a stateless firewall. Okay, what we call stateless firewall, and security group we call SG, we call stateful firewall. What is stateless? What is stateful? I mean, in NACL specifically, I mean, you know what I mean, how that you folks may be knowing it, how the communication happens, like when the two computers want to talk to each other, how traffic will communicate. The first computer will first send a SYN request. Okay, SYN. Then this computer will send a SYN plus. Okay. Then the third computer will send the ACK request. This is a three-way handshake. You may have learned this thing in your college days. I mean, that is quite basic. Okay, but I'm trying to explain you how the communication happened. Okay, then the third request will come. I mean, I'm not able to draw the request, but I'm not yet. This is, say, for example, third. And the third request of acknowledgement. Then after that, you are able to communicate. Okay, first the connection will get established. Without getting connection established, you're not able to communicate. If you're typing facebook.com, you're getting the page, the connection, but before getting the connection, these things happen. They establish the connection. They trust each other. Okay. This guy will want to verify that destination is correct. This guy want to verify that source is correct. So first, this guy will say SYN. This guy say acknowledge the SYN. Then the third guy, this guy sends SYN plus ACK. Then this is they both trusted each other. Then they say yes, we can now talk to each other. What happens? So this any traffic that is coming towards you, towards this machine, is known as inbound traffic or ingress traffic. Okay, inbound traffic or is traffic. Any traffic that you are generating towards then that traffic going outside from you, that is known as outbound traffic. Egress. Alright, if just remember one analogy, if a guest is coming to your home, they are what kind of traffic they are generating to you? Ingress. If anybody is coming to visit your home, the guest is coming. If I am coming to your home, I will generate a ingress traffic. Okay. If you are going outside to meet somebody, you are generating an outbound traffic with respect to your home. Okay. So that is something ingress and outgress. In NACLs, we have to define both ingress and egress both. Ingress and egress. Both port we have to define. Inbound में क्या होगा and outbound में क्या होगा. Then in stateful, like security group, you have to just take care of ingress. By default, egress is allowed. But now earlier, I mean, now AWS has made it a little simpler. If you see, like secure NACL here, NACLs. NACL, if you see inbound rule, that is like rule number 100. All traffic, all protocol is allowed for all IP address. Okay. Outbound traffic, all protocol allowed for all traffic. Now they made it simple. I mean, outbound they also allowed it. Earlier we have to specifically defined it, but now I have seen like it's by default allowed. Okay. In security group, there is also an inbound rule. Okay, where all traffic, all protocol is allowed, and outbound rule, all traffic, all protocol is allowed. So that thing you need to remember. This is default NACL and this is default security group. Default NACL and default security group, all protocol, all port, all IP address is allowed. For default security group, all protocol, or port, all IP allowed. But if you create your own security group, custom security group, by default everything is blocked. If you create NACLs, by default everything is blocked. Okay, and one more thing. In NACLs, rules are written in numbers. Okay, in NACLs, rules are written in number. Okay, what do you mean by that? Higher the number, okay, lower the number, higher the precedence. Okay, this is what is the meaning of this line? I'll explain with an example. Whatever we have discussed so far, okay, just try to digest, because I'm going to show you with the help of example. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to create an EC2 instance. First, let's create a security group or NACLs. I will say, let's create a NACL. I will say my NACL. Okay, for which VPC, I'll say lab VPC, and I'll say create NACL. So can you see that I have two NACLs now? I mean, I have my default one and I have another one, my lab VPC. All right. Now, the point here is, if I go to my lab VPC and go to inbound, can you see that all traffic, everything is deny? If I go to outbound, all traffic, everything is deny. But if I go to default one, I can see the rule number first. I mean the lower this rule, because this doesn't have any rule, so it will like all traffic, everything is allowed. Deny one is below. Okay, so how it works? First, any traffic will come here and it will see, okay, all traffic, everything is allowed. It is not even going to read this rule. Rule number one, if I'm allowed, I'm not going to read the other rules, whatever we mentioned. The moment I'm allowed, I'll just take it from there. Okay. Similarly, for outbound, everything is allowed. Okay. Now let's go to security group. This is the default one. Let's create our own security group. I'll say my lab SG. Okay. Description, give the same description. VPC, I'll say lab VPC. And here we need to define outbound. You can see it's everything is allowed. We'll say create security group. Security group got created. If I go to security group, I have two security group. Name didn't appear, so let me just put a name here. My lab SG. Okay. So here you can see if I click on my lab SG, in inbound rule, can you see that there is no inbound rule open? Everything is, nothing is here. If you can just edit it, nothing is here. You have to open it one by one. Okay. Now everything will start making sense when we'll create some resources. Let me duplicate this page and create an EC2 instance in a public subnet first. Go to EC2 instance. I'll say launch instance. I'll say my web server. Let's use Amazon Linux. Okay. We'll say T2 micro. Can you see that free tier eligible? Make sure that if you're using instance, somebody was asking like the bill, make sure that you're using free tier eligible. This is Mumbai. We'll say bomb key. And here we'll edit the secure VPC, and we are not going to use a default one. We'll say lab VPC. And in the lab VPC, I'm using public subnet. Auto assign IP address, I'll say enable it. Okay, create security group or select existing security group. I'll say select existing security group. I'll select my lab SG that we have created. Okay, and I will select the magnetic disk. I'll say launch instance. Okay, instance got launched. Let's wait for a minute. It will be available running right in few minutes. Now, NACL, the NACL that we have created, okay, we'll go to VPC. We'll select our VPC, lab VPC. We'll go to network access control list. We'll select our NACL, okay, and we'll go to subnet association here. Okay, and we'll edit the subnet association and we'll select the public subnet, save changes. All right. So now how is the diagram? This is our VPC. I'm just drawing this one. Okay, this is our VPC. In this VPC, we have a public subnet. Okay, this is a public subnet. We have created a NACL, a lab NACL. Okay, this is lab NACL. This lab NACL we have attached to this subnet here. We have created an EC2 instance. EC2 instance, and this EC2 instance we have attached a lab security group. Right? This is subnet. Till here everyone is with me. Is this diagram is clear? This is VPC, this is public subnet, this is VPC. And we have an IGW that is attached here. This route is already there. Okay, this route towards this is route table is a public route table, right? That is there. RT is there. This is IGW and IGW, not FW, IGW. And I am sitting here at my home with my laptop, putting install, and this is internet, and this I want to connect to this guy. All right. What is IP address? Let's go. Let's collect the IP address. Public IP address. Go to EC2 instance. Public IP address is this. Okay. Let's go there. Load AWS 2025. We SSH, make sure that I have a 2025 key, or we have bomb key, right? Something. We have used bomb key if I'm not wrong. Let me go here. Again, let me see if I have a bomb. Azure, AWS, Azure, Yellow, KTS Master. My new bomb, I think this one. Change the IP address. Let me make sure that the bomb key is there. A bomb key, okay? And connection data EC2-user, correct. Session, I'll say save it and I'll say open. You know what? You can just see what is happening. Waiting, and it will die. I won't be able. Why I'm not able to connect? What is happening? What do you think? You can say network connection timed out. We got this message. Network connection timed out. Yes, SSH is not allowed. SSH is not allowed where? SSH is not allowed first at the my packet is coming here, okay? My network packet is coming here, and it is at NACL, it is waiting, and the NACL says, I won't allow you in. If you go and see my NACL, inbound rule, it says, all traffic, all protocol, deny. Oh, okay, it got denied. So what I'll do, I'll say edit. I'll create a rule number, add a new rule. I'll say rule number 100. You can put any number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 100 is just, quite easy to remember. So that's why I'm putting 100. I'll say SSH. I'll say all traffic allow. I'll say save changes. Okay. Now if I go to inbound, okay, inbound SSH allow. Okay, fine. Now let me try that one again. Okay, let me restart the session. Restart. Ding, 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 ding. And it will die again. Why it will die again? Because traffic is moving from here to here. I mean, traffic is moving from here, but from NACL, it is going to security group right now. Security group, there is no port open, right? Security group is blocked. If you want to see, let me first show you. Timed out again. Yes, timed out again. Let's go to security group. Go to your instance, check to security and say security group. I'll say, oh, there is no rule. There's nothing open. So let's edit it. We'll say add rule. We'll say SSH. We'll say anywhere. And we'll say save this rule. What do you think what will happen this time? We should be able to connect. Right? Let's try. No, we should not. One thing is missing. Let me restart this and restart. Let's see. Ding, 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 ding. Let's wait. Come on. Yes, Ritupal is saying absolutely 100% correct. And Faisal, you are also 100% correct. So what is happening here? My traffic is coming like this. My network packet is coming like this. Okay, and it is going to EC2. SYN is coming, but SYN respond is going because security group doesn't block anything outbound, but NACL block here. The traffic when returning back, it is blocked here. So I'm not getting anything reply back. So for me, it's network timed out. Okay, traffic block here. How? If you go and see the NACL outbound traffic, deny. Oh, let's edit it. We'll say rule number, add new rule. We'll say rule number 100. TCP, we'll say all traffic. For outbound, I'm allowing everything. Okay, all traffic, all destination allow, and so I'll save the changes. Okay, let's try this time. Restart the session. Oops, I got it. Are you folks getting it? What is inbound, outbound? What is NACL? What is security group? Is it making sense? right? Now let me show you something else. 120, okay. All right, I'm back. So this is clear. All right, good. Now we'll do something else. I'll discuss something else. A little bit more clarity on how these rules work. What we'll do, we'll create again a website. We'll say yum-y date. That's the problem. Why it is not updating? Okay, yum-y install httpd. Oops, why it is not installing? It's by 1 second. Why it is not installing? Loading the repository is on. No match from httpd. Okay. Once I think DNF. 1 second. I think it's Apache HTTP2 or something. They say, like, if I'm not wrong, this is sudo DNF install HTTPD. I got it. You know why it is not happening? Because no, I think, let me do one thing. Let me go to first knackles. Knackle. Where is my knackle? Inbound traffic, because we have allowed SSH but not HTTP, right? So we'll say add new rule. We'll say it works on HTTP protocol, right? So what we'll say for some period of time, I'll say rule number 90. Okay. I'll say all traffic, all protocol allow, just to upgrade something. Okay. Save changes. And I'll go to HTTPS, security group. I'll say edit inbound rule. I'll add one more rule. I'll say custom. I'll say all traffic, all protocol, all something, save changes. Okay, so what is happening? The rule number, now if you see inbound rule, the rule number 90 says all traffic, everything is allowed. Let me just try now. Can you see that it is happening now? Because HTTP traffic was blocked, right? So that is why it's not happening. Now, let me again install HTTPD. It's installed. Now I will tell you. First, let me install it. Then I will tell you what I have done, how it works. This is what I'm about to explain you, but with an example. So first, let me install my website. Now do yum. I think service got started. Right? Yes, service got started. DNF install. Let's start the service. Service got started. Let's enable the service. We got enabled. We'll proceed to there. HTML. We'll create a website. It's a eco and say we are learning knackles and security group. So I say it's index.html. Okay, now let me take the IP address of this website. This guy, instance, I'll go to details, I'll copy the IP address, and I'll put the IP address here. So you can see my website is running, right? I mean, the same thing, the message is here, our website is running. Now I'll tell you what is happening, okay? Can you folks try to this 13.126.11, what is this, 112.5, this IP address? Let's try this IP. Are you folks getting this? Can somebody please confirm yes, no? You're getting it? Okay, fine. Now, let me do one thing. I will say edit inbound rule. I will say add new rule. I'll say rule number 85. Okay. I'll say custom. I'll say that is HTTP. Instead of allow, I'll say deny. Save changes. What is the inbound rule? Rule number 85 says what? HTTP traffic, allow or deny? Deny. Just refresh this page. It will die. You can just try. Just wait for a few seconds because the information is coming from cache. It will die in a minute. Or let me take a new, you can try on a different browser or something. You will get the response a little faster. You're not able to access? Are you getting it how it works? Lower the rule, lower the number, higher the precedence. Rule number 85 says deny it. Rule number 85 says deny. The moment it got deny, it is not going to read this or this. It's just deny here only. This is deny, it will deny. It will stop your traffic. Okay, now let me tell you one more thing. What I will do, I'll just make it one more edit. I'll say rule number, add new rule. I'll say rule number 84. Okay, I'll say HTTP. I'll say allow all traffic safe. Now just try to access. I'm getting the website. Are you folks getting it? Okay, this is how it works. The moment it is allow or deny, it will just stop there. If it is allow, it is allow. If it is deny, it is deny. It is not going to read all the rule. But in security group, it reads all the rule. Yeah, you can give randomly, but we follow in the multiple of 100 or multiple of 10 so that we can remember it. Okay, Kanchan? Alright, so this is about NACLs and the security group. Now, I'm going to tell you one more thing, that is the NAT gateway. Remember this diagram that we have drawn like few minutes before? This route table. Now you should be able. Sorry. First of all, NACLs we apply at the subnet level. Security group we apply at the instance level. Okay. Security group is at instance level. NACL is at the not at the VM level, at the subnet level. Okay. We can attach multiple security groups to instance. Yes, the answer is yes. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to understand the concept of NAT gateway. So what we will do, we'll go to launch one more instance. We'll go here, EC2, launch instance. We'll say my DB instance. We'll use the same Amazon Linux. We'll select T2 micro. We'll create a key pair. We'll say PEM key. We'll say my, I think we have a December PEM key somewhere. Not on December 2024. And we'll say create key pair. It's get downloaded. All right. We'll go to networking. We'll edit it. We'll say change it to diff lab VPC. Subnet will select private. IP address is disable. We'll select security group. We'll say my lab SG. Okay, and I'm going to select magnetic standard create. Okay, if I go to instance, I can see that another instance got launched. My DB instance. Let me open that key as well. Just 1 second. Let me just open it. Where is that? Where is that key.com? Downloaded somewhere, right? Okay, so I got this December 10 key. Okay, so I'll copy this key here. I'll go to my EC2 instance here. I'll create a file V and say my December 2025, December 2024.10. Right, and I will paste it here. This content. Because I need a key, right? So what I do SSH -I, and I need to change the permission of this key. I'll say chmod 400. Say SSH-I, key name ec2-user@. What is the private IP address of this guy? The private IP address of the DNS is the private subnet database instance is 279. 200.70. So yes, IP didn't got copied. I'll copy it again. Copy. All right. So I got the access of the private subnet, private instance. Now here, if I want to do em fny update, or maybe do sudo em -y date, you'll able to see it will try, and it will die sometime. Why? Because the server, I want to download package from the internet, right? And the package, the route towards the internet is not available. Then what we are going to do? We are going to create a NAT gateway. Yes, we are going to do NAT. Just like there is an IP, internet gateway, there is another device that is called the NAT gateway. Okay, so first let me go ahead and explore this. We'll create a NAT gateway. So let's go here, VPC. Can you see this NAT gateway device here? NAT gateway, right? So what we'll do, we'll create it, we'll say, click on NAT gateway. There is no NAT gateway in this VPC. What is the option here? Click on NAT gateway. From here, click create NAT gateway, right? Click NAT gateway, we'll say lab ngw. For which subnet? We should create NAT gateway where? Public subnet or private subnet? Are you sure? Think again. We should create on public subnet or private subnet? Just try to understand. Let's go to this diagram. You want to, when you want to upload a package, say for example, you want to download package originally from this server that is available over internet. From your private subnet, traffic, anything that is going outside the internet, it has to go to IGW. Okay? If you create NAT gateway here, the situation will remain same. How this will happen? How you are going to reach to the IGW? This route is not available to this guy, right? But what we can do, we can create NAT gateway in the public subnet here. We'll create a device here. When the device will get created, this route is already there. This is there, IGW. What we have to do from public private subnet, we have to create one more route Any traffic that is not to the local go to the NAT gateway. And when the traffic will reach the NAT gateway, it will go to the IGW. And from IGW, it will connect to the server and it will download the packet. Are you getting it? If you create in the private subnet, then the situation will remain same. This is missing. And if you create this will become a private public subnet. We don't want this. So where we have to create the NAT gateway? In the public subnet. Are you folks getting me what I'm trying to say? Is it making sense? So we'll go here. We'll select subnet. We'll say my lab. This one, public lab. This is the AB. I think this is our subnet name, right? Public. We'll say public. Connectivity type public. Elastic IP. I think this is required. Let me see. Locate elastic IP and we'll say create it. So within few seconds, you'll see the NAT gateway will be pending. It will become running. Let's refresh the page. Just wait for 2-3 minutes. It will be running. Then what we have to do is we have to go to the route tables. Okay. Go to your private route table, and in route, you have to edit route and you need to say add route. Whenever the traffic 0.0.0, any default route, it should go to NAT gateway. Which NAT gateway? Lab NAT gateway. And save the changes. Now what you have done basically is you have this route table is already there. This route table towards internet gateway is there. For local communication, route table is there. Yes, it's there. Your NAT gateway is sitting here inside this. Let me draw a little bit smaller. This is an EC2 instance. This is NAT gateway. So what is happening from traffic is from here to here. It is reaching. Okay, whenever you are trying anything that is not of this range 192.168.0.16, if anything that is not of this range, it will go to the NAT gateway, and from NAT gateway it will go to the IGW, and from IGW it will go to your internet server, and it will download the package like this, and your EM update will getting started. Let me show you the route table one more time. Let's go and see the route table. Can you see that we have the NAT gateway entry also? So this is your route table right now. We have just changed this route table with this. Apart from this local, we have added one more route. Now let's go to here and run this command one more. I think it's already got completed if I'm not wrong, because I think we left it here. It says nothing to do. Let me install any package here. -y install http. Sorry, spelling is wrong. Or let me run this. What is this DNF command? Let me just copy this command. Let me install all this MariaDB and everything. Can you see that it's downloading and installing? It's a private subnet. Instance is in private subnet. Are you getting how NAT works? Where to launch the NAT gateway? In the private public subnet, not the private subnet. Everyone is clear till here? Everyone is with me? And sudo 0 sudo 0. Okay, and what you should do whenever you are done with your lab, this is the first thing you should do. You should go to your first instances, select your instances. I'm telling you in this order, okay? In this order you have to follow. First select your instances, go to instance state and terminate them. Don't stop something, just terminate them. Then you should go to your VPC, go to your route tables, okay? Select your public private route table, action and delete route tables. Okay, first you need to delete, okay, first you need to unassociate, no? You need to go say from the public subnet, private subnet, go to subnet association, edit it and uncheck it and save it. Similarly, you should go to your public subnet. Okay, go to subnet association, edit it, uncheck it, save it. So route tables have no subnet associated. You should select your subnet, route tables, go to action and delete it. And here you just mention delete. Route tables get deleted. Second thing what you should do, you should go to internet gateway, because internet gateway and NAT gateway are costly. You should go to lab, action, detach from VPC. Okay. Just wait for a few seconds, it will get detached. Otherwise, meanwhile, you can go to NAT gateway, select your NAT gateway, go to action, delete NAT gateway and say delete. This is important. Otherwise, if you leave all those things, your bill will be like, huge. Delete your NAT gateway, go to internet gateway, just go here, action, detach. What it's saying? All right. Go to your VPC, select your VPC, lab VPC, go to action, delete VPC. Mention here, delete. Now it will be a map. Go to your internet gateway. You need to follow in the same order, otherwise some of the resources won't get deleted. Okay. Go to action, detach from VPC. Just wait for a minute. It will be when all the resources will get deleted, it will get deleted. Okay. And one more thing you should go and check, like do you have any elastic IP here? If you have any elastic IP, just select it and you need to just release this elastic IP and say release. So the elastic IP is gone. You can just go to internet gateway, action, still it's not aligned. Okay. So we'll discuss about the security of AWS system. Which type of storage is AWS objects? Purpose of this, NAT gateway in real scenario is something like if you want to block at the subnet level some traffic that you can use. Okay, you cannot block any traffic in the security group. You can block any traffic at the NACLs only. Security group by default don't do. I will tell you one of the scenario. Okay, that is say for example this is no, I am running an application. This is my subnet. I am running an application inside an EC2 instance. This is EC2. This is my subnet. Okay, and I have put a NACL here. Okay, and the traffics, this is, say for example, very simple application, web app. Okay, a lot of users are connecting to this application, like this is one user connecting to this application, okay, over internet. There are some other user also that they are connecting to this application. Okay, say for example, different part of the world, people are, okay, some user, say for example, they are connecting. But the point here is, say this is a normal application, a genuine user. This will be your security group. Right? This is like this. A genuine user is basically going to make how many connection? Maybe maximum one connection, two connection, right? This is normally user will, okay, the traffic will come something like each of this connection, whenever you are connecting to any remote machine, actually each of this connection will consume some amount of memory and some amount of, okay, some amount of memory and some amount of CPU will consume from the. If, say for example, there is one user who is kind of a hacker. Okay, this guy has written a script from his laptop. Okay, say for example, he created a script that in 1 minute, this script will make 100 connection, and each connection will eat some amount of memory and CPU of this machine. If I'm making 100 connection in 1 minute, 60 in 1 hour will make 3600 connection, right? In 10 hour will make 36 36,000 33,600 connection, right? Something like that. So after some time, what will happen? There will be so many connection to this instance, this my application server. There will be so many connection. What will happen? This instance will almost die, right? It will slow down because number of CPU and memory will go down, right? So it's a very huge problem. Okay, it's this kind of problem we call a DDoS attack, denial of services, DDoS attack. Okay, we are denying the services. I mean, what this guy is getting? Nothing. He's just enjoying it, like he loves doing this, right? So how can we, what we can do? I mean, when we analyze the log of this web server, in this log we can see that one particular IP of this machine, say for example the IP of this guy is 82.62.45.67.89. Okay, it's dot not comma. Okay, so for example this is the IP of this guy. I can see that this IP is appearing every minute, so many connection it is making. Every connection I'll get a response like this. What I can do, I can pick this IP and I'll block here. I'll say this particular IP block. How? We'll go to NACLs. We can go to NACLs here. Select your NACL, go to inbound rule, edit it, and say rule number. Okay, all traffic, all protocol. What is the source? What is the IP? Whatever the IP, like 62.45.67.89 something is block, deny, and save the changes. Done. Okay. I can save my machine. I can save my application with the use of NACL. Because this is something not available at security group. Security group, you cannot block anything. You can select any security. I mean, DOS and DDoS are more or less same thing, but number of IP will be different. Okay, I mean there will be like multiple system botnets that could be there. But this is one of the way to block it. If I'm getting lot of IP addresses, I'll block each IP address from here. I can block a range also. So that is one of the service that we block using. Okay, that is basically using this NACLs, but there are other AWS services which we can use to block the IP even at further higher level regarding security. But this is about NACLs. Like in NACLs, if you have get the list of IP addresses, I can block all those IP addresses. Because DOS is like, I mean, is easy to identify because source is one. Okay, but DDoS is like little difficult because it's like multiple location, multiple IPs. Okay, so in that case, we can restrict the, there's a, we can put an API gateway in front of it and we can rate limit the number of requests that are coming. Maybe from one IP, I can get maximum 10 requests or 20 requests, something like that we can do. So whatever the request you are making, it will get blocked here. I mean, if you're making more than 10 requests. So there are a number of ways we can do it. This is one of the, NACL is one of the product, okay, one of the thing that we can use it. But NACL is not the only thing. There are some other services as well that we have to use along with NACLs and, okay. Yeah, in security group, we cannot block. Okay, so the mechanism that we use for, for this is known as, one second, let me remove this. There's service known as AWS Shield. Okay, this service is basically for it's a more advanced version of it. Okay, this is protection against distributed denial services. Okay, and we generally use AWS Shield along with something known as AWS WAF, and WAF is a web application firewall. That is like very light in security. It's like if you're like security consultant or something, then probably we can have a dive discussion on that. But Shield, WAF, there is AWS Firewall Manager. All these services we use for advanced security. Okay, so NACLs and security groups are very basic at the instance level, subnet level. But WAF and Shield will use it here. So this is the service we configure, okay, along with, but this is quite deep. I mean, for that, we need to understand WAF concept, how firewall works, how to configure Shield. We have to configure rule-based management here for like rule-based to allow and deny traffic. So this is AWS Shield. All these things we configure over the network. All right, but this is kind of a $3,000 per month. Okay, so these are the quite costly services. That is at the individual level we cannot configure because it's very costly. And we can talk about WAF and Shield, but in depth is something like practical is little difficult to show because of few reasons. This is we don't have any such kind of application where I can show you that traffic is coming to WAF, or because I don't have that kind of a global application. We can talk about the use cases and we can talk about the configuration part, but in-depth is something like if you're looking for an in-depth lab, something that is not possible because in my lab or something, there's not a such kind of application is running. Okay, where I can generate the traffic from different, I have to use so many VPN connections all to show. All right, so yeah, let me discuss about some more concept of here like AWS S3. One. So we know something about AWS S3. Okay, it's an object storage. So what is an object storage? I mean, we discussed about, just to quickly revise it, because some of you are asking what is object storage and what is block level storage. So block storage and object storage, that is what we discuss. Object storage is block storage. Basically, we have like little granular level of control. Okay, because we can create the file system. Okay, and we can decide the block size and everything. Remember, I have given you the example of formatting a drive with NTFS or FAT32. Then you can store the data, right? I mean, over that storage. But in object storage, something like Google Drive, we never create. Okay, so this is something, this is known as Git. Okay, this is basically object level storage. This is object level storage. We never create the file system. I mean, we can just go and dump the data. AWS offer an object storage that is known as Amazon S3. Okay, and AWS S3 is a very widely used service from AWS, and it's very widely used and very kind of a very reliable service of AWS. When AWS started, I mean, when they started, cloud computing, when Amazon started the cloud computing, I mean, they come up with few of the services like SQS. S3 is one of the few services they started with. Okay, I think second or third service they started with. They started offering this object storage, the role of S3. So it's an object storage. Okay, so what happens in S3, like we'll discuss about the security part of the S3. So first of all, we'll go to AWS S3 service, because this is S3. In S3 there is a concept of known as bucket. Okay, so bucket is nothing but a folder, a directory or a folder, whatever you want to say. It's a folder. Okay, so when you create an S3 bucket, okay, first of all, so when we create an S3 bucket, what we need to do first, you have to go to Amazon S3. Okay, here there's an option create bucket, and these are the list of buckets in my account. Okay, and here I can, when you want to create a bucket, you need to click here, like to create bucket. Bucket name should be unique. Unique, why? Because when you create a bucket, it basically creates an FQDN for you. Okay, fully qualified domain. It gives you a domain. Your domain name should be unique across the world, okay? Say for example, somebody, I mean, you cannot take a domain name google.com. It's not possible, right? Because it's already taken by Google. You cannot take a domain name of facebook.com because it's already taken. If you want to create a domain, it should something facebook123.com or maybe anything, something, some unique character you need to put it there, right? So this is what the meaning of domain. So when that is why your bucket name should be unique. And when we create a bucket, we create in some region. Say for example, I'm creating a bucket in Hyderabad region. Okay. So I have to give some unique name. Say for example, I'll say my bucket. What is today's date? 22, 21st, right? 21st December 2024. Probably this name is unique. I may get this bucket. If it is not, it will give me an error. But that's not the concern here. We'll talk about the security first. When you create a bucket, there is something known as ACL enabled, ACL disabled. So ACL is disabled. The third option is block public IP access. Is your bucket is publicly not accessible. And why this option is by default your bucket is publicly blocked, I will tell you in a minute. But by default, your public access is blocked. Block all the public access, that option is checked. It means block is on. If block is checked, means block is on. Your bucket is publicly not accessible. Okay, all the public access are blocked by default. Okay. Then next section is versioning. What is versioning? We'll talk about it. And the next section is encryption. What is this encryption in security? We will talk about in a minute. Okay. Then I'll check everything as a default option. I'll say create bucket. The bucket got created. What is the name of the bucket? Let me just creation date. This is December 21. This is just got created. I'll click on my bucket. This is my bucket. Okay. And what I will do, I will upload an object. So what we have done here, we have created a folder. The folder name is my bucket. This is what the folder name is. And here I'm going to upload some object. Object means some files, folder or something. Just like we upload some object in Google Drive, we can upload it here also from our local desktop. Okay. So what we need to do, nothing. We just need to click upload. And I'll say whether you want to upload a file or you want to upload a folder, the same kind of option Google Drive also asks, right? File or folder. So we'll say file. I want to upload a file. I'll say add file. Let me see if I have any file here. Stop, right? Okay. So in file, I am uploading something known as some installation document. I'm having KTS installation document. Let me open this file locally also so that I can show. Let me open. Okay, so this is a document. Kubernetes installation document is there. Okay, so this is a document that I am uploading here. So this document is I'm uploading here and say upload. Can you see this document got uploaded here, right? Kubernetes document.txt. It's got uploaded here. Okay, the file is uploaded here. All right. Now next thing is, I'll go here. I'll open this document, Kubernetes. This is about this object. Here, I want to access this document, okay? So I am getting this URL to access this document. Can you see that? HTTPS bucket name, region name, and my file name, right? This is just like a URL, right? I can copy this URL. I'll say access it. What is the error I'm getting? Access denied. Why? Because all the public access is by default denied. Right? Remember when we created a bucket, I showed you that all the public access is denied. That is a point number one. Now let me also show you one more thing. I'll go here. Okay. I use this particular link to access the bucket and I got denied. Now there is an option here as an open also, right? If I click this option open, can I see, can I get the, I'm able to read the file? File is opening. Why? This time when I was accessing using this URL, this URL. This was the URL. When I'm using this URL, it's giving me public access denied, right? But when I'm clicking on this option, open, no, it's not private mode or something. I'm able to see this is the URL. If I copy this URL, okay, this is a huge URL, but till here, txt file, till here, you can see this is the same URL. Till here, it is the same URL, isn't it? Right? Same URL till here. You can match it, right? But after that, there is a long list of character. This is one single line, by the way, okay? If you just squeeze it, you'll get in one single line, okay? What I'm trying to say is this is one single, this is my, actually what happens, just try to understand whatever I'm saying, because you know what is I am user and all. When you are accessing your bucket from here, there is a authorized token that is getting attached with it. This is nothing but this is a token. And what is this token? This token is telling me who I am. I am user, and whether this I am user is authorized to see this bucket or not. Okay, if it is, if this user is authorized, give it a token and let him access it, because AWS knows that this from here I'm accessing my bucket as an IAM user. Okay, remember user is a profile, I mean user has a policy attached. If that policy has an access to admin policy, then I'm authorized to see this content. That is why AWS is allowing. But this is something like publicly accessible. Like I can share this link with you, with any of my friends, just like a website I'm accessing, right? That doesn't have a token here. So that is why by default, when you are accessing with object URL, you won't able to see it, because that is something denied. The by default public access is denied. The question, are you getting it, both these option difference, like why I'm able to access it from here, why I'm not able to access it from here? Because that has a no signature token allowed. Okay, so this is just like any user at over internet. Okay, if I'm using this link, it is like any user over internet. But here, my IAM user. That's the difference number. Now the question is here. Okay, the bucket is by default publicly denied. If we want to make this bucket publicly accessible, you need to make some changes over here. Okay, but the question here is why the public access of the bucket is denied. By when AWS started, I think till the year 2016, 17, 18, I mean okay, till 18, this option was not there. I mean, by default, the buckets were publicly accessible. What happens, one of the AWS customer, they have created a bucket, okay? They have created a bucket and they put some document that is critical to them over this bucket, because the bucket was publicly accessible, all those documents publicly accessible over the internet. That is kind of a security breach. Okay, say for example, this document contains your credit card information, your mobile number. It's a user data, you cannot make it public, right? It's not good. It's a very high security concern. I mean, it's very highly, in any organization, it's a very bad thing. Okay, so by default, that's the reason they keep the bucket publicly accessible deny. Okay, if after that, if you want to make it publicly accessible, you are responsible after that. It's not AWS fault. You are responsible, you are making that bucket publicly accessible. Now the question here is, what is okay, so this is the question here is how to make that bucket publicly accessible. That we will see in a minute. And one more thing that I want to discuss with you is, like, if you go to your bucket here, okay, bucket has permission, management, access point, and all those things. If you go to properties here, you will see this is all the property of a bucket. The default, there's something known as encryption. What is encryption, by the way? Encryption is like converting the plain text into the ciphertext. What do you mean by that? Say for example, I am writing here, Okay, this is a plain text. If the same text is passed to some algorithm, say for example, an algorithm is what a computer, what it will do, it will convert this plain text into a ciphertext. What would be the ciphertext? Something like this. This is what happens with our password. When you go and type your password, the password is converted into a ciphertext. And if you want to see this, there are so many algorithms available. MD, something like that is the website, md5.com or something, md5 hash, md5 hash generator. This is the website. Okay, here you can type something like, I love cricket, and you can generate a hash of it. So this is the MD5 hash that got generated. This is a plain text. This is the hash. Okay, is MD5 is only algorithm? There are so many algorithms. That is MD5, SHA1, SHA2. There are so many algorithms. There's a list of algorithms are available. Okay. So what is encryption? Are you getting it? Converting the text into a non-readable format. Okay. So yeah. So this is something. This is the concept. Now, what AWS says, there are two types of encryption. So what AWS says, like, there are two types of encryption that we need to follow with AWS S3. First, encryption at rest, and second, encryption in transit. What is the meaning of? First of all, say for example, we have just uploaded the data from our laptop, right? I mean, we use this laptop. We have a file that is a Kubernetes installation.txt file, right? This is the file. It's there. We have uploaded this file to AWS S3 bucket that is available over the internet, right? We uploaded the file from here to this guy. So what happens, basically the file travels like this, right? From here over internet and get uploaded here. This is known as transit, data in transit. Data is traveling. Okay, that should also be encrypted. That encryption is already there. If you see AWS S3 URL, okay, or maybe here. So what is this? Yes, this one. Can you see this HTTPS is there? So it's already encrypted. Okay, it's not as plain HTTP, it's HTTPS. So data in transit is already encrypted. All right. Now what is data at rest is encrypted. When you upload this file, your file must be stored somewhere, right? Some storage location, some hard disk, right? S3 must have some storage device, right? Data is not going to store in air, right? It must have some storage device, some hard disk, some solid state device, but it is some storage device is required. What they are using, they never disclose it. Okay, Google never disclose it what they are using for Google Drive. I mean, similarly, S3 doesn't disclose, like AWS doesn't disclose like what they are using for S3 and all. So they never disclose it. But data is ultimately storing somewhere, right? When this data getting stored, your file getting stored, okay, and just imagine this hard disk getting stolen. When this hard disk gets stolen by somebody, what will happen? This hard disk will have your data. So what they do in AWS S3, they encrypt your data at rest also. So that if somebody is getting the access of this hard disk, that is quite impossible, but just imagine the worst condition. If somebody get this hard disk, even though this is not going to make any sense to them. Okay, whatever it is stored, it's a random character like this, not this. It's not going to make any sense. How many of you have used your office laptop? When your laptop boots, it does some encryption, right? You have to give some encryption key, and then you are able to give your Windows password, then you are able to log in. You have some, right? Why this kind of encrypt? Why what they are doing? They are basically encrypting your data at rest. Somebody stolen your laptop. It's an office property. A lot of confidential data here, right? You are traveling from metro or something. Somebody stole. Somebody get your laptop. Even that it's not going to make any sense for them until unless they are not going to decrypt that data, providing the key. You are not going to share your key, right? So for them, maybe they can use the CPU, motherboard and all, but hard disk is of no bit long, right? So this is known as encryption at rest. AWS S3 offers encryption at rest also by default. Okay, and there are two types of encryption at. Okay, so what we will do, we'll cover this S3 concept and lab part. I will maybe walk. I mean, we'll do the lab part of this one, and then we'll stop. I mean, then I'll summarize everything so that I just don't want all of you to get lost somewhere. Okay, S3. So we understood like what is encryption, what is encryption at rest and encryption at transit. Right now, let's go and go back to our bucket here. Go to properties. Here, when you see default encryption, okay, if you click here, like edit this setting, there are a couple of options available here. Couple of options here. The default option is server-side encryption with Amazon S3 managed key. Second option is server-side encryption with AWS KMS managed key. Dual layer of encryption with AWS management keys, KMS service. Okay. First of all, what is this KMS? What is this key is coming here? The key is basically is for key is like the algorithm. What algorithm that you use? This is we call as a key in AWS language. Okay, what key you are using to encrypt the data? Okay, that key is required. Okay, so what happens here by default when AWS service, no, it's not public and private. It's not like that. Okay, it's not like that. It's an algorithm. Key here is an algorithm. Okay, so this is something when you store data at your S3 bucket. Okay, by default S3 service itself offer that key to encrypt your data. You no need to worry about anything. Your data store here is in encrypted format only because that encryption is done by AWS S3 managed key. The service AWS S3 service itself encrypt your data. But if you want a little bit more control on that, AWS has another service that is known as KMS service. If you go here to AWS KMS, that is key management service. Like it will generate your key, it will manage your key, everything is managed by this particular service. Okay, so what it says, like the second option says you can use this service. This service will generate a key for you, and you can use this key to encrypt your data. Okay, you can say server side encryption with AWS management key. So if you go here, click here like the server side second option, and here either you can use, okay, choose an AMS key. Okay, you can choose any of the key that is already created, and you can just save the changes and your data will be encrypted using that particular key. Third option is dual layer of encryption. That is basically the key will also get encrypted one more time. It's an extra layer of encryption. If somebody even get your keys also, okay, I mean somebody will get your key, then they can decrypt your data. Even somebody will get your key also, that will all the key itself will also get encrypted. So first you need to decrypt the key and then get the key, and then using that key you can read the data. So that is why it's called dual layer of server side encryption with AWS management key, DSSE Okay, SSE S3 is server side encryption using AWS S3. SSE KMS is server side encryption using AWS KMS service. Dual layer of encryption is basically the key will also get encrypted. Okay, so if you are not sure, okay, if you are not sure all those things, I mean server side encryption with AWS managed S3 key is sufficient. It's good. It's not like your data will get read by somebody else. This option is by whatever AWS S3 offer as by default. That is a quite good encryption that you can encrypt your data. So your data is encrypted at rest, your data is encrypted at transit. From here to here, your data is always in encrypted format. It's not a plain text. Okay, that is what the security that AWS offer at the data encryption.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat, in collaboration with EC Council, IIT Roorkee, offers an advanced certification in cybersecurity designed for professionals looking to upskill. This comprehensive program covers essential cybersecurity concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security, providing hands-on training and real-world insights. You'll get to learn directly from renowned IIT faculty and the top industry experts, gaining the expertise needed to tackle modern cybersecurity challenges. Want to learn more? Reach out to us today.
Known as AWS share responsibility model. Okay, that you need to understand. With respect to security, it's very, very important that we call AWS share responsibility model. What is shared? The responsibilities are shared. Okay, responsibility of what? Responsibility. What AWS as a customer, I mean, when you are creating an, yes, kind of. So say for example, you are creating any account. I mean, when you create an AWS, you are responsible for something and AWS is responsible for something. Okay. So we would like to understand what are the things as a customer we are responsible, that we cannot blame to AWS that this is something I'm running in AWS. That's AWS responsibility. It's not understand. So share responsibility model is a fundamental security concept in AWS that defines the division of responsibilities between AWS, the cloud provider, and you as a customer. Okay. So what is basically let's try to understand this. Say for example, this is an EC2 instance. You are running your application here. Okay, I'm running my application over an EC2 instance. Okay, it's an, say for example, it's a web application and people are accessing my application over the internet. All right, it's a web application and people from internet accessing my application. Okay, if this application, I'm kind of in the security group, I have opened all protocol, okay, and all IP, like site is 0.0.0/0. If I'm open everything at the security group, then and somebody hacks my system, okay, then AWS is not responsible for this. Okay, because it's your application. You cannot say that cloud is not secure and because you are running your application on AWS, AWS should go and protect you. It's not like that. It's your application, it's your baby, you need to take care of it. Okay, but this AWS EC2 instance is running in AWS availability zone somewhere, right? Availability zone is what? Availability zone is nothing but a data center, right? Somebody may get an unauthorized access to this data center. Okay, somebody can get access to this data center where your EC2 instance is running, okay, and turn off your computer or maybe stolen the disk or something, like if somebody get unauthorized access, then this is not your responsibility to physically secure this machine. It's AWS responsibility. So this responsibility, I mean, your application security is your responsibility. The physical security where your application is running, the machine, the hardware, power supply, AC, all those things are AWS responsibility. So that is why it is called shared responsibility model. Some part we as a customer are responsible, and some part AWS as a cloud vendor is responsible. So that's the meaning. That is the meaning is shared responsibility model. Okay. Why it is so important? Like why we are studying. What is the point of putting some effort and understanding it? It is really, really very important when you are going to work as a cloud solution architect, when you are going to work as a cloud consultant, and when you are going to suggest some of your organization for which you are going to building some project or anything. In that case, you should be very well, your thought process should be very clear. What as a customer my responsibility, and what I should be looking for AWS to do it for me. Okay, so that is very very important. So security, what AWS says, like if you read AWS document, they will say security is a joint effort. AWS secures the cloud infrastructure. Okay, but customer is responsible for securing the own data and application within AWS. Okay, security of the cloud is AWS responsibility. Security in the cloud is your responsibility. In the cloud means whatever you are running. If say for example you are running a application that takes customer credit card information, that stores customer credit card information. Maybe you are running some, say for example tomorrow you, all of you and me, we will open a company, a startup, where we'll have some, we'll have some mechanism where we'll deliver, say for example, food to the, maybe like Zomato or maybe like Swiggy. Okay, but we found like let's open something different. We'll open something, some new startup. There we are storing the customer name, customer email ID, customer address, customer phone number, and the customer sometimes credit card information, right? So this is very secure. This information is very 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 personal and very secure information. You cannot reveal this information to outside world, right? So that is something that you need to store in your database, that you need to store in securely, you need to store in your database. And somehow if that access got, somebody got an access, then it's your responsibility to fix it. Okay, it's your, if something will happen, people will sue you. I mean people will take you to the court, and you and me, like but not AWS, because this is something it's not AWS responsible. That is what it's mentioning. AWS secure cloud infrastructure. Infrastructure means like data center, physical machine, hardware, all those things, like who can access their data center. I mean everything. I mean even AWS employees doesn't know, like where is their data center. They say like their data, they have Mumbai in a region and Hyderabad is another region. But in Mumbai, where exactly their data center? Earlier they were not able to, they were not revealing all those information. Nowadays people knows about it. Okay, but they keep it very secure. They keep it very, something like nobody knows all those things. So that is what the responsibility of AWS. But as a customer, when we are running our application, the data, the application, it is our responsibility. And what is the common misunderstanding people, like when we run any application over the cloud, the misunderstanding of this model led to data breach if the customer assumes AWS will handle everything. This is the biggest misunderstanding I have seen. Like people, when they will start running anything in cloud, and somebody, as I mentioned, like somebody, some of you are yesterday saying data loss or data breach or something. Somebody asked similar kind of question yesterday, if I'm not wrong. So, and people assume that because I'm running on AWS, it's AWS responsibility to fix, make it secure. AWS is giving you choices. AWS is giving you choices to make it secure. AWS is giving those options. You are opting those choices or not, it's your decision. Okay, AWS is saying your bucket is private. I mean your bucket is public, access to the bucket is denied. Okay, but you are going and making it is publicly accessible, and somebody will access your data, unauthorized user can access your data. It is your problem. It is AWS is not at all responsible for that. Okay, that this is the crux of this AWS share responsibility model. Okay, what you are running, security of the cloud, is AWS responsibility. Security in the cloud is your responsibility. All right, so let's talk about one by one. Like I'll quickly cover it, but it's very important concept because I have seen people using cloud from years, but still they will say, "Oh, it's AWS responsibility. Why somebody will hack my system? This AWS will make it secure." No, AWS is not going to make it secure. You need to put NACL, you have to put security group, you have to put WAF, you have to put all those things, all those services in front of it. Okay, infrastructure. If I talk about infrastructure, what is AWS responsibility? AWS will say like physical data center, hardware, networking, all AWS responsibility. What is we as a customer, what is our responsibility? Our responsibility is like configuring VPC, route tables, everything is our responsibility. Okay, this is our responsibility. If I'm making such VPC or subnet or route where I'm accessing internet and I'm putting my database over it, it's I should be aware of that the consequences of it. Okay, AWS is not going to tell. AWS will just release the guideline of best practices. You are following it or not following it, it's your problem. Okay, if I talk about virtualization, like we talk about the virtualization part, virtualization is whose responsibility? Hypervisor hardware storage is AWS responsibility. Okay, if I say the hypervisor server hardware storage network is AWS responsibility. And what is as a customer, what is our responsibility? As a customer, our responsibility is managing EC2 team of operating system. This is very important, right? Say for example, yes, I mean you're running an application over an EC2 instance. Okay, there is a you're running, say for example, Red Hat Linux. Okay, Red Hat tomorrow releases a security patch and say that this is very important security patch and that you need to install. Okay, you need to be aware of that Red Hat released this security patch. You have to apply this security patch on your EC2 instance. It is not AWS responsibility to go and install security patch on your EC2 instance. AWS even doesn't have the access to your EC2 instance because this is your EC2 instance. You are running your application inside it. You will decide who can access this application, who cannot access this application. AWS cannot access your EC2 instance. Okay, they are just giving you kind of a service. I mean, they are giving you a platform where you can launch EC2 instances and all. Okay, so this operating system level is your responsibility. From operating system level, it's your responsibility. Okay, if I talk about networking, I'll come to WAF and all once. So networking, what is about networking? Global network infrastructure. Okay, global network infrastructure is your responsibility. Okay, I mean AWS responsibility. What is as a customer our responsibility? As a customer, our responsibility is security group. NACLs is our responsibility. If I'm not blocking an IP address that is doing some kind of a DOS to me, then it's my problem. AWS is not going to tell you like this is something you need to do. AWS will just guidelines how to block an IP here. If you find any IP is malicious, you can just go and block it. I'm not sure how a owner or tenant relationship, but it is something kind of you can say. But in hardware, physical access control, physical monitoring, everything is AWS responsibility. This question you may get in your certification exam also. So this you need to understand. Hard physical access control, monitoring, redundancy is AWS responsibility. But encryption of data at rest in transit is your responsibility. Okay. When I talk about AWS services like RDS, S3, or Lambda, all these services, okay, what is AWS responsible for? AWS is responsible for availability, scalability, patching, and all those things. But what as a customer we are responsible? We are as a customer we are responsible for data classification, scaling up, setting up S3 policies, and all is our responsibility. Okay, so and if I talk about compliance, like compliance, what is who's responsibility in compliance? So compliance is basically whether AWS is HIPAA compliance or not, ISO compliance or not, PCI DSS compliance or not. It is taking those compliance certification is AWS responsibility. Okay. Now, what is a customer? What is our responsibility? As a customer, it's our responsibility that our applications are following those measures. Okay. AWS will take like their infrastructure is if you want to implement those things, you can go and implement those things. But implementation is our responsibility. All right. So this is you need to understand. Okay, and I will just mention a couple of points what AWS protects and what we. Okay, AWS protects physical infrastructure, global security, patching, and all and updating the AWS services. It is AWS responsibility. What is as a customer of AWS, as a user of AWS, what is our responsibility? Our responsibility is application and data, operating system, identity and access management, firewall rules, encryption, backup is all. Backup is very important. I was when I was in AWS, one of the customer was complaining that hey, my EBS storage got crashed. I mean, their EC2 instance got crashed, and the EBS instance, EBS is also like they lost some data. I mean, what happened? I'm not able to recall, but they lost some data. When I said, like, okay, data loss is fine, but you must have a backup. Why not you're restoring from backup? They said, okay, why we should take backup, because we are running on AWS. AWS responsibility to take backup. How can AWS will take a backup of your data, and where AWS will store your backup, right? That's the problem. AWS has tons of customer, millions of customer. If AWS will start taking backup of all the customer, they have to hire a full force, like, just to take the backup of the customer. It's not AWS responsibility. What AWS has given you, AWS has given you facility to take the backup. Whether you are going to take backup or not, it's your choice. Okay, that is what we need to understand. This is what the share responsibility model. Okay, that we need to understand. Okay, what AWS is responsible, what you are responsible, and all those things. All right. Till here, anyone has a question, any doubt about this shared responsibility model? If you are running EC2, your EC2, I think I have drawn it somewhere. Not here, networking. Okay, say for example, this is your hardware. Okay, over this hardware, you have something known as now an hypervisor. I'm just drawing a very rough diagram. It's not 100% correct. Okay. Over this hypervisor, you basically launch your EC2 instances like this. This EC2 instance will have an operating system and plus your app. Okay, this is your EC2 instance. This is another EC2 instance. This is another EC2 instance like this. Okay, these all we call VMs, virtual machines, right? So this question, right? So this is basically AWS is responsible till here. AWS is responsible till this. On top of which, what operating system you are running, what application you are running, whether you are patching your operating system or not, whether you are securing your application or not, it's your responsibility. AWS is not going to see what you are doing inside it. What application you are running, whether that application requires which port to open, it's all your responsibility. Okay. So EC2 running operating system, securing is your responsibility. Operating system security is your responsibility. AWS is giving you AMI, just an image. Okay, and you can use this image to launch an operating system here and install operating. First, create an EC2 instance and install operating system, install application on top of it. It's all your responsibility. Okay. Data loss due to fire in data center is AWS. Exactly. I mean, if something happened in their data center, fire or something, it's AWS responsibility. If your data stores in that AZ and there is a fire and you lost the data, there's something called penalty clause or something you may have seen. You need to read what kind of agreement your company has with AWS. Then AWS will pay for it or something like that. Okay. Yes, operating system and security is full user's responsibility. It's a customer. Okay, we'll talk about some security best practices. This I want to cover because I want you folks to understand it. So now you will look at with this frame, like what is my responsibility, what is AWS responsibility. Then you're able to understand. We were discussing WAF, right? I mean, let me cover WAF also. So, first of all, what is we discussed something about WAF yesterday, right? I think I mentioned WAF. What is this application? Web application firewall, and it's operate at layer 7. I have shown you what is layer 7, layer 5, layer 4. What is the meaning and what is the benefit? It provides extra layer of security and it has a lot many features. Okay, so where to apply WAF? Say for example, if you are creating an application, say we have this VPC. Over this VPC, we'll have subnet. Say for example, this is one net where this, and over this, say for example, we have subnet, and we can have a multiple subnet. We can have multiple EC2 instances that are running over under these subnet. We can put a load balancer in front of it in order to distribute the load. We say, for example, an application load balancer, ALB. Okay, one more concept that I want to explain because you need to understand all these things. Say for example, if this is one server, okay, and I'm running my application, okay, and now I'm having I'm having this application. Like say for example, this is say these many users are accessing my application, and I'm running my application. Any application, just imagine it's a web application or any application they are using. These many users are accessing my application. When these many users will access my application, I have say for example, I have 10 gig of RAM and 10 CPU. All right, 10 gig of RAM and 10 CPUs. Now, each request, whenever somebody will access my application, each request will consume some amount of memory and some amount of CPU, yes or no? If these three users are accessing my application, they will eat some of this memory and some of this CPU. All right. Say for example, this is sufficient for me handling these many users. This is sufficient for me with 10 GB of RAM and 10 CPU, and all my application and everything is running fine. But what happened after that? More users started accessing my application. Okay. More users started accessing my application. A lot of other users started accessing my application. So what will happen? My application will become slow. My server will become slow, and these users will start getting issues, right? I mean, they will say application not accessible or slow response, something like that. In that case, this 10 GB and 10 CPU is not going to sufficient. It's not sufficient for me. So what we can do two things here. We can move to this, change this server and go to the bigger server, okay, where I have, say, for example, 50 GB of RAM and 50 CPU. This will, if I replace this server with this server with 50 GB of RAM and 50 CPU, my problem will solve. This is known as scaling, but this kind of scaling is known as vertical scaling. Okay, this is known as vertical scaling. We have scaled it vertically. All right. What is another way of solving this problem? Another way of solving this problem, I can launch similar kind of another machine. Like one, two, because I need to go to 50. Each machine has 10, so I'll launch 4 new machine as well. I'll say total 5 machine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just let me lower down the size so that I can accommodate all these things. Okay, these are the 5 machines that I can put it here. All right, these are 4. Still my CPU and memory, what is the total amount of CPU and memory here? 50. Okay, this is total amount of memory and RAM is what? 50. Right, 50 GB of RAM and 50 CPU in total. Which one is better approach? This approach is better or this approach? Vertical, this kind of scaling is known as horizontal scaling. Okay, this is known as horizontal scaling. Which one is approach? Why horizontal is better? Redundancy, right? The problem with the vertical scaling is that if this machine goes down, even if you are 50 GB, the whole application is down. No, vertical is not a better, I mean, I'm not saying it's not always a better approach. In this scenario, at least, vertical is not a better approach. Because if we are running on a single point of failure, SPOF, okay, if this instance goes down, my application is down. In horizontal scaling, what is the advantage? Even one of the machine or two of the machine even goes down, still my application is running one on all these 3 servers, and people will still able to access my application. It's not a complete downtime, right? Even few of the machine is going down. So that's the problem with the vertical scaling. All right. Now the question comes here. Okay. Now imagine this is the Hotstar server. Okay. This is Hotstar server, and this Hotstar server is running. They have scaled it when IPL streaming started. They have scaled it to the 5 server. Just imagine they need 5 server. All right. They have horizontally scaled it. But the problem is that how end user will access all these 5 server. They need to remember the IP address of all these 5 server. That is very difficult, right? We won't like to remember anything. That's a problem. So what we can do, we can now put another device in front of it that is known as a load balancer. Load balancer is also a network. Instead of directly accessing to your physical machine or your the underlying where your application server, you are going to access the load balancer. Every traffic will terminate at the load balancer. Now, any traffic that will come to the load balancer, it will start diverting those traffic to these backend server. Okay, this is, the request will get routed to these servers. All right. Now the question, there are a couple of things here. It looks very simple. Okay, it looks very simple, but it's not simple. It's a load balancer. The traffic will divert. That is why the name is a load balancer, because the whatever the load that is coming here, whatever the users, all those users and all those traffic who is accessing your application is basically going to load balancer, and load balancer is divert the traffic. I'll first let me explain the load balancer, then I'll come to NLB and ALB, right? Kasim. There are a couple of things that we need to, there are a couple of terms that we need to use. In load balancer, there is something known as backend instances. Sometimes we also call them target, okay, TGs, target groups. What is the backend instances? Backend instances, your application instances. These are the backend instances. These are the backend instances where actually your application runs. Okay, but people don't directly access to the backend instances. People will access load balancer. Load balancer will divert the traffic. So this is known as backend instances, or sometimes we also call it target group when we do path-based routing. What is path-based routing? Second important concept is known as listener. Is something on which your load balancer listens. The port and the protocol on which the LB listens. Okay, this is the load balancer listen. That is why it's called listener. If listener is listening on the port number 80, that is your listener is HTTP protocol port number 80, your listener is 80 HTTP. Okay, on which load balancer listen. Third important concept is known as health check. What is the health check? Say for example, one of this server got crashed. This server is down right now. Okay, and the traffic come and load balancer divert to this particular server. What user will get response? User will get page not found or forbidden 403, something like that. Okay, all right. Health check. What is health check? Say for example, I was explaining like this server is down, right? If this server is down because of any hardware issue, remember I discussed checks, right? No, instance status check and system status check. Something is down. I mean, system status check is fail. Then there is a hardware problem. It's down. If any request come to this load balancer and load balancer divert to this particular instance, you will get a bad response, right? You will say no, this application is not accessible, right? So what any load balancer, how load balancer manage all those things is basically, I'm back. So this health check is basically what it does basically. I mean, your load balancer will keep tracking the health of the server at a regular interval. Say for example, it will ping the server, or it will check some port is open or application is running or not. If any of this, we will develop some kind of a mechanism where load balancer will keep monitoring the health of all this server at a regular interval. Okay, at regular interval, to keep monitoring the health of all the server, whether application is running or not, server is healthy or not, application is listening or not. By any mechanism, it's something like it will keep checking the health of the server. At any point of time, when your health check is down, I mean, if health check doesn't pass, what load balancer will do, it will keep this particular, say for example, health check failed, it will keep this server out of the backend list. It is not going to divert any traffic until unless the health check is again passed. So if any traffic will come, it will not send here, it will send here. Okay, then any traffic will, it's not going to send here, it will send here, then here, then here, then the next traffic here, like this. It will keep, it is not going to send the traffic until unless the health check pass. Why? Because if server is down or any problem, the end user will not won't be able to access the application. So that's the reason. That mechanism is known as health check. How to configure health check, what to check, what to go and check in the health check, that totally depends upon what you have configured. Okay, if I'm running a web application, I can check like index.html is I'm able to see the index.html or not. So that is quite okay health check. Okay, that we can configure. Or I can say port number 80 is application listens on the port number 80 or not. Just check it. In every 5 minutes, check it twice. And if you are getting two consecutive failed response, mark those server as unhealthy, and the load balancer will stop sending the traffic like that. So there are some checks that we follow, and we configure the health check. All right. So what is the use of health check? Are you getting it? Because if the backend server itself is not healthy, even the traffic reaches there, what is the point? The end user will get an application, no response from the application. So if one of the instance load increases, it's generally not possible because it's a responsibility of the load balancer to balance the load evenly. Okay, it follows an algorithm. Maybe most of the time it's round robin to distribute. Okay, if any of the server having any specific issue or something, in that case health check. Okay, so if load increases in out of sorry. So this is about the health check. Okay, so these are the few things that we need to consider before launching any application behind the load balancer. Now the couple of things here. First is target group. What is the meaning of target group? For target group, say for example, if I'm book so this is bookmyshow.com, right? Say for example in Hyderabad, there are a couple of things here, right? You can see here there's something known as movies, something known as stream, something known as event, something known as play, sports, activities. If the similar thing I have to create on EC2 instance. This application, by the way, running on AWS, and this application is running on AWS, and they are using container. How I know? Because I know in and out of this application. So this is something here, like say for example, same thing if I have to design over AWS, on EC2 instance, not on container. So what I can do, I have different microservices, that is movies, okay? And I have another microservices events, right? And I have another microservice that is what? Plays. Just let's take an example of 3 microservices. What is happening here, if you go to this website and just click on events, okay, you will see the page is changed, right? I'm getting some different response. If I go and click on movies, I'm getting a different page, a different response. If I'm clicking on sport, even the URL is also changing here, sports in Hyderabad. If you click on plays, it will become plays in Hyderabad. And if you click on events, it will become events in Hyderabad, right? So based upon whatever I'm clicking here, the response has got changing. So definitely they are different application, okay? So what will happen here for movies? I will have multiple EC2 instances, okay? I can have multiple EC2 instances that are where the movies application are running. Similarly, for event, I'll have a multiple EC2 instances, and for plays, I will have multiple EC2 instances. Okay, what we can do here, because this is movies, plays, and event. In order to manage movies, I can have one load balancer for movies, EC2 instances. I can have one load balancer for events, I can have one load balancer for plays. But you know what? Load balancer is a costly affair. It's little expensive device. So instead of running all 3 load balancer, if I have more microservices, maybe if I go to Amazon, right? Amazon has tons of microservices. If I go to Amazon.in, they are like everything here is a kind of a microservice here. Okay, this is one microservice. This is one microservice. This is another microservice. This is another microservice. This home and kitchen is another microservice. They have tons and tons of microservices and tons of container. But say, for example, if I have to design the same thing on an EC2 instance, for each of these microservices, I have to put one load balancer. My application cost will be so much huge. I have to pay a lot more money for application load balancer or the load balancer. So what they do, I mean, what we do generally, what we put as one single load balancer, okay, and mostly it's an ALB. Why ALB? I'll tell you. Because it's a layer 7, okay? We are directly dealing with an application load balancer. Application load balancer works on layer 7, okay? Where you have HTTP or HTTPS traffic. In that case, application load balancer is best because they work on layer 7. So what will happen? Any traffic that is coming over the internet, hitting the load balancer, you will get a default web page that is coming from a different set of EC2 instance, or you can define something like a default web page. That is what is happening with bookmyshow.com. When you are not exploring anything, you are getting this default web page. But the moment you click on sports, you are getting different. The moment you click on activities, you are getting different response, right? Wonderla. It's a very fun place to go, right? So this is something. Now, what I'm trying to say. So what will happen? The moment somebody will type, book my show.com/movies, okay, sorry about spelling, the request will go to these set of server, any of these instances, but request will go to this set of server. This set of server is known as one target group, TG. Movies is one target group, okay. Similarly, we'll have event will have another target group, and plays will be another target group, and so on and so forth. Okay, when the request will come to bookmyshow.com/move plays, it will go to this any one of this instance to the target group. What is the advantage? Advantage is with one single load balancer, I'm managing whole application instead of having more and more load balancer. We are having more and more load balancer will cost will be huge. So with this is known as something as path-based routing. This is something is routing. Path-based means whatever the path we are mentioning here, my routing is automatically happening. Okay. So this is what the target group concept is. You may have seen this target group concept in ALB and NLB. Okay. What is difference between ALB and NLB? NLB works on layer 4. Okay. ALB works on layer 7. And if you want to dig more, I have written much more there. Where I have written it. Here I have discussed in detail, okay, what is layer 7, layer on, what are the scenarios they work, because this is something different, okay. I don't want to divert there because our whole discussion will be on, because generally when I teach AWS, we discuss load balancer on 2 days because it's a very important in-depth topic. But here, I mean, this is something ALB, NLB, like, when you have TCP IP protocol, you can use NLB, but layer 7, you can use ALB, okay. And NLB is also like when you are expecting very huge traffic, like, then also you can expect NLB. It's a better choice. And if you're using TCP IP protocol, in that case also you can use NLB. So this is how the target group is here. Now let's come back to our design here. So this is what the load balancer. Now the load balancer here, the traffic, say for example, this is the same bookmyshow.com. Here we have different target groups, and we are putting here all those target group behind the load balancer. Okay, this is another target group. Say for example, let me also draw an arrow here. All right. So now the question here is, okay, this is all good. Then where the WAF comes into the picture. So what we do generally, we put WAF in front of load balancer. Your traffic will not directly reaches to ALB directly. We'll put a WAF here, web application firewall. This is again, as I mentioned here, it's a layer 7. I have mentioned somewhere here where, yeah, layer 7 application layer firewall. Okay, what are the advantages with that? What kind of advantages we can design to use both? IGW Internet Gateway is Ritpal is basically on VPC level, right? That is for sending. I mean, here IGW will be here over the VPC somewhere where your EC2 instance is. Okay, So it will from ALB it will go to the VPC, IGW, and IGW it will go to NACL to secure, everything will. But before reaching there, ALB will be there, like your load will get distributed. Going because here your traffic is basically, you are not directly using ALB. To EC2 instance directly. Here, your traffic is handled by ALB, a load balancer sitting on top of in front of your EC. From your EC2 instance, when you are directly going to load the internet, in that case, IGW will come into the picture. Are you getting the two? There are two different things. If from EC2 instance directly you want to go to internet, in that case, IGW will come here. But here, your load balancer is basically handling all sense. These instances can be on a private subnet as well. That's because internet traffic is coming from P. And this is what we do. We put all those things in a private subnet. We don't expose to internet because now we have. Alright, so WAF is an extra layer of security that offers a lot of. You understood, right? Your traffic will first hit your WAF. In WAF, we have set of rules defined. Okay, if this rule matches, if all the rules are passed, then your traffic will go to ALB. From ALB, it will go to either of these backends sets or EC2 instances. Alright, so let's go to AWS console. This is WAF and Shield. This is service. So first thing is whenever you come to any AWS services, just spend some time over here. This normal web page, because they put a lot of information here. If you see, if you just copy and paste this information from here, AWS WAF. So what they have defined, protect your web application. So this is what I generally do. I copy and paste and read it. Protect your web application from common web exploitation. And AWS Web is a web application firewall service that lets you to monitor the web's request that forward to Amazon API Gateway, Amazon CloudFront distribution, or application load balancer. So these are the three things with which you can use as a backend. Okay, either you can use an API gateway, you can use application load balancer, or CloudFront. You can protect those resources based upon the condition that you specify. That is what I was trying to mention. The load, set of rules. WAF is basically having set of rules. All right, so this is how you can protect AWS WAF. So what are the common exploits, right? If it mentioned that web exploits, right? But what are the common exploits with which we can get protected? So that we discuss about SQL injection. That is one of the things that you can use WAF to protect. Okay, there is something known as cross-site scripting accesses. All right, so that is also you can use WAF to protect. There is known as HTTP flood or DDoS layer 7 attack. That is also you can use WAF to protect. And there is a bot traffic, right? They can generate some kind of pattern and identify that this is a bot traffic, and you can protect it. Now the question is how actually WAF works. Okay, let's try to understand how actually WAF. Right, so basically what happens, you can use AWS WAF filter, okay, to filter the traffic. You can use WAF to filter the traffic that is going to API gateway, CloudFront, or application load balancer by setting some rules. We will see some of the rules there. Okay, you can allow or block any traffic. Okay, you can allow or block any traffic based upon IP address, based upon request header, based upon URL path, based upon some patterns. Okay, so that with this we can basically block the traffic. Now, in order to create AWS WAF, let's go to again here. There is some more case what is benefit and feature. Okay, these are some benefit and features, some related services, and they will also talk about some of these stories, right? Some use cases and all. You can spend some time and read all those things. you can see on the right hand side there is developer guide, security automation, FAQs. You can just open FAQs and read about WAF FAQs, what is WAF, how it works, and all those things. You'll get lot many idea from here, not many concept will get clear. The developer guide document is here. You can put some time and effort here to read all those things. You can just go through this developer guide. I mean, the documentation point of view, AWS documentation is awesome. I would say this is really nice. It's very nicely written, like in a format. They will first define it, and then some use cases, how to create some tutorials, a lot of things you'll get in a documentation. All right. So always spend some time. Don't be in a hurry to launch any service, because launching a service is a very trivial thing to do, because without understanding launching is of no use, right? So you need to spend some time here. Like, this is WAF rules, like, how to create rules and all those things are here. Okay. So once you're here, the second thing is you can create ACLs. What is ACLs? ACLs are like the resources that you can use as a backend. Okay. Say protect what you can protect. You can protect CloudFront distribution. You can protect load balancer. You can protect API gateway. All those things are basically you can protect. Okay. WAF is always implemented using these three CloudFront. Yeah, most of them. SQL and SQL injection. Okay, SQL injection is basically a type of web security vulnerability that basically allows any attacker, that provides an attacker to interface with a query. They can query with your application and and connect to your database. Okay, by injecting malicious SQL code to your application or something like that. So this is what we call SQL injection. Maybe they will try to fetch your username, they will try to fetch the password, something like that. Okay, this we call, this kind of query we call SQL injection. They will trying to kind of unauthorized access or malicious access to your data. All right, so let's create web ACLs. Once you are here, there are a couple of process, right? I mean, these are 4 step of process, where first you need to describe who is your backend, and then you need to specify the rules, and then you need to set the priority and all. So for that, I think let's create a load balancer. Otherwise, we won't able to create it. So first, let's go here, because we need some backend. I think no backend is running right now. So let's go here and go to. I'll go to EC2. I'll go to Hyderabad. Let's go and create an EC2 instance first. Launch instance. I'll say my web server. I'll use Amazon Linux. I'll use T3 Micro, key pair. I'll say 2024. I don't have any yesterday. Okay. Let's use the default VPC. That's not a problem. I'll use any one of the subnet. Okay, and then auto sign is okay. Select existing security group. I will select a security group, launch wizard 2. I will use magnetic, that is fine. Launch instance. I'm using default VPC. We can create our own custom VPC as well. That's not a problem. Okay, because I need a public subnet. That is the only one thing. This EC2 instance is running. Let's go and connect to this EC2 instance. Go here. AWS, load it. Change that. We have to just let me verify the key. My December new key. Okay. What was the key that we have chosen? 2024, right? 2024. Open. Network connection timed out. Restart. We were able to connect it. We'll do sudo su. We'll do yum-y install HTTPD. I'm just creating a simple application. What happened? Yesterday process DNF for D. Let me open that. AWS PNG install HTTP. I just follow this document, install a web server. You just copy this command, paste it. I need to first. What is happening? Why it's not going? Okay, it's happening. Started. Okay, it's little slow. Okay, and then we'll do HTTPD only. Or let's install the full MariaDB and everything. Now the server is small. Let's we are installing an application. It's a simple. No, it's installing PHP, MariaDB, HTTPD. I mean, it's a LAMP installation. Okay, LAMP server, Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. LAMP server installation. We are installing, starting the services. All right, and what we'll do, we'll say enable it. That is fine. This is not required. This is not required. This is not required. This is okay. Let me access this particular server here. We'll go to EC2 instance. We'll copy the public IP here. We'll paste it here. Why you are taking so much time? Oh, we have not chosen this one. Where Okay, 1 second. Let me just verify it. cd2 slash slash cd2 slash slash HTML info is web session index.html. All right, let me refresh it. And let me start it again. All right, so let me check whether port number 80 is open here or not. Security group, launch wizard 2. We have inbound rule 5080. It is not open. So what I'll do, I'll just delete SSH is there. We'll say HTTP custom save the rules. And now let me go here again. I think whatever I'm doing, we have done multiple times. It's making sense, right? Copy. So this is our application is running. So that is fine. Our application is running. Now what we will do, I mean, we'll go to load balancer here. And before load balancer, we'll create a target group, right? You can see this is a target group because we are going to use a target group here. Application load balancer will go to target group. We'll say create target group. What is the target group type? Instances we are creating. And we'll say, I'll say test target group, test TG. Protocol is ST, fine. IP address is fine. Default VPS is fine. HTTP1 is fine. Health check is fine. Or okay, HTTP slash is fine. I'm just creating a target group saying next. Okay, I think hyphen is not allowed or something. I'll say test underscore maybe not allowed. So I'll say next. Now in this target group, I'm going to add instances, my web server. I'll say select this one, include pending below, and I'll say create target group. So this target group is created. Okay, this target group as this is the target group and this is the instance. If you can see, this is the same instance, my web server is a part of that target group. Now what I'll do, I'll go and create a load balancer. So I'll say load balancer, I'll say create load balancer. There are a couple of load balancer like, application, network and gateway. Just ignore gateway. It is a very specialized load balancer, especially for the kind of a third party appliance. So we are going to use application load balancer. There is a classic load balancer also. This classic load balancer is a when AWS started for many years they were having, they only provide classic load balancer. I think till 2006, 17, 18 they were only classic load balancer. Classic load balancer having both the feature layer 5, layer 4. I mean, it offers both TCP and layer 7 both. So this is one of the load balancer AWS started with. Later they created a specialized load balancer like application, network and all. So we will use application. We'll say create application load balancer. We'll name it like my ALB, and it's not empty, it's my MY. Okay, internet facing, yes, IPv4 is fine. Default VPC, I'll map both the subnet here. Okay, and the security group, we can use either you can create a new security group or you can use the launch wizard 2. I think where we need to apply all those. Where is launch wizard 2? This one. The default one is fine. We'll use this one as well. And we'll say okay, or we can remove the default one. That's the same security group I'll use here. This is listener, port number 80 is fine for us. Okay, load balancing tag. And now it's saying optimize the service, cloud front and application firewall. We're not going to add it from here. We'll just create a load first application load balancer. I'm keeping everything fine. Here I will there is that option. Mapping VPC is fine. You can also see how load balancer works. It's very nice diagram. They have explained it. You can read it later. And VPC, that is fine. Are you able to see anywhere target group? I'm not able to see here. Security group is fine. Listener and routing is fine. Add listener is not required. Tagging is not required. Optimize is okay. WAF is okay. Global filter is okay. Summary. Okay. All right, let me create it. Yeah, here, okay. Somehow I miss it here. This is target group. That is what I was searching, where is target group. So here we'll select our target group, test PG, and we'll just, so what we are doing it, we are, say for example, this is one of the target group we are creating. In this target group, we have only one instance. We can create multiple instances. That's not a problem. And we are putting a load balancer and a target group in as a backend of this load balancer. This is, I mean, this is our diagram. Like this is our diagram. Okay, we can create multiple target group. That's not a problem. But just I need to show you the working of it, because if you create multiple target group, multiple EC2 instances in lab, make sure that you're ready to pay that amount of bill as well. But if you just want to understand the concept, one target group is sufficient. All right, so now what we will do, we have created the target group. Now we'll go back to our application here. And now we'll say create load balancer. So it will take almost 4 to 5 minutes to create a load balancer. Okay, so what we will do, we'll just wait. You can say status is provisioning, just wait for 4 to 5 minutes. When the load balancer will create it, target group will get created. Then we'll create a WAF and we'll integrate WAF with this load balancer. Just wait, refresh it. Still provisioning. It will take 4 to 5 minutes to create it. Just wait for it. Let's see whether it's got created or not. Still provisioning, so wait. It's active, right? So now if I copy this DNS name of this load balancer, this is the DNS name of that load balancer. Okay, my ALB, some number and some region and like this. So what we can do, we can just copy this DNS name and we'll go and put it here. So you can see my application is accessible. Earlier, the reason I took the public IP, because I just want to check whether my application is accessible using the instance or not. So what is happening right now is like, we have created an EC2 instance. Okay, this is my EC2 instance. First time we have installed some software, a web page. Earlier in this particular case, when we are accessing via this IP, we are directly accessing this EC2 instance. Okay. Now what we have done, we have created an EC2 instance, and then we put this EC2 instance at the backend as a target group. This is a target group that we have created, and this target group is backend for this load balancer. Okay, this load balancer. This is an ALP. Now in this particular page, we are hitting this load balancer, and the traffic is going to this EC2 instance. Okay, this is what I want to show, that this our application is working fine with the backend of this. Here you can see we have not given the IP address. We have given the DNS name of the load balancer. Right now, till here, everyone is getting it. This diagram is getting clear, right? We can have one more target group. We can have multiple target group. We can create all those things. That's not a problem. But understanding is important, right? Now, what we will do, we will clear all those things. So we have now in our diagram, if I just make our diagram, we have one target group. This is basically test EG. This is the target group that we have created, and we have an EC2 instance. We already created an EC2 instance, and this EC2 instance has a web application. Okay, a web application, an app. We have installed an app. Okay, here we have installed an app here. Now we want to access this application. Either we can access this application directly, but we don't prefer accessing application directly. What is a better way? Put a load balancer in front of it. Okay, if we can create one more target group, and we can add it here as well. That will run another application. We can have one more target group, we can run here, and we can manage with the same simple single load balancer. But in our case, if it is just one application, that is fine. Now we are accessing our application using this ALB. All right, and we are sitting somewhere. We are accessing something like this. This is my lab. Okay, and I am accessing my application. All right, I'm hitting here. An IP is assigned here. Okay, but AWS won't share this IP with you. Okay, but what is this IP? AWS really don't share. In network load balancer, you will get an IP, but in application load balancer, they don't share the IP. If you have any requirement of IP, because they have a pool of IP address that they keep assigning this to this IP address, this load balancer. If you want, you can request AWS. If you have something to whitelist in your firewall or something, they will give you the IP address. But for that, you need to connect to AWS. All right, but generally they will give you the A record, the DNS. All right. Now what? Batista, you got it? Okay. So now what we are going to do, we are going to put a WAF here so that we can have more control protection here. So now we'll go to WAF page again here. This is where I stopped because we were not having any backend service like load balancer or anything. So WAF is a global service. Can you see that this is a global, but we need to also mention the region here. Why? Because you need to understand in which region you should create a WAF where your customer base is. Okay, say for example, I'm from Asia Pacific. It's not making any sense to create a WAF in North Virginia, right? Because there will be some latency for my users. So it's better always to create WAF in your region, your customer base. Say for example, we have deployed our application in Hyderabad. So it's always better to create a WAF also in Hyderabad, okay, in the same region, so that there won't be any latency. But it's a global service. It means it's accessible from anywhere. But this is something we can create a WAF. Just choose the region wisely. Okay, that is what the point is. And here you need to select region. Say for example, I'm Now it is saying this describe ACL associated with this one, which is ACL region. I mean, in our case, it's an application load balancer. So we'll select the region here. Why it is not coming up? Yeah. 1 second. Let me refresh. It's not drop down from drop down arrow. It's nothing is coming here. We'll go back to WAF and say create WAF. Asia Pacific Hyderabad. Now it is appearing here. So we'll give a name. Say for example, I'll give a name as test WAF. Okay, and description also I'll give the same description. CloudWatch matrix name. If you want to see the logs of your WAF, the matrix name is also WAF. This is fine. Now here you need to add AWS resource. If you want to add AWS resource here, you can click here add AWS resource. Now what you want to add, basically I want to add an application load balancer. So I'll say application load balancer. Now the moment I click on application load balancer, you can see my load balancer is already appeared. My LB is appearing here. I'll say add here. Okay. Now once you're done till here, we'll say next. Okay. Now here is the time to add rules. Okay. Now the rules writing is an art. Okay, and it is basically now people are getting selected, rejected on their security interview in WAF, like how efficiently they can write rule. So that is something you will learn with your experience and all. I mean, there are some document also that we can follow, but here I would say add rule. Okay, and I'll say add and manage rule group, or just give me a second. Let me duplicate this page and let me go there to WAF. There's known as IP set, because I just want to show you a simple thing. There is a concept known as IP set. IP set is like if you want to block or allow any specific IP, you can create an IP set. Say for example, I'm creating an IP set. I'll say this is my IP address. Okay, and the description is also same as my IP address. Here I want to block my IP address. So in order to get my IP address, what I can say, I can Google and say, what is my IP? So if this is my IP. Okay, so you can go here and create this rule and say /32 for this particular IP, and I'll say create IP set. So my rule IP address, the IP set got created. If I go here, okay, and yes, here I will say add this one. I mean rules. I'll say this one. I'll say come down. I'll say default equals. I'll say allow or block, or I'll say block. I want to block this particular IP, and I'll go here and say next. Okay. That option is not appearing here. Let me just try the previous one. Add rule. And manage rule ACL. That is fine. Block. I'm blocking it. Tokenizing. Okay, that is fine. I'll say next. And I'll say next. I'm just choosing the default one. CloudWatch matrix. Diff next. So it should create a WAF for me. Let me just create ACL. It will take around 7 to 8 minutes to create a web application firewall. So I just created I've not created any rule. I've just created IP set, that is to block my traffic. Let's see when it gets created, what is happening. Edit option is there, Ritupal. Okay. So this test WAF is created. If you click here, test WAF, I just want to make sure that everything is configured correctly. So here you can see this is the rule. I mean, associated resource, check it like, my ELB is associated with it or not. Okay. And sample reset, CloudWatch login, if you want to see all those things. And rules is basically block. That looks okay to me. Let me just go here and try to access this website one more time. Refresh it. Can you see that I'm getting 403 forbidden? The same IP, I mean, so with the same machine, I was able to access it, but now I have blocked my IP in WAF. I'm not able to access it. You may be Can any one of you try this one and let me know the result? Are you able to access my application? Just click on. You are able to access my application because I have not blocked your IP. IP address is fine. I mean, I'm not saying still IP address is fine because I'm directly connecting to EC2 instance. Just try to understand. This is just directly connecting to EC2 instance. Okay. But 403, I'm getting blocked because I have blocked in WAF. Only my IP, right? Yeah. Now, if I want to go here, okay, and I'll say edit this one, I'll say allow, save it. Okay. Let me just refresh it. It will take some time. But the point here is what I'm trying to make is, whenever you create, this is one of the very simple rule like IP set where you can block an IP, you can allow an IP. Okay. What we can do, we can go to IP set again. Okay. Here, select this IP address. Okay. And click this one IP address. Okay. Edit this one. And here, that is fine. We can either select this one and delete this one and mention delete. Okay, so this way we can delete the row. But the point here is, I mean, we are now having one more extra layer of protection at WAF. This is very simple rule that I have created. Okay, and with WAF we can do a lot of fine-grained rule. We can use and or operation to write some more complex rule. So there are a lot of things that we can do with WAF. Okay, if you want to search for a pattern, if you want to block a resider, a lot of things that is possible with WAF. But this I just want to show you where WAF, how to configure WAF, how to integrate WAF with load balancer and all those stuff. Okay, it's blocked for you all. Blocking is not allowed. All right, so let me just check where I have blocked something else. I have blocked somewhere here, right? 1 second. We have rules. That is fine. Allow application. That is fine. Header and all that is fine. Enable default web access request to hash the rules allow. Okay, Faisal is saying I'm not blocked, so that is fine. I mean, maybe something else is blocking you. I'm not sure. You should not block, by the way. All right. So, what is the first thing? What is the first thing that you should do is basically once you're done with the lab, delete everything because these services are very costly. Make sure that you delete. There is something known as well architected framework in it's not only in AWS. Okay, this is I mean in any cloud there is something well architected. Okay, well architected framework means like there are some pillars in cloud that we say whenever you design anything in cloud there are some we need to measure our design like on the over some matrices, some criteria, or we call pillars in cloud. Okay, so this is something known as there are 6 pillars in AWS. In earlier they started with 4 pillars. Now they come up with 2 more pillars. Those are more or less same. I mean, if you go in the granularity of those things, but the first thing they call is like operational excellence. Second thing is security, okay, and reliability, okay, performance efficiency. If you see performance efficiency and operational excellence, more or less these two things are very similar because very minute differences, but I will tell you about all these things. And after that they like cost optimization, sustainability, and high availability. So these are the like sustainability and all these are the main important pillars are like whenever you design anything in cloud, it should be we call it as a how like is it really well architected or not? That is what like in the cloud we kind of discuss like whether it's really well architected or it's not well architected. That totally depends upon the I would say the measurement of all these 6 criteria. Okay, so let me these are the 6 pillar of the cloud, like operational excellence, security, reliability, cost optimization, and sustainability, performance efficiency. Okay, so I'll just quickly go through it. This is also very important when you design anything in cloud. Operational excellence is like focus on running and monitoring systems to deliver business value and continually improve the process and procedure. So, and if you read, like, as I mentioned, like performance efficiency is also very close to that. Using computing resources efficiently make the system required and stop. So basically, these two things are basically saying whenever you design anything, it should be operationally well oriented and performance wise, it's good. Say for example, if I design anything cloud and say for example, I have designed Swiggy kind of application in AWS in cloud, but whenever a user is going to log in, it's take 4 minutes, 5 minutes to log in to that application. Okay, so this is your application is not well designed. I mean, because if the user is taking that much of time to log in, nobody is going to access your application. All right, so this is kind of how you have designed your application. Okay. Similarly, the another criteria is security, and also the security wise is, I mean, just try to understand. I can make my as secure as, like, it could be very secure, but if I make my system such a secure system that even a genuine user is not able to log in, what is the use of this application? It's of no use, right? So there must be a proper balance of everything. That is what the point is. The second thing is cost optimization. Cost optimization is like I have created a system, in order to make my system highly available, highly reliable, and fault tolerance, everything. But the cost of my application is, I mean, the infrastructure cost of my application is huge. Okay, maybe I'm not able to generate that much of revenue from my application. I've created an application, a lot of people are using it, but and they are using my application, but my cloud bill is so much that even whatever the revenue I'm generating is more amount I'm paying to AWS, right? So that is again the cost. I mean, my application is not very well designed because I'm not making any money out of it, right? So, and there is another way of looking at, like, in order to, we should also not compromise with the quality in order to reduce the cost. Say for example, in this particular application, how can I reduce the cost? Probably if I don't use WAF, my bill will be little low, right? I can directly run on EC2 instance. Can it be a better application? No, right? We have a lot of challenges if I'm directly running my application on EC2 without ALB and WAF. So what to use, what not to use, and how to use, that is basically a real challenge for a solution architect. Okay, because if you go to any customer, I mean, this is a fact. I mean, if you go to any customer, the first thing they will ask you, how much money it will, what is the bill? I mean, how much monthly bill we have to pay for this particular architecture? Because everyone wants to, drive Ferrari, but nobody likes to pay for Ferrari. That's the problem. So, and what is the challenge? Who will face all those heat and consequences? The solution architect, the design team. So you need to be very well versed with all these things. Like, you need to tell your customer, you need to tell your application team, if this is your requirement, this is what going to be the cost. Are you ready for that? Okay, so you need to maintain proper balance of all these things. Okay, you should not make your application such a secure system that nobody can log in. You should not create an application that performance wise is not able to it's good. Okay, you should not create an application such a costly application that it's not of worth. Okay, and you should not create such a low cheap kind of application where you're, in order to reduce cost, you are compromising with the quality. Okay, that is also not there. Okay. Similarly, sustainability is like it's a kind of minimizing the environment impact of running the cloud. It's kind of a fault tolerant application. Okay, if you are making a fault tolerant application, your application should be sustainable. It should not be running any single point of any kind of I can say system failure or anything like that. It should be a fault tolerant application. Okay, and reliability is like ensure the workload performs its intended will function and correctly and personally. So basically, this is as we discussed, somebody mentioned that why we should have multiple EC2 instances in the target group, because I want to design a redundant, reliable system. If I'm creating a in this particular application, in our case, I have only one EC2 in the target group. This is very bad design because in the real world, I'm saying it's a very bad design, because if this EC2 instance goes down, what is the point of having WAF and ALB and all those things, but you are having one single EC2 instance? So what would be the other way? I can have at least multiple 3 or 4 EC2 instances behind a load balancer, right? What is the point of having just one EC2 instance behind a load balancer? It's of no use. If this EC2 instance goes down, your application is down and you are using WAF and all those things, right? So you have to keep control. I mean, whenever you design anything, come and measure your design on the over the scale of security, cost optimization, and performance, reliability, sustainability. It should be a proper combination, proper balance of each things. Okay, it's kind of whenever you are preparing food or something, it should be good combination of like all those ingredients and everything. Nothing should be little higher, nothing should be less, right? Something like that. You are designing anything, you should come and discuss, measure your application on the pillar of these six. Well, okay. So this is very, very important. Whenever you get an interview question and all something designing and all, you should always think like whether my application is reliable. Do I have follow all the security checks? Is my application is cost optimized or not? Is there any further improvement? Can I reduce the cost without compromising with the other quality and all? So all those questions you should ask to yourself. Okay. Now I'll talk about one more service that is known as. So what is AWS Cloud Trail? Cloud Trail is something like governance. What is this IT governance? Like something like, who did what at what time? If you want to see, who did what at what time. Sometimes we need to understand, who, say for example, I have a mission critical application running on the EC2 instance and somebody has rebooted that EC2 instance by mistake. And nobody is coming in and saying like, this is I have done it by mistake, but you want to know like who has rebooted this particular thing. So there is something known as Cloud Trail. What you can do here is, you can go to AWS. If you are using your personal account, I would say don't enable CloudTrail because it's a chargeable service. Okay, but if you are using in your organization or something, you should enable it. So what it says, CloudTrail, if you just copy and paste it will tell you about what is CloudTrail, and this is the best way to learn about a service. AWS CloudTrail, what it says, continuously log your AWS account activity. It will log everything. Where whatever you are doing on your AWS account, it will start logging everything. Okay, you can CloudTrail. And why this is a requirement? Because if you are running any bank, if you're running any financial application or anything that in an organization, we want to monitor each and everything, right? Who is doing what kind of thing. So there you can enable it. So whatever is happening on your AWS account, it will get recorded. And with what IAM user ID it is happening, with what IP address it is happening, everything will get recorded here. Okay, so CloudTrail is a very important service for security, because if something already happened, you cannot do anything. If you have not enabled CloudTrail, you can't do anything because it's already happened. But if you have enabled CloudTrail and somebody did something, everything will get recorded here. So how it works, basically it will capture, you can see it's a camera kind of thing, record the activity. It will store all those what it is going to store. It will store your AWS CloudTrail console in an S3 bucket. It will create an S3 bucket and it will upload all the logs there. And then what you can do, you can use Amazon CloudWatch Alarm. And CloudWatch is a service where you can set up alarm and monitor everything, and you can review all those things, who did what and everything. So this is important. If you want to create CloudTrail, you can click here and create trail. I don't enable it generally, but it's very simple. You just click on create trail, it will enable. And after that, it will start monitoring each and everything. Okay, but it is for us, for our personal account, it is an unnecessary cost, because it will generate S3 bucket storage and all will get counted. So You should always remember there is a CloudTrail service. If I want to monitor who did what, you just go and hit here. Okay, it will get enabled. Then after that, everything will get recorded on S3 bucket, and you can go and later analyze it. Who did what, at what time, what is the IP address, what activity, all those operations will get recorded. All right. Then we have another service, something known as AWS Secret Manager. AWS Secret Manager is one of the services that we use to store our secrets. What is secrets, by the way, in IT world? What is the most secret information? Your password, right? Your keys, your user ID, passwords, and all. So what is the way to manage password? You can write your password somewhere, or you can remember your password or something like that. But this is not a good way to manage your password and keys and all. So what AWS says, if you really want to say, for example, I'm running 100 databases. Can I remember all the 100 database password? No, it's not at all possible, right? Can I note it down somewhere? Yes, you can note it down somewhere. But what happened when you lost that notepad, or maybe it got stolen or something like that? So it's something like, it's not a good practice. What AWS says, you store your security credential, API keys, and secret to the secret manager, and it's a very simple service. I mean, creation of secret manager and all is very simple service. You just need to go here. Okay, AWS. Okay, I can say secret manager. Okay, just create a secret manager. It's a kind of a vault kind of thing. Okay, what it says, AWS secret manager easily rotate, manage, retrieve the secret throughout the life cycle. AWS secret manager helps you to access application services, IT services. I mean, basically, wherever you are using some kind of secret information, you can store in AWS secret manager. You just need to create it. It will get created, and whenever you are creating any password or something, you can just give the name of this secret manager, and everything will get stored in AWS cloud. Okay, and they will follow all the best practices, like, rotating after 45 days and all those things. Everything will be there. Okay, so you should also remember, like, there is a service that is known as secret manager that I can use to store my all confidential information. But confidential information doesn't mean any kind of a document or something. It's like your password, your access key, these kind of information. So it's basically intelligent threat protection for your accounts. You can integrate guard duty with either with some of the logging mechanism, maybe your CloudTrail logs, DNS log, or maybe VPC flow log. Then what it does, basically, it will monitor those things and start storing your data in an S3 bucket. And later we can identify, like, any kind of suspicious activity like malware production, or like something like kind of crypto mining, or maybe kind of unusual API call somebody is making. Everything we can monitor using guard duty. So if you can just enable it, I mean, it's very simple to enable. Okay, you can just go here, enable guard duty, and it will start monitoring your logs. Again, it's a chargeable service. They have 30 days free trial, but it's like, it will start monitoring all your logs and everything, and all those things are getting stored in S3 bucket. And later, the most important thing, the logs that are getting stored, you need to go and analyze it. Okay, then from there you can identify some activity from there, any suspicious activity from there, like something like IP scanning, port scanning, stolen keys. Okay, EC2 is some EC2 running malware, or somebody is doing crypto mining. Okay, somebody is doing large data S3 transfer. Okay, IAM role is using, somebody's abnormally using IAM role. Everything will get scanned and monitored. Okay, so enabling guard duty is like, this is what we can do with all this guard duty and all.
At this point, not only have you become acquainted with the essential cybersecurity terms, but you've also learned how to implement them within a cloud environment. But what better way to deepen your understanding of a field than by hearing it from an expert? For that, we have brought to you Mr. Karthik Chandra, a certified ethical hacker, or a CEH master, and the founder of ER Segment Solutions. His expertise in identifying vulnerabilities and his impressive work in the cybersecurity field will surely fascinate you. Also, his tips on how you can go about becoming a cybersecurity engineer will nudge you in the right direction. So, without any further ado,
Let's listen to his wisdom.
Hi Karthik, welcome to this podcast. So we're very excited to have you over here. Without me giving an introduction, let's hear from you. If you can talk about who you are, what you do, and then we'll take it forward from there.
Sure. So, my name is Karthik, and so basically, I'm founder of Segment Solutions. So, we are a cybersecurity firm, and we basically work with multiple organizations. We provide security solutions, and also we work with crime departments, and also we have some clients in US. So, we do everything. It's a core cybersecurity firm which we are running right now.
Right. And with that, you also train people on cybersecurity. If you can talk a little bit about that as well.
Yeah. So when it comes to training, I started since when I was in my BTech.
Wow. Okay.
When I was, in my third year BTech, I started. And since with Intellipaat, I've been associated, I guess, since 2021, I guess.
Okay.
I'm 2019 pass out. And from 2018 or so, I've been training, and I worked with few companies in Bangalore as well, simultaneously with IIM Bangalore incubated companies and all.
Okay.
And I started training, and in Bangalore University and all, I have given a lot of sessions for faculties, employees in many MNC companies, even through Intellipaat. I guess I have trained HCL, Wipro, some companies.
Wow.
I've given for training for employees in cybersecurity.
Wow, I mean, like you said, you passed out in 2019,
Yeah.
and what you've done, I think, is too much for a normal human to do. So we'll get into that, how you got this interest, how you started. But for our audience, let's set the context. Can you talk about what exactly is cybersecurity? Why is it required in today's age? Let's start from there.
Okay, so when it comes to cybersecurity, it's a big ocean to start off with. So, see, cybersecurity, if you dive in, there are many paths in cybersecurity. So, in my case, I'm into offensive side. Cybersecurity also have defensive side of cybersecurity management side.
So when you say
there are-
offensive, what do you mean exactly?
So offensive as in we legally break into a network or system or application or a Wi-Fi network or a web, anything. So
when you say
basically,
legally, like, what do you mean by that?
we call it, it's called ethical hacking.
Okay.
We also call it penetration testing. So I'm a pen tester. So basically what we do is, before hacker finding the flaw, we find it and report it.
Okay.
So that the organization can fix it before hacker finding it. So
okay.
If you touch web, you have web pen testing, mobile pen testing, Linux system pen testing, network pen testing. Every technology has pen testing in it.
Okay.
So our job is basically, we have to find the security flaws which could affect the company
Okay.
if hacker gets to know about it.
And companies basically pay you to get this done.
Yes, we
Okay.
call it bug bounty hunting. We can do freelancing as well.
Oh, amazing.
As in, I don't have to work under anyone. There are many platforms where we can find millions of projects.
Okay.
This is called responsible disclosure program, which many companies has it. And people like us, we can select those companies. We can legally, by following rules and regulations of the company, we legally perform attacks, find loopholes, and report.
Okay.
So I started my journey that way.
In bug bounty.
Through bug bounty hunting.
So I remember when I also was in college, there were a lot of friends of mine who were trying to do, get into bug bounty, but maybe they got into it or did not get into it. But I want to understand from you, let's say I'm a college grad, or maybe I'm studying in college, right? And I remember being a fresher, I used to admire hackers. There was a movie called Social Network, which came out, right? And after that, a lot of people want to become hackers, want to become developers. So can you basically tell us, somebody who wants to get into cybersecurity, how can he assess himself whether he can get into it or not?
See, it's all about the mentality the individual is having. So normally in cybersecurity, basically you'll get a lot of challenges.
Okay.
So if you are a person who wants or who enjoys getting challenged, then this will be the field for them. Okay, and it's not that you need to be a programmer or so to get into cybersecurity.
Oh, wow, okay.
So we'll also discuss about it. But yeah, ultimately the thing is that mindset. We need to enjoy the challenges which we get, and we have to sit in front of it. Logically, we have to think a lot in this particular domain.
So let's say somebody is from a non-technical background, but he's very much interested into getting into cybersecurity. So what is your suggestion for them? Like before getting into it, should they go ahead and learn something? Or like how does it work?
So definitely see, nowadays everything is on internet, but self-study is something which, if you ask me whether I would prefer, so at one point, so at times I do to rely on self-study, but even right now if I want to upgrade, I do take up certain trainings. The reason is it is much faster than we picking up each and every topic, and we don't even know how do we get to that point. We have to keep on searching in internet. So what I have done is also the same. I have took my training first, and I got that guidance, the path, and then later I have continued in the same manner, and I got into that point where I can give trainings.
Interesting. So you did engineering, right?
I did, yeah.
So which stream of engineering did you do?
I have done computer science, and for the prior question which you have asked, the thing is there are many people in cybersecurity from non-tech background. So if you ask me, will cybersecurity, give opportunities for people outside technical graduates? Then yes. There are many people from civil background, commerce background, and many other different backgrounds. In fact, my students are there who has done B pharmacy as well, and they have to create an identity in market.
Okay.
Cybersecurity has lot of unfilled jobs. There are many people in industry or many people outside without jobs.
Okay.
But just because cybersecurity is having many job opportunities, they are not going to pick up random people. They'll pick people who are having the skill set. So being a non-technical grad, being a non-technical student, so if you have that skill set and if you can prove that you have more skill set than a technical guy, you'll definitely be getting the opportunities. And there are many.
Got it. So let's take it a little slow. Let's go step by step. So let's say I'm from a non-technical background, or maybe I'm in the computer science field, but I'm not good at coding. I'm not good at whatever is being taught in colleges. So what is the first step for me? Like, how should I begin? Maybe for people who are in college right now, they want to get into cybersecurity. What is the first step? Like, what should they do? So that I understand eventually you will have to take a course. But in that course also, there must be some prerequisites that you should know, right? So what is something that I should learn first before I get into cybersecurity?
Networking is mandatory.
Okay.
So networking is, obviously it's kind of, people do, whoever are getting in, by learning networking, they get little bored.
Right.
Because it's not that interesting and
maybe
it's kind of dry.
When I remember, because I also did computer science from my college, there was very less practical oriented things in computer networks, right? Maybe you had a different course. So if, let's say I want to get into networking, how can I practice if I want to go ahead and learn networking?
See, cybersecurity and ethical hacking basically, without networking, there is no cybersecurity.
Understood, yes.
Okay. So now, if I want to get in, I need to be familiar with networking. Okay. But how to learn networking? There are many resources or there are many courses as well outside where people can learn. But if you want to practically implement the, how to set up the devices, how to connect a router, how to, interact with these devices and all, you don't need an infrastructure.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, you have Cisco Packet Tracer for an instance. In colleges, obviously, people don't teach us.
Right.
But Cisco Packet Tracer is one tool where we can arrange all the devices, we can arrange a switch, we can arrange a router, we can connect them. Each and every device will have an IP. We can also access the terminal in each and every device, communicate with other device. We can do everything as such. So the thing is, practically you can implement networking, but It depends on where you are learning and how.
So let's say I'm a guy who does not even understand the networking protocols, right? So for me, what is your advice? Like, is there any learning resource that I can refer to, or maybe is there, are Udemy courses enough for learning networking? So or maybe is there a book that I can go through that if I learn this, or is there an outcome which I can basically measure myself into, that if I do this, then I know networking? Like, how will I know that I know enough networking?
So, see, mainly for cybersecurity, we'd be needing OSI model. OSI model is like heart of networking concepts.
So OSI model is one that
if any attack which happens in cyber world, it happens in one of the 7 layers of OSI.
Okay.
So we need to know OSI model, how data flows from one device to other device, and we need to know IPs, MAC address, DNS, DHCP, all these concepts.
Sure.
We need it. So it's up to which point we want to learn. This is something which we can't answer, because the more you learn, the better it is for you. So if you say how do I learn it, there are many resources online. In YouTube, there are many channels where they make series of CCNA networking videos.
Got it.
And in cybersecurity, it's not mandatory that we get into routing switching level concepts, but base intermediate level knowledge on it, ports, protocol, services, all these OSI model and all these concepts would be sufficient for you to move forward.
Got it. Okay. So networking is a prerequisite. Any other prerequisite that we require before we get into understanding?
Computer knowledge, obviously.
Okay. Operating a computer.
Basic.
Working on Linux.
You can learn it eventually. It's not something. It's just
not a prerequisite.
It's not a prerequisite. Okay. Anyone can do it within a basic.
So
knowledge.
If you have basic knowledge about how computers work and a knowledge about networking, especially OSI model, and I think that is the first thing that we learned when we started computer networks, then you're saying we can think about doing a cybersecurity course. Okay, got it. Now, when we get into cybersecurity, there are so many certifications out there, right? Because anybody who would want to learn cybersecurity, obviously we want to get a job, right? So let's start from there. Like, what are the entry-level jobs which are available in cybersecurity? Or before getting into cybersecurity, is there a job that maybe I should get into where I learn things, how they happen, and then maybe I should get into cyber? How does it work?
So, as a fresher, if I want to get into a job, or if you want to get into a job in cybersecurity, so basically you need to decide, like, red teaming, blue teaming. So that is offensive, defensive. So if you want a vague idea, defensive team, you have SOC analysts, you have incident response teams, you have NOC teams, you have multiple security analysts and all, multiple responsibilities. If you see in cybersecurity, there are 60 plus job roles.
Okay.
So in defensive side, their main agenda is to make sure that the attack will not enter inside the company.
Got it.
Okay. So when it comes to organizations outside, they have more defensive side opportunities.
Yeah.
And we have offensive side of cybersecurity as well, like penetration testers, security auditors, and forensic investigators and all. So when it comes to that side, offensive side, compared to blue, we'll have lesser number of opportunities, but we do have.
Okay. So you're saying between the blue team and the red team, which is defensive and offensive, it is easier to get into the defensive side because jobs are more.
Jobs are more, yeah.
Okay. Now, what is the entry level job in the defensive side of things that I can get into as a fresher? Like, for example, when we were in college, we used to have companies like TCS, Infosys. The only thing that they used to ask us was, what are loops, right? What are variables? And if you used to answer 6-7 questions, we used to get the software developer job. Now, in case of cybersecurity, what is it? Like, what is the first kind of role that I'll get into, and what are the kind of questions that I can expect?
So you'll get into security analyst job roles.
Okay.
So that is into, let's say, defensive side if you see. So you'll be working with in L1, L2 levels initially as a fresher you'll get in.
Okay.
And basically you'll be dealing with, it's kind of, you don't need coding in here. Okay. So you'll be completely dependent on security tools, SIM tools.
Okay.
So like Splunk, QRadar, EDR tools like CloudStrike, Trellix and all. So as it is a tool-based scenarios, networking is mandatory in here.
Sure.
So in any interview you attend, if they ask you 10 questions, 3 questions will be there in networking.
Okay.
So ports, protocols, again, the same concepts. And apart from that, they'll ask you about cyber kill chain, or, about MITRE attack framework, and, these kind of questions mostly they'll be focusing on.
Got it.
And when it comes to red teaming, you have penetration testers job roles also as a fresher.
Okay.
There are many people who got in, and me myself, I've been in pen testing. So when it comes to pen testing, you need to have that semi-coding knowledge.
Okay.
Semi-coding knowledge is needed, as in I don't have to be pro in coding, but if I can write one line of code, if I can understand the flow of code and write one line, that would be sufficient for me to survive.
Okay.
Being in fresher, later we can become pro in coding, develop our own tools and all, but entry barrier is not there. You don't have to be pro.
That's fair. Okay. So you mentioned that there are, as a security analyst, which is the entry level job that you mentioned, I need to know about networking, and I need to know about security tools, right? So knowing networking, like, is there a certification that I can do? Maybe from certification, I can map what all I have to learn in order to do that certification, and that certification maybe becomes a gateway for me to apply to that particular job. And similarly, the security tools that you mentioned, because these tools are not taught in colleges, right? So as a fresher, how do I learn these tools? Again, there might be courses or resources out there, but I might not know what all tools I have to learn, right? So maybe the way forward would be to do a certification which will tell me, okay, learn these 5 tools. Enough. If you learn them, you can get a certification, right? So what is the entry level certification that I can do in order to learn these security tools, or in order to learn networking?
So when it comes to entry level certification, so either in blue team or red team, companies ask for CEH, from EC Council, CEH, Certified Ethical Hacker.
Sure.
So basically, why in CEH you'll be not learning these SIM tools, but it's an entry level certification which companies ask for, even blue team.
Okay.
So the reason behind that is there are other bodies also, CompShare, Security Plus, Network Plus is there. So it depends on like people which certification they prefer. But there are companies who ask for, let's say, CEH. So why did CEH become globally acknowledged by many companies is because it has, let's say, 20 modules in it. Cybersecurity, as I told, it's a big ocean. There are many paths. If you touch network security, mobile security, or IoT security, cloud security, there are many paths. So CEH will give you some basic to intermediate level knowledge on multiple paths.
Got it.
Okay, the scenario is, let's say I have my own company. I got a requirement from a client saying that, boss, I need a web pen testing project to be done. So let's say I need manpower to do the project. So I'll hire someone, and these people will come in, and project will be done within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 1 month. So after the project is done, I'll get another client who requirement is network security.
Right.
I have hired for web security. They don't have knowledge on network security, means I need to train them from scratch, and I have to assign them the project.
Right.
Which is, I need to pay them salary also for training. So it will be a burden for the organization.
Right.
So initially, while I'm hiring itself, I need to hire someone with some fundamental knowledge, intermediate level knowledge on different paths.
Okay.
So that employee will be able to adapt to my requirement.
Yeah.
So that is why this CEH is designed in such way where it gives you some basic to intermediate level knowledge on multiple paths. Employee adaptability increases.
Cool.
That's kind of foundation.
So as a technical guy, I can definitely get into CEH. But what if I am from the non-technical field? Can I straight away get into CEH, or I have to learn something?
See, technical or non-technical, the certifications they look into is the same standards. So people, there are people who do CCNA also, networking certification, but it's not mandate. But if you do, it's an additional advantage. So being in a fresher, okay, how do you create an identity in market is what makes more weightage. So basically, certifications are not just a way to create your identity in market.
Mhm.
So there are many other ways in cybersecurity compared to other domains where you can create that identity.
So what are those ways exactly then?
Okay. So if you ask me how I started off, how I created my identity. So basically, starting off, I started when I was in my second year
Okay.
graduation, 2017, where I was a web developer first,
Okay.
PHP backend. I was doing internship. So later I realized about cybersecurity and switched from web development to web security.
Okay.
So I've started off with bug bounty hunting. So in my semester holidays, in first 8 days, I found around 4 days, I found around 8 critical vulnerabilities.
Where, if I may ask?
It's NDAs,
Okay.
non-disclosure, but yeah.
So was it a big company or was it a startup? Like
Medium scales.
Okay.
So some companies I worked for, and I've targeted a few good companies as well, where 2 companies offered me job.
Oh wow! Just because you found a bug.
Yeah, I found
Okay.
and explained them as well. There are few companies whom I have done internship priorly, and I have explained them that these are the scenarios, and somehow it worked out, and they gave me opportunity. And since my third year, I started working full time.
Okay.
And basically, this bug bounty hunting, which is there, it is one of the best way to create a weightage in your resume. As in, see, in my case, I had 5 backlogs in my BTech.
Okay.
Okay, no one cared. I had, I'm not very good in getting percentages. So no one cared or no one asked me about it.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting that people follow it. But the thing is, I have created my identity in such a way that people care about the skill set. So since then, I've done freelancing, and I've third year onwards, I've almost by fourth year, I worked for around 8 companies,
Wow.
2 in Canada, 2 in US, and remaining Bangalore and Hyderabad.
Wow.
So I suggest my students also the same, that bug bounty hunting, let's say, is something which you don't have to invest to get a project. You don't have to work under anyone. Being a student, if you can invest around 2 hours, 3 hours per day, and select a project and start working on it, finding security flaws,
Then
eventually, let's say at the end of fourth year or at the end of your graduation, if you have it in your resume that you have secured 50 companies or 100 companies, no recruiter will have dared to reject your resume. So you can create that. You don't need any certifications. Doing certification, even I have done it. It's like you to prove yourself that you have that content, and also it will be an additional advantage.
Interesting. So let's say I want to do bug bounty, right? So let's take the example of Intellipaat. Now, let's say I want to check what kind of bugs they have in the website. So what is the normal flow? Like, how do I begin understanding, or how do I find a bug? Like,
Okay.
maybe if you can map a roadmap for us.
So usually we maintain a checklist,
Okay.
as in a list of the security flaws. So we also follow a security standard OWASP top 10 globally. People do follow it.
No, so my question is, as a fresher, when you did it, right? How did you crack it? Like, how did you now? So you have because you have done a lot, you might be having a process which you might also teach also to people. But my question to you is, as a fresher, because you did not have this knowledge, right? You said you were a web tester, a web developer, and you wanted to get into cybersecurity. So how did you find your first bug?
See, I have learned. I took training.
Okay.
Okay. So basically, I started off with attending a workshop in IIT Hyderabad and BITS Hyderabad. We had 2-day workshops, ethical hacking. I attended, got to know about it, wanted to explore, took training.
Okay.
So I took training normally from online itself. I started. Later, I took offline trainings.
Okay.
So, but the thing is, I got that guidance, like, what vulnerabilities are there, what kind of security flaws are there
Okay.
in websites. I got it. And whatever attacks I know, whatever vulnerabilities I know, I made a list.
Understood.
And any website which I select, I go through each and every vulnerability, each and every attack I perform. And if it worked, I'll take it. If
Got
it
it.
didn't work, go for next. Like that, I keep trying all. So whichever vulnerabilities worked out, I make a report and report it to the concerned organization.
Amazing. Okay. So it's not try and error. It's basically you have a list, you have a certain process or
Yeah.
certain attacks that you know that these are some basic vulnerabilities that most of the websites have. You do that, and from there you start and go.
Yeah,
dig
OWASP
deeper.
top 10 standards, which I was telling about. Basically, the OWASP is a non-profit organization.
Okay.
What they do is they do research on what are the most commonly found vulnerabilities in web.
Okay.
Not only web, it has in cloud, it has an IoT OWASP top 10. But let's say OWASP top 10 in web. So they do research and release those top 10 standards.
Okay.
So we also follow OWASP top 10. And apart from that, I do follow other vulnerabilities as well. Latest vulnerabilities, they keep on coming in market.
Got it.
So best part is if you focus on latest vulnerabilities, not many people will upgrade themselves.
Okay.
So
That's a secret. Okay. Got it. Understood. So you're saying if somebody learns the OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities which are there, chances are that if they're targeting maybe a new startup or a medium startup who have just started out, and if they have a bug bounty program, they will be able to find their first bug.
Yeah, there are chances, but I would suggest not to work only on OWASP.
Okay.
Because there are many people who are learning OWASP, so competition will be more. So if you want to get out of that competition, you have to go a little above OWASP, and there are many other vulnerabilities.
Correct. Now let's talk about, can I perform these attacks on any website, or like is there a way? Because right now the conversation that we are having is we can test by doing these attacks on websites, but I don't think that is legal, right? So like how do I approach, or how do I know which websites I can actually do an attack and which websites are actually giving me a bug bounty program?
So it's very easy. Basically, the scenario is there are companies who are having RVDP program, Responsible Vulnerability Disclosure Program.
Okay.
MNCs like Apple, Google. Apple pays 1.5 up to $1.5 million.
Wow.
Depending on the criticality. Google also pays in millions of dollars per vulnerability depending on criticality. So there are many companies as such, depending on their budget, they pay. But either way, how do we find them? So if you see Apple, they have a separate sub page in their website itself for Apple Bug Bounty Program. So same way many companies have it.
Okay.
So how do we find all these companies in one places? There are platforms like Buckroud, HackerOne, Synac, Integrity, 18+. There are many platforms. So the scenario is, let's say I want to select a project. So I can sign up for free in these platforms.
Right.
I can select any program which is listed, even OpenAI and all. There are many government and private organizations. I select them. They write clear rules and regulations. What is your scope? So what are the rules you have to follow? What are the attacks you should not do? What attacks you can?
Okay.
So like they'll give set of rules and regulations. We have to read it properly, perform the attack. They have report option there itself.
Okay.
Submit report and they'll respond accordingly. That is for public platforms. Again, there are private programs. Government websites you can do, and you can report it to NCIIPC. So like that there are. So it's not difficult to find. There are millions of projects available.
Correct. Now, so what are the legalities of doing this? Because obviously hacking is a term, I'm sure everybody has been through news. There was a so Julian Assange was there who got arrested because he did some hacking. So we don't want our audience to do that, right? So how can someone ethically do hacking, and how do, let's say for example, we spoke about maybe learning the 10 vulnerabilities which are there, right? Can I actually go on any website and perform vulnerability attack for those top 10 vulnerabilities? Is that okay in India? And how does it work outside?
See, it is some gray area, okay, at times. But see, if a company, they themselves put their application in a platform and say that we are offering this for these kind of vulnerabilities,
Right.
they'll tell you priority, that is depending on
So
criticality.
those are
there
for the
will be
companies who offer a bug bounty
offer a program.
and maybe they mention it on the website.
Yeah.
But there are companies who don't mention it maybe, right?
Yeah.
So can we do an attack on those websites?
That is kind of a gray area. The thing is, there is a platform, let's say Open Bug Bounty. So usually there are people who do it on companies who don't have RVDP program. It's because they don't even know what RVDP program is. What is cybersecurity? They might not even have an idea. Colleges, if you see, they don't have any idea about it. So there are many startups who don't have idea. So the thing is, at times, let's say I'm traveling somewhere, I saw a company name. So out of curiosity, I want to test it. So in that case, let's say, some attacks like cross-site scripting, SQL injection kind of attacks, let's say I'll perform it on the website. Again, there are attacks like DOS, DDoS and all, which will completely take down. I should not perform even on companies who are having RVDP program or companies who are not. Should not perform certain attacks, which is going to damage their clients, services to their clients. So I'll make sure that I perform, let's say, these kind of attacks. And I'll reach out. There are many ways to reach out. I can either call them at times and tell them, please divert the call to your technical team. If they tell that, we don't have such option, in that case, via LinkedIn, there will be multiple people, multiple employees who are registered. I'll just search for that company. I'll get some employee, message them that I found this vulnerability. Acknowledge, if you want more information, I'll help you to fix it. Obviously, if they're interested, they'll reach out to me and I'll tell the procedure. Like that, some or other way we can reach out to them. If they didn't even care about it, there is a platform called Open Bug Bounty Program. That is a platform where there is a team who will reach out on your behalf and, help you to get acknowledgement from them. So as such, there are.
So, let's say I have a company, right? I am not aware about cybersecurity norms. Now I'm doing my work and somebody, some ethical hacker comes and tells me that there's a vulnerability on your website. Now, as an owner, I might think that, hey, why did you attack my website in the first case, right? So what is the legality in India for these kind of scenarios?
So as I told, so the thing is, our approach should be right. As I told, that's kind of a gray area. If I tell you that, hey, I got your customer data.
Right.
Obviously, people will be like, Arey, who are you to take my customer data? Who gave you permissions? Better asking permissions priorly, but as they don't know what cybersecurity is, they might not even care about it.
Right.
So we make sure that the attacks which we do, like if you see Open Bug Bounty, which I have told you before, the platform, they don't even accept attacks like SQL injection. Because it's an attack where it can dump the data from the database.
Right.
So we don't want to perform any attacks which is going to extract their sensitive data. But we'll perform attacks like, let's say, cross-site scripting and all, show them that, you are allowing outsider to execute their code in your website. And we are not stealing any sensitive data or so. Well, we'll report. The approach, how do you approach should be different.
So I think now let's talk about cybersecurity careers, right? So I understood you explained us very well how we can get into cybersecurity. Now, once I get into cybersecurity, what is the kind of salary that I can expect as a fresher?
Okay, so when it comes to cybersecurity professional salaries, as a fresher, you can't expect as a fresher high salaries, but any other IT employee, whatever their average salaries, even cybersecurity, the same. So you can start off with somewhere around 3.54 or 4.5. So if you are directly from college and if you have a good college, then there are colleges which gets 12 LPA or 13 LPA also, depends on the college reputation. But as a fresher, like any other IT employee, you'll be getting the average same package. But eventually salaries grow faster in cybersecurity compared to any other domain. And in fact, if you see in entire IT department, there are many people involved, but none of the IT employee can directly reach out to a founder or CISO, right? Founder or stakeholders or CEO of a company. So they are in top level. So in MNCs I'm talking about. So in entire IT department, cybersecurity professional, like if you see CISO is head of cybersecurity department. So they can directly report to a founder. They will directly report. So that level of importance is given, and obviously responsibilities are high. Salaries are also very high compared to a developer as well.
Got it. So somebody who's a lateral guy who wants to get into cybersecurity, let's say somebody who's a software developer or somebody who's a network engineer who has spent 4-5 years in the industry, right? Maybe there are 10 to 12 LPA right now. So if they make a switch to cybersecurity, can they expect the same amount of salary or maybe a hike, or like how does it work?
So see, when it comes to there are few questions from students as well that people want to shift to cybersecurity. They have some experience. So here the scenario is, let's say cybersecurity networking is anyways needed. By now we know. So if you worked in some networking domain or some domain which is relevant to cybersecurity, let's say you worked around 2 years in networking, so they'll consider at least 50% of experience, like 1 year they'll consider. So that way you can shift into cybersecurity, but not a whole experience would be considered, but at least 50% will be taken.
So somebody who's a lateral hire, can they expect around 10 to 12 LPA as a starting? Like let's say I'm a network engineer, maybe I've done CCNA, right? I get into cybersecurity, maybe I was earning around 10 to 12 LPA or 14 LPA. So with this experience, and maybe I've done a cybersecurity course, maybe I did the C8 certification or any other certification, can I expect the same salary, or will there be a dip in my salary which I
Possibilities are there.
Okay.
One scenario is there are few people who in the similar case in their same company they get the opportunity to shift by doing this certifications and all.
IGPs,
So in that case the same salaries maximum cases will continue. But from that company, if they are moving out to other company, so you have to prove a little bit your skill set, and the chances will be there. But it depends on the skill set. If you can prove that you have you are eligible to get that kind of package with the knowledge you are having, then definitely that people do give.
So you're saying eventually maybe you might have to go to because we also have people who may come from a non-tech domain. Let's say somebody's in pre-sales, right? Or somebody's doing an entirely non-technical job and they're not happy with the job. And maybe the package that they're getting is around 20, 25. So they will have to take a dip, is what you're saying, when they're starting off in cybersecurity.
Yes.
But eventually you're saying if they do their certifications, if they're able to prove themselves in the company, the growth is there.
Yeah.
So what are the maximum salary that somebody can expect in the cybersecurity domain?
If you can see here, let's say compared to a developer maximum salary, no matter how many year experience he's having, let's say an average company can pay up to 60 LPA.
Right.
But a cybersecurity professional, if you see head of cybersecurity department, there are companies who pay 60 lakhs to 3 CR.
Oh, in India?
In India.
Okay. So is this all cash, or is there also, equity is also involved? Because
yeah, definitely.
Okay. So how much in-hand cash they can expect? Like
there are people, they are getting cash, and also it's up to them, depends on the company if they give stakes or not, but they do also.
So you're saying people are earning 3 CR a year also?
Yes, in India there are people who are
in a job.
Yeah, in job.
Oh, okay. That's really interesting, and I think even people then, I think that's why it's a lucrative career as well, but it comes with its onus of learning a lot. Like you're saying, you run a company which is in cybersecurity, we're still learning today, right? Okay. Now, let's say somebody gets into cybersecurity, they feel they're stuck somewhere, right? Now, if they have to grow, how do they grow? Like if I am in cybersecurity, maybe I've spent 2 years in the company, right? I am having the same skill set. I'm tired of shifting between companies. I'm not able to get a hike, or I'm not able to grow my skills. So what is the way out from there?
See, one thing is cybersecurity is something which you cannot be with the same knowledge. Okay, every day you have to upgrade.
Okay.
So once you dive in, you have to keep upgrading. It's not like other field. So I'll tell you, there is one advantage with this because of this reason. The advantage is as you have to upgrade yourself every day, So it's difficult for people to replace with you with a tool, on your behalf. Right. So if you learn any technology today, and if you don't have to upgrade yourself for next 5 years, then you can be replaced with a tool. But cybersecurity is not. So the thing is, as we have to learn every day, and if we stop upgrading, our downfall starts.
Right.
So we learn, but how do we prove in organization that we got knowledge? By doing certifications and all we can. And people do demand that, I have done this advanced level certification. So there are possibilities to get hiked.
Got it. So one certification that we talked about extensively was CEH, which is maybe targeted as to people who want to get into cybersecurity. What other certifications are there which can be helpful to people who want to advance in their career of cybersecurity?
So again, let's say for example, I'm into offensive side. So initially, let's say I can start off with getting into as a fresher, I can start off with CH, but later I can get into in advanced level penetration testings. I can get into CPENT, OSCP, EJPT, PNPT, like that. There are that cadre certifications. So I can go for it. So basically, if you see OSCP, it is a 48-hour exam.
Oh, okay.
As in 24 hours, first 24 hours, they'll give us, we have to crack 5 machines they'll give us, we have to crack it, and next 24 hours, we have to document it. So the thing is, there are such kind of certifications. So there are, that level of exams where we can prove ourselves. Obviously, if I crack, let's say if I have OSCP certification, then companies will see that, okay, this person is having knowledge, and they can definitely, upon that only, they'll also give us salaries.
Right. Also, what about other people? And so we spoke about extensively the cybersecurity career. But let's say I'm a developer, or maybe I'm a network engineer, or maybe I'm sitting in some other IT job. How important is it for me to learn cybersecurity? Is it important, first of all, or are there teams who take care of cybersecurity and you just have to focus on your work? How does it work?
So I'll just give a clarity on it. So cybersecurity definitely is not only for you to do a job, it's for everyone to learn. Because see, for example, let's say you got fever or you got cold, you know which tablet to take. You don't have to be a doctor, right? You can think that a doctor will anyways know, I can just go near a doctor and take care of it. Nothing as such. So we'll know basic things, right? In same way, being a non-cybersecurity professional, it's responsible for every human who is using device to be familiar with cyber crimes, cyber threats, cybersecurity. Because nowadays, let's say for example, recently we had an Aadhaar card data breach. Okay, so being a cybersecurity professional, let's say I keep following this stuff, and I got to know Aadhaar card data breach. And as we also work with certain crime departments, we do get see a lot of cases. So 81 crore data got breached few months back. And since then, Aadhaar enabled payments are happening. As in, without OTP, as your Aadhaar is having a link with your bank, directly money can get debited from your account.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So as I know this, so what I do is, for security purpose, I go to my UIDI portal, government portal, and I log in and I disable my biometric authentication. So by default, it's enabled. So we have to disable it so that people will not be able to do it. So I don't have to be a cybersecurity professional to know this concept, because everyone has bank. So they need to know how to protect themselves.
Right.
Devices they have. People install some cracked softwares, modded applications. They need to know what would happen. So there are certain cyber awareness situation which everyone need to have it.
Yeah.
So irrespective of which domain they are in.
So is there a certification for this also?
Nothing as such certifications, but you have to keep following. There are certain websites which are available where it's a free subscriptions, like a news articles. So there are Hackers News, GB Hackers, or Naked Security. There are many such kind of websites where if you subscribe, they'll send you an email, they'll send you a newsletter, or you can check out in that website. Every day they'll update what are the cyber crimes which are happening.
Right.
So in a detailed manner also how it is happening.
So we spoke about general awareness, but what about professional requirements? Like, for example, there is something called a secure coding, right? So developers, they should write code in a way that it is secure.
Yeah.
So does this fall under cybersecurity, or this has to be learned by the developer? Like, how does it work?
So if developer learns, it's good. See, cybersecurity is involved everywhere.
Right.
So see, the another advantage is, let's say I learn cybersecurity today. Tomorrow I want to get into AI. So cybersecurity will be helpful in AI.
Right.
DevOps or developers, everyone needs it. But not many people are aware of it.
Yes.
So usually what happens is our companies that we provide security solutions. So in their companies, whoever are developing the softwares, before giving it to client, nowadays clients are needing auditing report. Okay, so they want, there are auditing organizations, certain empaneled. Okay, cert in India. So basically there are few companies who are certain empaneled companies, auditing organizations. So basically what we do is we check that software and we see whatever flaws are there, and even secure coding, we do code reviews. There are automated tools as well using which we can check all the lines, and if there is any flaws we report and they fix it and we give the report. Then after we giving the auditing report only, clients will accept their product.
Got it. Okay. So you're saying even if a developer writes the code, there are ways to test whether that code is following the best practices or not. But it's a good thing to have, because I have seen a lot of job descriptions for developers also, where they mention that you should know secure coding, or you should know, tools which check whether your code is following the secure coding practices or not. All right. Okay, that's interesting to know. One more important thing that I wanted to ask was when you were speaking about developers, that these days, because of ChatGPT and other AI tools, there has been a lot of buzz that, ChatGPT will take jobs. I mean, we are able to see now that a lot of jobs like technical content writing and other things, they all have been automated, right? Similarly, maybe it is not taking developers' job, but it is helping them in productivity, wherein whatever boilerplate code that somebody had to write again and again, that ChatGPT gives them now, and they can use it, and then they can edit, and then they can go on. So this is what the impact which has happened in the developer space or the content space. What is the impact which has happened in the cybersecurity space because of this?
So after AI hitting the market, cybersecurity jobs have increased more.
Oh, okay.
Okay, where other domains got impacted, cybersecurity jobs has increased. And the reason why is hackers have adapted AI before normal people did. Okay, they have adapted AI faster. So in a simple note, like even if you see ChatGPT create an interview, an interviewer will ask, aren't you afraid of what you have created? So he told that, if I say I'm not afraid, I'm wrong. But my major concern is cyber criminals misusing it. Okay. So how do they misuse? Basically, let's say, for example, I want to perform an attack on a website or some organization. So if I want to perform attack, organization, if they're already having a security team or so, so what they do is already existing attacks, they protect themselves.
Right.
But if I want to create my own attack, so I need to have my own tool. I have to create. In order to create my own tool, I need coding knowledge.
Right.
But now people are asking AI to create a tool for them. So what is happening is it made easy for hackers to develop tools to, you tell ChatGPT to create a script for you or exploit for you, and it will write it down and exploit and give it to you. So it became easy for hackers nowadays to, one thing is to attack on companies because of AI. And apart from that, non-technical attacks, as in, I can video call someone with your face, deepfakes, right? I can audio call someone with the same voice if you want. I can train an AI with same voice. So it's with your number I can call your, anyone I can call, phone spoofings. So it became easy for me to convince people that I am you and scam them, right? So AI has made it very easy for people nowadays. And moving forward, AI needs security, and even ChatGPT has announced bug bounty program a few months back. Yeah, it's a good thing, you could say, for cybersecurity professional. But I would summarize that any technology which makes your life easy brings threats. That's a simple story in cybersecurity.
Right. Okay. So you're saying AI has now increased the jobs of cybersecurity engineers, or maybe made their life more tough because they have to deal with more attacks. Okay. So this basically boils down to the fact that companies now need to be more aware about cybersecurity and the different kind of attacks which can happen. Like, for example, uh, what attacks do you see on a daily basis which companies face? Like, for example, DDoS attacks are there. I mean, there are a lot of kind of attacks, but what are the different kind of attacks which you see on a daily basis, which happen to companies?
Common DDoS is common. Very common attack is DDoS. And as I told, the worst part is if it is a high volume DDoS attack, there is no complete solution yet. Okay, for on some medium scale or so we can.
So
do,
for our viewers, can you tell them what is a DDoS attack exactly?
DDoS is a distributed denial of service. Okay, DOS is denial of service, DDoS is distributed. So basically what happens is there is a big cybercrime syndicate for it. So where hacker will set up a command and control center, and he'll hire affiliates. Affiliates are there. What they'll do is their job is to either legitimate website, they'll compromise them, or they themselves will create malicious website to attract people visiting it.
Okay.
Like adult website, torrent websites, all these people do visit daily. So you see at times you click any word on the screen, you get redirected to another page.
Right.
So there are some JavaScript download functions as well. If that script loads, there is possibility that your device gets compromised. So once your device gets compromised, you'll become a bot.
Okay.
Okay, malware will get loaded and you'll become a bot. So you'll be connected to CNC server of hacker. So like you, there are millions of people across globe who visit these websites. So all these millions of devices are compromised. They become zombies or botnets, we call them. So whenever hacker gets this job, like, probably some company might hire them, a group of hackers, and tell them that I want this website to be down from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Okay. So the hacker will send a command. All these devices, millions of devices, will start sending, requests to that website. So even you or me, without knowing, our device might also keep sending requests. So it's difficult for the organization to identify which one is legitimate traffic. Okay. So even if one request goes from each device, there are millions of devices, millions of requests hit at a time. So it's not possible for a company to handle that high level DDoS attacks. So there are certain security measurements, header analysis, wavelet analysis, and load balancers implementations. There are certain security measurements, but up to some extent only we can.
So we can only prevent them, we cannot avoid them, is what you're saying.
No.
So let's say, how do I get to know whether my device is in a bot network or not? Is there a way to figure out whether I have been infected with a JavaScript code, like you say?
There are certain tools, but it's not guaranteed that it works.
Okay.
But there are tools, and even government also is offering certain tools where you can identify botnets and all, but that's a possibility.
No, so what I want to understand is, like, if I am a part of a botnet or not, how will I get to know about it?
See, it's not that right now, if you want to check, as I told, there are certain tools which are available which will try to scan and identify, but it's not 100% working process. But either way, if you keep monitoring your device network traffic, and if your device is shooting out some requests without you initiating it, so if you monitor then that is one possibility to figure it out.
Okay. Because what I want to touch base on is because there are a lot of cyber crimes which are happening every day. Even some of our friends, they've gone through a fraud wherein they are not getting an OTP and then their money is getting debited from their account. Now, I'm not too sure how that works, but what is the way to avoid these kind of things? Like, is there something which our audience can do so that they're not, of course, technical awareness is one, but apart from that, can they do something about it right now so that they can, or maybe some practice that they can follow every day through which they're not getting scammed like this?
So, see, let's say stealing money from banks for a hacker, there are many ways. So, being a, let's say, normal guy, not having some cybersecurity expertise, I should be aware of all the cyber crimes which are happening in the market, and every day it keeps on increasing. Let's say, for example, Aadhaar card is there. So, a few months back, we had in 2018 March, we had an Aadhaar card data breach of 1.1 billion accounts.
Oh,
That was the world's largest biometric data breach which happened. And that could be bought online. Even in WhatsApp group, they were selling it for few pounds, right? So recently we had an Aadhaar card data breach this year, few months back. And since February onwards, we were getting lot of, crimes that, money is getting debited from account without OTP. That's because Aadhaar card is linked with your bank.
okay.
So as Aadhaar card is linked with your bank, so we have a facility, Aadhaar enabled payments. So if victim goes and complained in department, and if in banking also, if they check the transaction, they'll be able to find Aadhaar enabled payments was initiated. So they're taking around approximately 5,000 or so, not very big amount. So around 5,000 they're taking. So without OTP, money can be debited through Aadhaar enabled payment. How do I secure myself? You can go to that government portal, UIDI portal, and you can log in into your account, and you can disable biometric authentication. So whenever it is needed, if you want, you can again log in and enable it. Whenever it is not, maximum cases, switch it off. And apart from that, if you see your credit card, debit card scenarios, okay, that is one way. This credit card, debit card, you have, let's say, a magnetic strip to your credit card, debit card, which emits certain frequencies. We have devices like Flipper and other devices where, even though your card is inside your pocket, so if I go beside you, I can get your card details. Okay. And if you have this NFC enabled, near field communication, tap and pay, so I can just emulate your card using that device of mine, go to any ETC machine and tap and make payment from your card. Okay. Other way is, let's say I got your card details, you don't have tap and pay enabled. So I got your card details. What I can do is, people think that if he has my card details, what is there in it? OTP will come to my mobile if they do transaction. Nothing as such. Basically, there are two types of payment gateway, 2D and 3D.
Okay.
2D payment gateway means no OTP. 3D payment gateways, OTP we will get it. Fortunately, India is using most secure payment gateways, 3D payment gateway. So if I get your card details, I'll not do shopping in India. I'll do shopping in, let's say, US has 2D payment gateways, no OTP. So I'll take your card details and do shopping in Amazon.com.
Okay.
.com is US, .in is India.
Right.
So I'll do shopping in Amazon.com if international transactions will be enabled up to an extent for your cards. So I'll do shopping in Amazon.com without OTP, money will get debited from your account.
Oh my God.
So we call this carding. There are many hackers on daily basis. They'll buy your card details from dark web, and they do it on daily basis. Around $50 to $100 is what they take up. So that is another story. And if you want, you have to disable your international transactions in your card. All these you can do if you have that awareness, on these crimes.
So I understood the monetary part of it. So people do scams to earn money. But let's say we spoke about DDoS, where you told us that some company's website will go down if somebody enables a bot network. So what is the motivation behind that? Like why does that happen?
So, hackers' motivation, it can be for money.
Okay.
Or it can be for some joy, thrill. Okay. So there are hackers who, even though they don't get even a penny out of it, they want to do it just for hack value. As in, I could say that, I took down Facebook, my reputation will increase, right? So, but either way, when it comes to this DDoS attacks, mostly there are many groups in dark web who provide these services.
Okay.
Okay. So let's say, for example, I'm competitor of Intellipaat. If Intellipaat goes down, I'm the only option for people. Okay. So what I can do is I can hire some hacking group and say that I want this website to be down. So accordingly, they'll perform a DDoS attack, get it down, and the customers of Intellipaat, when they're opening website, it will be very slow, or when they're making payment, they couldn't. So they'll get frustrated, and obviously you will be losing your loyal customers. Ultimately, they get diverted to me. So I'll be in profit.
So hackers are offering these services and then...
Yeah, there is a big syndicate for it. Yeah.
Alright, Karthik, so I think let's summarize now. But before we summarize, I have a very important question for you.
Yeah.
So let's say I get scammed, right? So what is it that I should do now? Like, is there a way that maybe I got scammed, my data got leaked, or I had my money go out from a bank? So is there a way where I can get it back, or what can I do? What is the next course of action?
See, if you are a customer of, if you are a subscriber of some company, and that company couldn't maintain, many companies goes through data breaches. And no company is 100% secure. That is clear about it, because every day we keep on getting new attacks. It's not possible for a security team also until and unless they get attacked with a new one. As in, let's say COVID is there. In 2018, we can't predict that 2019 may COVID will hit the market.
Right.
So in real world, probably once in a decade, we are getting new virus. Cyber world, we are getting it every day, every week, every month. It's not possible for companies to be 100% secure. So you have to be careful enough to give as limited information as possible. Okay. Again, it will take a lot of time to discuss all of it. But you have as less amount of information you give in public, the more secure you'll be. That is one thing. But another thing is, every security professional will recommend you that every 15 days, if you are too lazy, at least every 3 months, you have to change your credentials.
The passwords.
Yeah, passwords. You have to keep changing it. And multi-factor authentication should be switched on. 2-factor, that is OTP, should come to your device. That is okay for data side. But when it comes to financial frauds, if you go through a financial fraud, first of all, you have to avoid them. But let's say you go through a financial fraud, as soon as possible, you have to report it in cybercrime department and in bank. So if you report it soon, they'll freeze your amount, which the other side has gotten, and they'll try to recover it back within 24 hours or so. You have to take action. And you have some toll-free numbers from government where you can directly call department and tell them that, I got through this day financial fraud and all. They'll try to help you out. But if you delay it, so forget about your money, because even if you report it, not even, cybercrimes, not only financial fraud, all the other cybercrimes, matrimonial fraud, Instagram frauds, Facebook frauds, all the other frauds which are happening in market. So reported frauds, not even single digit, as in not even 9% of cyber crimes are solved, which are reported. Unreported, there are many. Reported itself, not even, it's below 10% which are solved.
That's scary. Okay. So I think what you're trying to say is that we have to be, even if we are not trying to be a cybersecurity professional, make a cybersecurity career, it is very important in this day and age to know about cybersecurity.
Everyone would suggest prevention is better than cure.
Right.
You should make sure that you don't get scammed rather than thinking about what to do after getting scammed.
So on that note, guys, thank you so much, Karthik. It was lovely talking to you, and maybe, I'm definitely sure people will have a lot of questions and they can post it in the comments. and maybe we can do a round 2 also with you if you have time.
Definitely.
And we can discuss more in detail about how somebody after learning cybersecurity can benefit themselves.
Sure.
Thank you so much for your time.
Sure. Thank you.
Now that you have a broad overview of how cybersecurity looks from an expert's point of view, let's talk about the most important aspect, interviews. Now don't worry, after consulting industry experts, we have prepared a set of the top 30 most commonly asked cybersecurity interview questions, covering everything from basic to advanced. I'm confident that by the time you reach the 30th question, you'll be well prepared to tackle any cybersecurity interview. So, let's get started. So let's start with our very first question. That is, what is a cybersecurity attack, and explain the different types of cybersecurity attack. So a cybersecurity attack is when a hacker or a group of hackers try to steal your information, try to steal, modify, or they try to delete your sensitive information without your knowledge or without your consent. That is called as a cybersecurity attack. Or in technical terms, a cybersecurity attack refers to any malicious attempt by hackers to access, steal, alter, or damage information systems, networks, or even your data. Now, there are different types of cybersecurity attacks as well. So the very common type of cybersecurity attack is a malware. Malwares can steal sensitive data, spy on user activities, and they can even disrupt your normal operations. Now, there can be different types of malwares. You will be familiar with viruses. Then there is worms. The worms in this case are viruses. I believe everybody will be familiar with. Viruses are like very, very common. You download any file online and the viruses, they just tag along and you are not aware that the virus is contained in the file. You download the file and then sometime later you realize that the virus has started corrupting your system. They have started attacking your files inside your system, and that is a virus attack. A worm attack, on the other hand, is more like a worm doesn't need a host, unlike viruses, because when the virus is replicating itself, it needs a host to get installed into your system. But worms don't need that. They don't need a host, so they can replicate themselves without a host, which makes them a lot more worse than viruses. And I believe, if I'm right, there was an attack in 2004 or 8 where the worms were spreading in form of emails. Emails is very common, right? We get like maybe over 10 or 20 emails per day. Now imagine worms affecting the emails and spreading into different computers. The attack was so bad that it disrupted the whole global internet connectivity back in 2004, if I remember correctly. That is how powerful worms can be. Then we have spyware. Now, spyware is when you're targeting a specific organization or a person. Spyware, as the name suggests, it is to spy on that particular user. The attackers, they spy on the user to get their passwords, their credentials, their credit card numbers, their bank account numbers, and they can just find out all of this by spying on you or the particular user. That is called as a spyware. Next is the ransomware. I myself have been the victim of a ransomware attack. Ransomware is when the attacker installs some kind of software into your system and they corrupt your files, whatever files are there on your system. Every single file is corrupted. Then you're not able to access any of your files. And when you try to access it, you get a message. Your file has been corrupted, and to recover this particular file, you need to go to this website. And then you go to the website and you realize that you have to pay certain ransom or certain money to get your files back. So that is money extortion. That is ransomware attack. Moving on, we have phishing. Phishing is also, again, very common. I've heard about a lot of people who got caught in this phishing attack. It's very simple. Just think about it. Like, you are just browsing your internet and suddenly you get an email from your bank that your password has been compromised and you need to reset your password. So you click on that particular email or you click on that particular link that got via your SMS or maybe Gmail, and then you're directed to a website, and then you enter your bank details, and then a few minutes later, everything is gone, everything is done. And that's when you realize that it was a phishing attack. So phishing attack involves sending fraudulent communications, usually emails, or it can be SMS as well, that appear to come from a trusted source. When you're opening that particular link, you think that, oh, it's from the bank, so it must be safe. I'm trying to protect my password because it has been compromised. But then you realize that it was just a way to get your password, to snatch your password. That is phishing. Moving on, you have MITM attack. Now, this is man-in-the-middle attack. This is also, again, very common. The attacker secretly intercepts and alters communication between two parties without their knowledge. This you must have also seen whenever you connect to a public Wi-Fi. You go on maybe on a railway station or maybe in a cafe, you connect to their Wi-Fi and you get a notification on your phone that you have been connected to public Wi-Fi. So your data is visible to everybody connected to that Wi-Fi. So you have to be very careful, because when you're maybe you're accessing your bank account or maybe anything private that you don't want to share with the rest of the world, hackers can come in the middle of you and that public Wi-Fi, and whatever data you're sending using the private Wi-Fi, they can cut through the line and they can steal this information of yours. So that is MITM attack. Moving on, we have DDoS attack. DDoS attack is again one of the really dangerous attack. This is a very common example I can think of is even in your own laptops or even in your own systems, your computers. If you open multiple tabs, multiple apps, multiple softwares at the same time, your application, your system, it just hangs. It's just like, I don't know what to do. There's a lot of things going on, so it just freezes, hangs. The same thing can happen to servers as well. So in DDoS attacks, the hackers or the attackers, they send a lot of information to the server, and now the server, it tries to manage all of this data and ends up getting unstable because of the overwhelming amount of traffic it is getting. So that is a DDoS attack. And there is one famous DDoS attack which affected a DNS server. I think it was in 2016 when a popular DNS server, and it was popular because a lot of popular websites like your X, Twitter, Netflix, Amazon, all of these used to depend on this particular DNS server, and some attackers attacked it flooded the DNS server with so much traffic that all of these sites were closed temporarily as long as the site took to recover. So that is why DDoS attack is another powerful cybersecurity attack. Moving on, we have SQL injection. Now, SQL injection is exploiting the vulnerabilities in a database layer by inserting malicious SQL code. Now, this is, say, if you have a database which contains all of your personal, all of your clients' passwords and everything, an attacker can try to access this particular database by inputting SQL codes, by inputting insert, delete, view, modify codes, update code in SQL. They can steal all of this data without your knowledge. Moving on, we have the last, and I believe personally this is really, really dangerous. You know, even in medical terms, there is no official cure for cancer per se, because it's a virus and there is no particular cure for cancer. So it just makes it even more dangerous, even more terrible, right? So it just makes it even more scary. So this is something similar, zero-day exploit attack. This is when you test when you're launching a software, you do a couple of penetration testing just to make sure that everything is safe and secure, and then you release it to the market, and then people are using it, and some days later a particular hacker realizes that there is a certain vulnerability in the software that you launched, and they take advantage of that particular vulnerability and they attack your system. Now, you or your team had no idea that this particular threat, this particular vulnerability was in your product. So how would you react to a threat for which you didn't even know that the threat existed in the first place? Then how can you provide aid to the users if you yourself didn't know that the threat existed? That is what makes zero-day exploit a lot more worse, because you don't know that the vulnerability exists, and once the vulnerability is discovered by some third party, by a hacker or something, everything will be shut down, and all you can do is hope that your team comes up with a solution to recover back from the attack quickly. Moving on, what are the differences between symmetric and asymmetric encryption? Now, let me help you understand this with the help of an analogy. Say there are two people, Stacy and Peter. Now, Stacy is trying to send a confidential message to Peter. Now, this is an analogy. So, she puts this confidential message into a box and locks it with a key. And then she sends both the key and the box to Peter. And now Peter, because he got the key also, he uses the key to access the confidential message. This is called as symmetric encryption, where there is only a single key, a single public key for both encryption. That is when Stacy was sending the message, encryption, and decryption, where encryption is when she's locking the box. But after putting the message, she's locking it. That's encryption. And decryption is when Peter is unlocking the box with the same key. The problem here is that there's only a one key, and that key is public, so anybody can access that key and anybody can exploit your data, which makes symmetric encryption quite dangerous. Then we have asymmetric encryption, where the same file, Stacy, is sending the same file in a box. She puts it, locks it with the key, encrypts the data. But this time, instead of sending the whole box and the key, she sends only the box. And Peter, he has his own key. He has his own private key, which he uses to decrypt or unlock the box, and he gets the message. Now, this is called as asymmetric encryption, where there are two keys. There's a pair of keys, a public key and a private key. Public key is used for encryption, that is locking the box, and only the receiver who has the private key will be able to unlock the box. So that way, your box will be safe. And even if it goes out in the public, without the unlocking key, nobody will be able to access the data. Moving on, what is a firewall and how does it protect a network? Consider another analogy. At this point, you should just know that I really love explaining with the help of analogies. So here's another one. Say there's an employee and he's connected to the internet in their particular office. Now, obviously, with this internet, again, he has to send confidential company data. The data has to travel with the help of this internet, right? A firewall, you can basically call it as a shield which protects the company's servers from any malicious attack. That is, if a hacker tries to access the company's server, then this firewall can block it, because the firewall can detect the malicious activity and it can just simply straightforward block it. Or in technical terms, firewalls are an essential component of network security that provides protection against unauthorized access, cyber threats, and data breaches by monitoring and controlling the network traffic. Moving on, explain the concept of brute force attack and how it can be prevented. Now, brute force attack in normal English terms is when, you're angry at a person and you're like blinded by rage, you're like completely angry, you just go around, throw punches. So that is called as a brute force attack, where you're not really thinking, you're just doing whatever is coming to your mind, you're just angry. So in terms of cybersecurity, a brute force attack is when a hacker tries to access your system. The hacker doesn't really know the exact password, but he's just trying out every possible combination he can to attack your particular system. So it is possible that the hacker might stalk you and they might know you, maybe your favorite color is blue, or maybe you set your default password as your birthday. Then in that case, the hacker can use that knowledge to access your systems. That is called as a brute force attack, where hackers try to gain unauthorized access to a system by trying all possible combinations of a password or encryption keys until they find the correct one. And now, how can it be prevented? Simple. Use strong password policies. Don't put your birthday or your name as your password. Use some symbols or numbers or special characters so that even if somebody is trying to access your system, it is not 100% foolproof. Obviously, they can still try out like a lot of combinations to work around your password, but still, it is better than putting your birthday or your name as the password. Next, you have account lockout mechanism. Now, this is when you give a person maybe 3 number of tries or 2 number of tries, and after that, the system just completely shuts down. That is the account lockout mechanism. After 3 or 4 or however number of trials, the system just completely closes off. Next, you have rate limiting. Rate limiting is when a particular IP, now this can be beneficial though, because say from my phone, I'm trying to access your system. So I'm just trying out all the random combinations I can. So your system can detect that from my IP, there are a lot of requests coming. So that way it can just block my IP completely. That is rate limiting. Next, you have MFA. MFA or multi-factor authentication. The most common example is Google. When you try to log into your Google account from a new system, Google cross-checks it. It sends you an email, or nowadays it's that number, that it shows you a number and then you have to verify the same thing on your mobile phones as well. That is multi-factor authentication. You can add your phone numbers as well to verify. To just cross-check that it is you only who's trying to access your systems, or even there are emails as well. Next, you have CAPTCHA system. CAPTCHA system is to prevent bots. When bots are trying these password combinations, you can just make sure that it is a human or a bot. You can differentiate between them. And if it's a bot, system will block it. Next is IP blocking. IP blocking is again the same as rate limiting. You block a particular IP because of the number of requests it is making. Then there is password hashing. Password hashing is when, we talked about SQL injection, right? You're storing all of your passwords in a particular database. Now a hacker can attack that database and store all of your password. But if you hash the password, that is if you encrypt the passwords and make them safe, that just makes them even more safer. So even if a hacker were to attack your database, even if the hacker were to steal your passwords, without the decryption key, they will have the password, but it will be encrypted. So they cannot use the password, it's just useless. So that is password hashing. Moving on, what is a vulnerability assessment and how does it differ from penetration testing? Let's take another analogy to understand this. Say there's a house, a celebrity's house, because those people need protection. And then there are security guards. Imagine you are a celebrity. This is your house. Now you are surrounding it with security guards so that you remain completely protected. Now these security guards, they walk around your house, they check the alarm system, they check the door locks, they check the window locks, and then, okay, he's just existing being a security guard. Now they make sure that everything is secure and they check for the vulnerabilities. They check, is the windows lock a bit loose? Maybe the doors lock is a bit loose. Maybe the alarm system is not quite good enough. So they let you know the vulnerabilities of your system, of your house. That is, they tell you how vulnerable your house is or your system is to intruders, to attackers. That is a vulnerability assessment. When you just run around your software and you get to know that these are the vulnerabilities that the potential hackers can exploit. Next, you have the penetration testing. Say the same celebrity's house, but this time instead of bringing security guards, you bring thieves. Or security guards who are disguised as thieves. Now these security guards, they will not just stand there and observe, the alarm system seems it's not good enough. Instead of doing that, they actually attack your house and they see that how strong your house is against these intruders. That is, one guy picks the locks, the one guy tries to climb the windows, one guy is trying to disable the alarms, and the last one is, he's still just being a thief. So instead of just standing there and observing that these are the vulnerabilities, they actually try to break in. They actually try to see how strong your system is against the attack. And then they draft the report. That is, they show you how they got in and what they could have done. They draft a proper report that we could have gotten through this vulnerability and we could have done this. We could have attacked your house in this way. We could have attacked or we could have exploited your software in this particular way. That is called as a penetration testing in the form of a table. So the goal of vulnerability assessment is to identify the potential vulnerabilities, and in penetration is, you know the vulnerability, you're exploiting it. Method, automated scans, passive analysis. Penetration is manual and automated exploitation. You actively keep on testing it. Intrusiveness, vulnerability is just standing there and be like, there's a vulnerability. And the penetration is attacks the vulnerability. Output, list of vulnerabilities and their severity, proof of concept of exploits, and potential impact of the vulnerabilities. Duration, vulnerability assessment is generally faster because it's automated, but penetration testing can take longer because you're attacking and you're trying out all the different angles, so it will take a lot longer. Moving on to our next question, define a man-in-the-middle attack and how to prevent it. Man-in-the-middle attack we already discussed about, when you're trying to access a public Wi-Fi and somebody interjects that network in the middle and tries to steal your data. Now, again, let's take another analogy, an employee. He's connected to the internet and now our hacker is trying to steal the data from the middle. They're interjecting that particular connection. So the attacker places themselves in the middle of the communication, eavesdropping or manipulating the data being exchanged, often for malicious purposes such as stealing sensitive information, like login credentials, financial details, or some personal gains. Now, there can be different types of man-in-the-middle attack. So the first one is Wi-Fi eavesdropping, in which the attacker creates a fake, unsecured Wi-Fi network and tricks users into connecting to it. And once you're connected to the hacker's Wi-Fi, whatever activity you're doing in your systems, everything will be visible to the hacker, including your sensitive information like your password and your credit card details. Next, we have session hijacking. The attacker steals the session cookies to take over the user's session on a website. Now, this is very common again. If you're using your public Wi-Fi and then say you logged into Amazon, or say whenever you log into a particular website, there is a particular cookies that are created. For so long as you browse through the website, the cookies are there. And when you log out from there, the cookies are also disposed of. But in man-in-the-middle attack, what the hacker uses is they retrieve the cookies and they pretend to be you and then they try to access the same websites, like say Amazon, and then they can order anything they want to, set their address, and then use your money. That is session hijacking. Lastly, we have DNS spoofing. The attacker redirects the victim to a fake website by manipulating the DNS response. Now, the attacker, what he does is, when the victim is accessing a particular website, there's a DNS response created. So the attacker redirects the victim to a fake website by manipulating the DNS responses. Now, this happens when a single letter or something changes in your particular IP address. You might not notice it, but it's so minute, the detail is very minute that you might not even consider it. And you accidentally click on it, and then you accidentally are redirected to the malicious website. And you don't even realize that you are in the malicious website because it looks the same as the original website is supposed to look. And then you enter your sensitive information into that website, and the next thing you know, all your data is corrupted. Now, how to prevent it? Obviously, these are not, again, foolproof, but these you can try. Like, these can minimize the attack effects. Encrypting your data. Like I said before, when you're storing your passwords in a database, you can hash those passwords so that even if the attacker gets hold of your password, they won't be able to use it. Like, it's the same as our Peter and Stacy's case in asymmetric encryption. So even if the attacker were to steal that box which contains the file, without the decryption key, they cannot open the box. Don't think about smashing the box and all. I'm talking about normal ways. Opening it with the key. They can't, because there is no decryption key. So that is encryption. Then you have avoid unsecured public Wi-Fi. Obviously, don't even when you're using public Wi-Fi, don't access your bank with it. Next, you have use a VPN. Obviously, enable 2FA. 2FA is two-factor authentication. That also helps. Implement encryption protocols. Again, certificate pinning. Okay, only visit the websites which have a certificate there. Certificate pinning, I'll show you a very good example. For example, if you visit SBI, you go right here, you can see that the connection is secure, and if you click on it, you can see there's a certificate. That is the certificate pinning. So only access a particular website if you're inputting your credentials and inputting your sensitive information, then only do that when you have verified that there is a valid certificate. Then you have monitor for suspicious activities, that is, observe your systems if there is something suspicious going on. Even when a virus attacks your system, your files start getting changed, the format starts getting changed. That is when you know your PC is under attack. And then DNS security, again, use a VPN, protect your IP addresses. Moving on to the next question. So we've already discussed about SQL injections before, but let me just show you how easy it is to manipulate any SQL code. Let me just open my SQL compiler. Okay, we already have a database. I'll have to modify it a little. You can take any editor of your choice. I'm taking programmers here. Now say I want the one in which the first name is say Robert. And hypothetically speaking, there is no password required here. Say the username was Robert, and say I need the password as pass123. This is very lame. Don't put this password. Okay. So to access my server, this is the SQL query that I'm putting. That whenever the first name is Robert and the password is pass123, you can access Robert's his profile information, right? Now, if a hacker gets hold of this code, all they need to do is, and you don't even need a password anymore. All you need is a username or the first name to access Robert's profile. That is how easy it is. That is how SQL injection works, and that is how easy it is for hackers to attack your server and steal your confidential information. Now, this is the what not to do. Now, let me show you what to do. For that, I need another compiler, say PHP compiler. Okay. Now here, let me create a prepared statement. Let me just write the code first, then I'll show you what is the benefit of doing this. I'm not typing out the whole thing. Now this was the what not do part. Now let me show you what to do instead. Say we're going to create, instead of that, we're going to create a prepared statement. I'm going to tell you the benefits of this, but let me just write you the code real quick so that I can show you the difference. Okay. This is my statement which goes to the server so that I'm able to access the credentials of my user, which is Robert in this case. Now let's just execute this. Now you can see in this particular code that I'm only taking the username which the user is inputting and the password that the user is inputting, but I'm not sending my whole statement to the user. Even if the attacker were to put a comment in the middle, nothing would change because it would be a statement. And if something like this were to happen, the code would just throw an error and it would not run at all. And now that is why prepared statements are much more better as compared to your normal SQL code. So, in technical terms, a SQL injection is a type of cyber attack that allows an attacker to interfere with the queries that an application makes to its database. So, what you can do, make a prepared statement so that even if the attacker tries to attack it, it will just be a string and nothing would be changed. And if the server detects that something is wrong, it would just throw an error and then nothing would work. As simple as that. Okay. Now, how can they be avoided? You can use web application firewalls, which in case detects that something is happening in the SQL string, then it will immediately throw an error and it will not let the query be proceeded any further, and it will not let the query proceed. Next, regular security testing, just to make sure that everything is safe and secure. Keep on testing your web browsers. Next, there is error handling, that in case the browser throws an error, or sometimes when you're trying to access some website, you visit a website and then you try to enter the username and your password. Say you forgot your password and you just entered something and maybe you missed a character or something. So it just throws a message that either the username or the password is wrong. So that kind of in error handling, the benefit is that the hacker will not know if your username is wrong or your password is wrong, right? So that just increases the complexity and it can safeguard your system from at least brute force attack, right? It can be very beneficial. So that's why proper error handling is required in your websites to add another layer of protection. Next, we have explained the purpose of public key infrastructure. Say you're trying to access, or a person is trying to access their bank's website. Now what happens in the backend is your browser, say in this case Google Chrome, goes to this website and validates the certificate. We already looked at the certificate of SBI. There are a lot of other certificates like Let's Encrypt, DigiCert. So even if I were to go to SBI's website again, let's check for their connection. They have DigiCert. So that's what I'm saying. They have a particular certificate which is validated by your browser. So your browser checks for the website's certificate. And if it's valid enough, then the particular browser generates a public key to encrypt your confidential data. That is, whatever the data you're sending to the website is encrypted using the public key. And now naturally, when this data is sent to your official bank's server, it can only be decrypted with using a private key that the bank contains. This way, with the combination of a public key and a private key, your data remains safe and secure. And that is exactly what you mean by a public key infrastructure. It is a framework that manages public and private key pairs and digital certificates, just to add another layer of protection for your data. Moving on, What is a two-factor authentication? Now, two-factor authentication is very simple. It is a security mechanism that adds an extra layer of protection like a phone number just beyond your username and password. That is, when you're trying to access a website, it asks for email verification or a phone number verification just to be extra sure that it is you. Now, there can be multiple types of two-factor authentication. It can be an SMS code, or it can be an authenticator app like the Microsoft Authenticator app, or it can be a hardware token, or it can be any biometric verification like the fingerprint, which I have here on my laptop. There can be that kind of verifications as well. Moving on, describe different forms of data leakage and their impact on the organization. Now, data leakage refers to an unauthorized access, transfer, or disclosure of sensitive information. It is when there is a sensitive information of your company's data or your data, and that data is accidentally or with purpose is leaked or is shared with the rest of the world or with the rest of the people who it was not supposed to be shared with. It can occur in various forms, and its impact on an organizations can be severe. Now, different forms of data leakage. First one is unintentional data leakage. That is, if an employee is handling a sensitive information and humans can make errors. So if some kind of error happens, maybe they were careless or they didn't pay enough attention, or maybe they didn't see, but the data got leaked somehow. That is unintentional data leakage. Then there is malicious insider threats. When a person intentionally leaks the data of, say, a particular organization, then that is called as malicious insider threats. Then you have external breaches. That is when a third party, say a hacker or someone or maybe another organization tries to breach into your data. That is called as external breaches. Then it is data transfer leakage. That is, say if you're transferring your data from one particular place to another, and while the data was getting transferred, again a man-in-the-middle attack happened and your data again got leaked. Then you have social engineering attacks where the third parties, they can blackmail your employees to breach the data. That is social engineering attack. Then there is third-party vendor leaks. That is again when you're sending your data to another company or an organization and the data gets leaked from their end due to maybe a lack of security measures. And last but not the least, we have misconfiguration of cloud services. That is again when you're updating your data to the cloud and somehow the data gets breached again. Man-in-the-middle attack. The network gets breached and then the data is taken from there. Now, talking about the impact it can have on the organization, obviously reputation damage. If it's a big organization and such data breaches happen, obviously the company's reputation is affected a lot. Then the financial loss, the amount of loss the company has to endure due to the data breach. Operational disruption, loss of competitive advantage, and the list just goes on and on and on. Moving on, what is a rootkit and how can it be detected? Another one of a really dangerous cybersecurity attack. Now, let me just show you how it works exactly. Say there's an internal server to which multiple employee systems are connected. Now, what happens in a rootkit attack is, say this hacker sends a message to one of the employees, an email. The hacker tries to do an email phishing and sends the message to one of the employees' computers. And now the employee, unaware about such an email attack, clicks on this particular email and the rootkit is installed into that particular employee's computer. Now, what rootkit does is it provides the complete access of this system in which it is affected to the hacker, to whoever installed the rootkit. That is, in our case, it is this hacker who installed the rootkit in our employee's system. Now, the problem with rootkit is that it's embedded in the operating systems of whatever system it gets installed on. So it gets very hard to detect a rootkit attack. Now, another problem with rootkit is that it can multiply. That is, it can hop onto other systems as well, and it can spread throughout the entire employee system, and inevitably it can even attack the main internal server, which can further act as a backdoor to the hacker. So the hacker can get all the main data that is stored in the internal server. So the hacker is just free to access every single confidential data that is happening inside the particular organization. As for the technical definition, a rootkit is a type of malicious software designed to gain unauthorized access to a computer or network while remaining hidden from the user and standard detection method. Like I said before, detecting a rootkit becomes really difficult because it gets embedded into the operating system of the particular system in which it is attacking.
The standard detection methods, your anti-malware detection softwares, fail to detect a rootkit installed in your system. Now, detecting it can be difficult, but there are certain precautions that you can keep in mind to make sure that you're increasing your chances of detecting a rootkit if it is in your system. That is a behavioral analysis. Obviously, when a rootkit is installed into your system, your PC's control is in the person who installed the rootkit. They can change whatever they want to in your system. Your PC is under their control. So you can monitor for changes in the behavior, like suddenly the files which would only be accessible to certain people with passwords are open to everyone. You can see such kind of changes within your system. Next is rootkit scanners. There are certain scanners which is basically defined for Linux, I believe, like RK Hunter and CHK rootkit. These softwares, these scanners are specifically designed to detect rootkit in Linux systems. So those you can use. Then there is system monitoring tools. You can either manually check for the behavioral systems, that is up to you, or you can install certain softwares inside your laptop just to make sure that the systems, if the files are getting changed on their own, if the passwords are getting changed too frequently or the passwords are getting removed on their own, then these system monitoring tools can alert you. They can track this and they can show the report to you that these things got changed without your knowledge. Next, you have anti-malware software again. This doesn't stand a lot of chance, but it's still better to have something. Then manual inspection is only for the ones who have a lot of experience. They can inspect the systems on their own and then they can figure out the rootkit. But for that, you need to have a lot of experience and you need to thoroughly know about your Linux systems underlying architecture to conduct a manual inspection yourself. Moving on, how does traceroute work in tracking data routes? Now, this traceroute is basically, like the name itself says, traceroute. Traceroute is when a particular package is being sent from one location to the other. Now, traceroute makes sure that every single server the package is going on to, it tracks it. That is, traceroute is a network diagnostic tool that tracks the path your data takes from your computer to a specific destination, like a server, by showing all the intermediate point or hops along the way. All the intermediate servers that your data has to travel through before reaching the final destination is called as a traceroute. It's a diagnostic tool. Like say, consider an example. So in the screen, you can see two girls over here. Now, one of them is trying to send a package to the other girl. Now, obviously, when the package gets delivered here, it has to go through a lot of servers in the middle to reach its final destination. Now, let me just show you an overview of how this exactly works. First, the message is sent to the closest server, that is this one here, and it is assigned a particular number, that is the time to live. Time to live is how many hops the package can make. So right now it's just 1. When you're sending the package, initially it's 1. So in the first go, TTL is 1. It went here. First go, exhausted. Now the number is 0. The TTL was 1 and the hop happened here. It went to the first server. TTL was 1, it got 0. Now the time to live has exceeded. So what happens is this package is sent back to the user itself, to the origin server itself, because the time exceeded, because the TTL was 1. Now, traceroute monitors all of this data. It stores all of this data. It keeps the total time it took to reach here and to come back, which is known as the round trip time. To reach the first server, TTL is exhausted, now it came back. The total time it took, how many servers it passed, what was the time to live, all of this data is being monitored by traceroute. Now, similarly, this jumps onto the next server, then the next and next and next until it reaches your friend finally. Now, all these little jumps that the package made is called as hops. And obviously, they all have time to live as well. The first time it was TTL1, it came back. Then it went again. This time it was TTL2. So TTL1, TTL2 got 0. It again went back to the original server. And then TTL3, TTL4. It just keeps on going and coming back until it reaches the final server, which matches the description where it is supposed to reach. Then it sends an echo message ki I have reached the server, and then the message gets delivered to the end destination or the end server. That is how tracking is performed with traceroute. Moving on to our next question. What are HTTP response status codes and which ones are critical for the web applications security? HTTP response status codes are 3-digit numbers returned by the server in response to a client's HTTP request. They inform the client about the result of the request, whether it was successful, encountered an error, or requires further action. That is, in the most simple terms, if you visit a particular website and you try to interact with the website, that website is being controlled by a server. So the HTTP codes are a way in which the servers are responding to your requests. Now, there are 5 types of HTTP servers. Anything that starts with 1 is informational, like 100, which is continue. Anything with 2x, it shows success, that whatever you requested worked, like the 200, okay. Then there is anything with 300 is a redirection, like whichever site you were trying to access, it has been moved permanently. Anything with 4x is the client's error, that is your error. You were trying to access something which was not supposed, that you were not supposed to access, like a bad request, a 401 unauthorized, a 403 forbidden, or a 404 not found. Anything with the 5x is danger, because that is a server error, like the most common 500 internal server error, or the 502, which is bad gateway, or the 503, that is service unavailable. And now, which of these are critical for a web application's security? 429, too many requests. Now, this is again rate limiting example. This protects your server from a DDoS attack. When there are too many requests happening to your server, it can raise a 429 too many requests and not allow you to access that particular server for a limited time frame. Then there is bad request 400, which is when you're again trying to access something you were not supposed to access. Then there is 401 unauthorized. There is authentication and authorization, right? So authentication is authenticating your user that, okay, you are allowed to access the system. But authorization is certain resources are protected. Like there are levels of priority, right? The top level priority, the middle level, and the public that everybody can access. So there can be an employee that is able to access the public one or the top level one, but they cannot access the data which is a high priority, highly confidential. So that is 401 unauthorized. 500 internal server error is when there is something wrong with the server, but the server doesn't know what is wrong. So that is 500 internal server error. 502 bad gateway, something is wrong with other servers that you were trying to fetch the data from and it's not working. Again, there's some internal server error. So that's why your server is not able to fetch the data that you requested for. 403 forbidden, again, if you try to access some data which is not available to you, which you're not authorized to take, you're forbidden. 404 not found, the web page that you requested for does not exist. 503 service unavailable is if an attack is actively going on and the server was switched down, then that means the service is unavailable. Moving on, discuss the key elements of a strong security policy within an organization. Now, there can be a lot of things that can be done within your organization to implement safety. One of the things is roles and responsibilities, that is assigning the responsibilities, assigning roles to your employees so that they feel a lot more responsible for the data that they're handling. Hence, they are less likely to be careless and the data breaches are less likely to occur. Then we have data classification and handling. Like I said before, classify your data. If it's a top priority, highly confidential data, if it is available to the employees but not to the public, or if it is available to everybody. Classify the data based on its sensitivity. Next, there is access control. That is again the case of authentication and authorization. Access control is mostly defining who can access which resource based on their roles and responsibilities. If it's a lower level employee, they cannot access the highly confidential data. Only a senior level employee can access that confidential data. So define those roles. That is access control. Next, there is incident response. Like if an attack were likely to happen, or if an attack happened, what will be the procedures that is going to happen afterwards? Like if a 0-day vulnerability happened, a 0-day exploit attack happened, suddenly there's an attack and you don't know what to do, then which team handles it? How would the response be? That is the incident response. Establish a clear incident response plan for identifying, responding to, and recovering from an attack. Next, you have acceptable use policy. That is how much of the resources of the company can an employee access. That is the acceptable use policy. Next, there is training and awareness. Like most of the times the employees, they might be unaware of such attacks. So conduct meetings, conduct training sessions where you teach them, or where other third parties come over and they teach your employees how about the cybersecurity prevention measures that you should be aware of. Then there is monitoring and auditing. Obviously, implement systems for monitoring network activity, data access, and user behavior, so that even if there is a malicious activity going on, your systems, your monitoring systems will be able to capture that and report it to you. Next, there's physical security. Obviously, you can lock up the server rooms and only allow certain employees to access the server rooms, measures like that. Then there is compliance with laws and regulations. The already existing cyber laws, make sure that your company's rules and regulations are aligning with it. Moving on to the next question. What are advanced persistent threats? Advanced persistent threats are sophisticated, prolonged cybersecurity attacks typically carried out by a well-funded and highly skilled groups, often linked to nation-states, organized crimes, or hacktivists. Now, the very common one that I can think of is Google's Aurora attack. This was another DDoS and advanced persistent threat attack in which a certain attacker group, Elderwood Group, which was based in China, they attacked Google through Microsoft Explorer, which was again a zero-day exploit. Microsoft didn't know that there was such a vulnerability present in Internet Explorer. So these group of hackers, they attacked that, they found out that particular vulnerability, and then they send an email in Internet Explorer to Google's employees, and the Google's employees, whoever were clicking on that link, the particular malicious malware was getting installed in their system, which corrupted their system, which stole the credentials from their system, and later they were able to access the internal server of Google, and they stole a lot of data, and it was a huge ruckus with Operation Aurora. So that's how dangerous advanced persistent threats can be when they are targeting a specific organization for a lot of reasons. Moving on, what is cognitive cybersecurity and how does it use AI for threat detection? Now, cognitive cybersecurity is an advanced approach to securing digital environments by using cognitive technologies to enhance the detection and response to cyber threats. A lot of the times, I've said this before also, humans tend to make errors, but AI, well, considerably, the accuracy of a human and an AI is different. An AI's accuracy is much, much higher as compared to a human's accuracy. So you can train an AI to detect certain patterns or certain repetitive patterns, which can help you prevent or even stop a cyber attack completely at the earlier stages itself. As even if when we discussed about the case of rootkit, if you could have prevented it when the rootkit was being installed in the first employee's server itself, it would never have spread. Or like Google's Aurora, if they could have detected that Internet Explorer's vulnerability initially itself, then the attack would have never happened. So cognitive cybersecurity is a way to leverage AI as your cybersecurity tool. Now, there can be a lot of AI models that you can use, like your artificial intelligence, machine learning, NLP, or natural language processing. And now, how does this exactly work? Starting with behavioral analysis. Behavioral analysis is where an AI model can learn the normal behavior of users, systems, and networks over time. Now, this is especially helpful when rootkits and when malwares like rootkits are installed in your system, because AI can monitor the pattern. Although you might not be able to check the reports all the time, maybe the AI can check the reports for you. If the activities are slightly different as compared to your normal everyday activities, then the AI can alert the user or can prevent another cybersecurity attack to your system. Next, we have threat intelligence. Threat intelligence is where the AI systems analyze vast amounts of data from various sources like threat feeds, logs, and historical attack patterns in real time. They analyze a lot of patterns, a lot of data from the past cybersecurity attacks. And if the same pattern, they see it over again, obviously they are able to recognize the pattern and prevent the cybersecurity attack from happening. Then we have automated threat hunting. AI can automate the identification of hidden vulnerabilities and malicious activity that might not be visible to human analysis. A lot of times, even when you're using softwares, malware detection softwares, a lot of times it happens that the threats go unnoticed by the human analysts. But in case of AIs, it does everything thoroughly with an excellent accuracy. Hence, the likelihood of finding a hidden malware is much, much higher for an AI as compared to a human.
Then we have a predictive analysis. Predictive analysis is when machine learning models predict future attacks based on the past data. So it can happen in case of advanced persistent attacks. So your AIs can detect that, okay, at this time the attack is supposed to happen, or on this particular day the attack is supposed to happen. By looking at the previous data, the AI can predict this new data, hence preventing another cybersecurity attack. Then there is real-time response. Real-time response is obviously again like your incident response timing, in which you're setting up a team. But there's a problem. Imagine if there was nobody in the office and then the attack is happening, and by the time you realize, maybe the next day, the attack must have spread a lot. And we already saw how rapidly worms and viruses can spread, or rootkits, they spread on a very, very, very fast basis. So if there's an AI, it can automatically detect when the spreading is happening. It can detect it and it can prevent it at that exact moment. Hence, the gap for you to realize it is minimized, hence saving you a lot of time and your money. Moving on, how does SSH help in securing a server? SSH, or Secure Shell, is a particular protocol that allows two computers to communicate with each other over a network securely. Let's consider an example. Say we have a server which contains confidential data. Right now, obviously, this server interacts with a lot of internal employee system. Now, if any of these employee system is corrupted by a hacker, then they will be able to reach this particular server as well, and then breach the contents of the server as well, hence leading to a data leakage. When a hacker tries to attack one of these systems, if you're using SSH, it protects the server and it protects the overall network from getting breached by any outsider, that is, any hacker. In case of SSH, there are two keys, a private key and a public key. A private key is visible to everyone and it identifies who can access which particular system. Private key can identify a particular user, but it will only let the users in who have the permission. Then there is public key. It is used to provide the identity of a user. So if a user is entering, that user's identity is provided by the public key. Moving on, what are the security challenges associated with IoT devices? IoT devices are very fragile and very common to cyber attacks, like the CCTV camera that we have, smart speakers, fitness trackers, smartwatches, or even the smart bulbs that you have in your room. These all are very susceptible to cyber attacks because of a lot of reasons. Let's list some of them down. Like the weak authentication. When you try to connect with an IoT device, it's super simple. It's Bluetooth. All you need to do is activate its Bluetooth and connect with your own mobile application or your laptop application. So can you imagine how easy it would be for a hacker or any illegal attacker to attack your systems, your IoT systems, if they get access to your CCTV camera? Can you imagine the amount of damage they can do? Then there is insecure communication. Like I said, it uses Bluetooth, which is very weak. So anybody can perform a man-in-the-middle attack and breach the network and take the contents or use that to stalk on you, install a spyware, which can lead to a lot of other attacks as well. Then there is limited resources. As in, an IoT device is quite weak to start with. A lot of IoT devices, their processors are also not that strong. So it gets kind of easier. And even if you were to add a lot of security features in it, it doesn't have the capacity to handle that much of strength. It's not built to handle that. Then there is lack of updates and patches. A lot of times, even when you buy a CCTV camera, it's not like they take it away and then update it and then you keep it back. So once the model has been published or it has been launched, there are very few companies which actually keep on updating your resources. So that's another security challenge. Moving on to the next question. Explain phishing attacks and measures to prevent them. Phishing attacks we already saw, which is they turn into a trusted source. They fool you into thinking that they are a trusted source so that you would listen to them, you would click on the links and whatnot, and then you would enter your credentials. You're basically entering your security credentials into a website which is going to use those credentials to exploit your data. So phishing is a type of cyber attack where attackers impersonate legitimate entities to trick individuals into providing sensitive information such as username, password, credit card numbers, or other personal data. Now, there are a lot of types of phishings like email phishing, sphere phishing, whaling, SMS phishing, or voice phishing. Email phishing we already discussed about, where they send an email, say from a from your bank. They will be like, your password has been compromised. Click on this link to reset your password. You have to reset it immediately. And you will click on it because you will think, oh, my password has been compromised. That is already a security threat. You think that you're trying to make it better, but all you're doing is making it worse. Then there is spear phishing. Spear phishing is when you are targeting a specific individual or a specific organization. Then there is whaling. Whaling is when you target someone really powerful or some powerful organization. That is whaling. Then there is SMS phishing. SMS phishing is also called as smishing. And then it is where you send all these kind of links in the form of an SMS. Then there is voice phishing, where the attacker, they call you and then they ask you to provide your security credentials. Maybe you might be getting a 50% cash back on something, or you are getting a 50% discount or something, or you have won prize money suddenly and they're asking you for your bank account details so that they can send the money. That is voice phishing. Moving on, let's look at some of the measures using which we can prevent them. Naturally, you have to educate and train users. The more you spread awareness about such things, the more people know about such things, they will be careful of these kind of attacks. If they don't even know that such an attack exists, then how can they recognize it? So the best thing you can do is spread awareness about it. Then use email filters. You can, in Gmail also, it happens automatically. Whatever Gmail thinks is a spam, that automatically goes to the spam folder. So you can use that. And then verify links. So before you're clicking a particular link, you can hover over the particular link with your mouse just to see which URL it is taking you to. You don't have to do it for every single link, just for the links which you think might be suspicious. Then there is avoid sharing personal information, especially online. Avoid sharing your personal information which should not be shared. Do not trust okay, this is fine, I can share this much with this person. Do not do that. Do not share your private information with the people who doesn't need to know that. Enable MFA, multi-factor authentication, like Google does. Whenever you log in with any of your email in any of your systems, it sends you a message on your phone. Is it really you trying to log in from this particular IP address or from this particular location? Regularly update software. A lot of times when software manufacturers, when they find that there is a particular flaw, they update it, they patch it, and then they release the next version. So make sure that you have also updated in your systems also, so that that particular vulnerability, if there was a vulnerability, cannot be exploited by cybersecurity attackers. Report suspicious activities. If you think there is something wrong or there's a sudden spike in the activities happening in the servers nearby you, report it immediately. Try to contain it, because cyber attacks spread very fast, very quickly. Even before you realize it's happening, it must have spread a lot. It must have spread out of control. So report it as soon as you can. Monitor accounts in which you keep on changing your password on a regular basis, so that even if the hacker is able to get the password, if you keep on changing it, you're more likely to keep your account safe. Moving on, what is data protection in transit versus data protection at rest? Data protection in transit is basically safeguarding the data when it is in motion, that is when it is traveling from one particular server to the other. And data protection at rest is when the data is stored in a particular location, say a database. So data protection in transit refers to security measures applied when data is being transferred from one location to the other, and data protection at rest involves securing that data is stored in a fixed location, such as a hard drive, a database, or a cloud storage service. Now, why and when do you need to protect the data? So you must have heard of the data life cycle, which starts from data's creation to its storage, to its usage, sharing, archiving, and finally its destruction. So when the data is created, it's at one place, right? You're creating the data. You need to save that data. You're storing the data, again, data protection at rest. When the data is getting used, it's being traveled from one place to the other. So again, data protection at transit, when it's transitioning. Then data sharing, when you're sharing it, obviously the data is in movement. You need to protect the network lines. You need to encrypt your data, so that even if the attacker is able to capture your data, it still stays encrypted. And without the decryption key, it cannot be opened. Then data archiving and data destruction. Now, data protection in transit is a common method used for protection. It includes encryption methods like the TLS and the SSL, which are protocols which safeguard your data when they are in motion. Then data protection at rest. Protection mechanism include encryption, access control, and physical security. Access control, encryption you already know. Access control is who can access the data. And then physical security, you can surround the servers with, say, security guards just to make sure that nobody is able to break in. Then moving on to the next question. What is a zero-day vulnerability and why is it dangerous? Now, consider a particular software that you just newly have launched. Now, the problem here is that a particular hacker notices a certain vulnerability that your testing team failed to notice. Now, the hacker can exploit this particular vulnerability to attack the users who are using your particular software. Now, the problem with this whole zero-day vulnerability is that your developing team has no idea that such a vulnerability exists. And the problem is that since they have no idea about such a vulnerability's existence, they don't have a solution for it either. So, by the time they find a solution for this particular vulnerability, it can affect a lot of users. All the users who are using your software, all of their systems will be affected from your software. And by the time you detect it, it must have spread on a huge scale. That is a problem with zero-day vulnerability. Now, a zero-day vulnerability is a security flaw in a software or hardware that is unknown to the vendor or the developer. Moving on to the next question. How does a VPN differ from a VLAN in terms of network security? A VPN or a virtual private network and a VLAN or a virtual local area network, they are both very different. A VPN is designed primarily to provide secure access to a network from a remote location over the internet. It is for individual use. A VLAN is used to segment a network within a local area within a single office building to improve management and security without additional physical hardware. As in the whole office building, if they're all connected to one particular network, it will be a bit more harder for the attackers to attack the system because they have their own virtual local area network instead of connecting with the public Wi-Fi. Okay, moving on to the next question. What is ethical hacking and what principles does it follow? Ethical hacking is the practice of intentionally probing a computer system, network, or application to identify and fix security vulnerabilities. Ethical hacking, there are even ethical hackers. Ethical hacking is itself a job position in which I've seen a lot of freelancers in this particular position where companies pay you to check for any vulnerabilities, and if you as a hacker are able to detect any vulnerabilities in the system, they pay you for the efforts and time you put in there. So, ethical hacking follows a certain set of principles, starting with legality and authorization. Obviously, you can only hack a particular system after you have been officially given the permission that yes, you have the permission to perform a penetration test on this particular software and find the vulnerability. Integrity and confidentiality. Whatever information the hacker finds out during their penetration testing, during the whole ethical hacking, they cannot share it with the rest of the public. There's a full disclosure form. Purpose and scope. Before performing the ethical hacking, the company gives them a particular segment of their whole software to test. It's not like they can do whatever they want to. They are given a particular, their scope is limited to whatever the company wants to check, not the whole application, just certain aspects of the application. Reporting and accountability. Whatever changes or whatever vulnerabilities they find, they have to report it to the company. They cannot keep it to themselves. They cannot disclose it to the outside world. They have to disclose it securely to the company. Non-malicious intent. Naturally, whoever is performing the ethical hacking, they need to have a clear, concise. It's not like finding the vulnerability here and going out and reporting it to a third party. That is not ethical hacking. Ethical hacking is performed with a non-malicious intent, as in a no-harm structure where they're only helping the company to figure out any vulnerability that exists. After that, they figure it out, after they report it, and after a patch has been made, they do not harm the system anymore further. Moving on, what is the significance of penetration testing in cybersecurity? We've already seen what is penetration testing. Let's look at what is its significance, why we need penetration testing. So say there's a bank website. Before it's being launched into the public, what if in the bank website a zero-day exploit kind of attack occurs? If they directly just make the software and launch it directly to the public without testing it for potential hacking or potential vulnerabilities, then if a zero-day exploit attack happens, they're just doomed, especially because it's a bank website. So to prevent such a event from happening, they test it with with the testers present. They can hire freelancers or the ethical hackers who are working for them in the company itself. They run penetration tests to just make sure that everything is running smooth, and they reduce the chances of zero-day exploit. The penetration testing reveals critical vulnerabilities, allowing companies to strengthen its web applications' security before the launch. Now, the significance is that planning and scope, again, a scope is defined that, okay, we're going to test this particular segment, a planning is made completely. Reconnaissance. So reconnaissance is where the testing team gathers the information about the technologies that are being used by the website. Whichever software or website they're testing out, they have to gather the list of the technologies that are being used by that website. So that's called as reconnaissance. Then there is scanning for any potential vulnerabilities, exploitation. They scan, and if they find any vulnerabilities, they exploit it. That is, they attack it just to find out how bad the attack can be. And then post-exploitation, they again observe after exploiting whatever changes did happen, how badly could they attack, what are the changes that happen to the data, how is the data getting breached, whatever side effects are happening, or however ways they can gather the data, how many types of attacks can be performed with that particular exploitation. Then they report it that, okay, these many problems are coming out with the website, we need this to be fixed. And that is where remediation comes in, where you try to fix it. Then after fixing everything, after patching everything, you retest it, run the tests all over again just to make sure that everything is clear and no attacks, no cybersecurity, unknown cybersecurity attacks can happen to your software. Moving on, explain the concept of data encryption, and it's important. Data encryption is very important. Even if your data is at rest or even if your data is in transit, that is, it's moving, the safety of your data is crucial. Let's look at why data encryption is so important with an example. You must have all heard of Caesar cipher, which is messing around with the alphabets. So say you have a particular message, hello, and now I'm going to use Caesar cipher to decrypt this. Obviously, this is not used that commonly, but still. If I were to move 3 letters to the front, that is H becomes K, E becomes H, L becomes O, and my O becomes R. So my hello would turn out to be, after decrypting it, would turn out to be Khur. So now anybody who has the decryption key will be able to figure out, if I just send a message Khur, obviously you will know what that means, right? Only if you know the decryption that, okay, whatever it is, you have to move back 3 letters to get hello, which is the actual message, only then will you be able to know. Now, obviously, this is a bit silly because nobody is going to use Caesar cipher. They're going to use something more complicated like WhatsApp, which uses AES, which is the Advanced Encryption Standard. So in WhatsApp also, when you're sending a message to any of your friends or colleagues or family members, or any person you're sending a message to, your message is encrypted first, so that even if the hacker is able to steal your data, they will not be able to read the data without the decryption key. Moving on, what are the different types of cyber attacks targeting cloud infrastructure? Now, cloud is one of the rapidly growing tech industries in recent days, and naturally, cybersecurity attacks happening in cloud also is fairly common nowadays. Let's look at the types of cyber attacks that can happen. Data breaches, naturally, anything uploading to the cloud, attackers again do the man-in-the-middle attack, and they try to breach the data before it reaches the cloud itself. Account hijacking, they can hijack your account and steal your credentials and whatever data you already have in the cloud. They can download their data, they can access their data. DDoS, distributed denial of service, again, they can flood your cloud infrastructure with a lot of traffic, hence making you not even being able to access your own cloud server. MITC attack, now this is man in the cloud attack, again, like man in the middle attack, again, it can breach your network, take your credentials, steal data from your cloud. Malware injection, like your SQL injection, they can maybe in some of the files, they can attach a particular malware like a virus or a Trojan, and then it can just directly go to your cloud, and then like a rootkit I had said before. So it can just directly go to your cloud and provide them access to your cloud's servers. Insecure API, sometimes certain API requests that you make to your cloud can be used by the attacker to make the same request and then steal your data again.
Next, we have hyperjacking. Hyperjacking is, every cloud runs, every virtual system runs on a hypervisor. So they can attack that hypervisor, and that's like really dangerous, because at that time they're not just targeting one, they can target all the virtual systems which are attached to that one hypervisor. Cross-cloud attacks, lateral movement of attacks, like we saw in rootkit, where it was jumping from one computer to the other and then ended up with the internal server. Again, that can also happen. It can corrupt all the systems and then move to the hypervisor, attack the main hypervisor. Insider threats. Sometimes the people working in the software industry itself, they can only sell out your data. Misconfiguration exploits. Sometimes you maybe make public storage, and that can be exploited. Moving on, how do incident response team manage and mitigate breaches? Let's just understand what incident response team is. So say you have a bank website. Now a hacker tries to attack this particular bank website. They send a particular, say, a virus to your bank's website. The employee's system also gets corrupted with this particular virus. And that's when our security information and event management, or our incident response team, comes into play. They can reset this employee's whole system, hence successfully removing the particular virus from its system. How this whole process takes place? They first start preparing. They observe, okay, this is the problem that has happened, this is what we're supposed to do, and this is how we're supposed to do. So they prepare, they plan what their action, and then detection and analysis. After preparation, they try to detect for further, if any further harm has been done, how much harm has it caused, and how much potential harm can it cause in the future, that is near future, happening right now. That is detection and analysis. Containment. Then they try to stop the spread. You have to first contain it, only then can you stop, only then can you cure it. So they first try to contain it, they seek you, this is how it's spreading, they contain it first. Then they try to eradicate it. Once they have contained and secured it, then they try to remove the virus. Then they recover the systems, because after a virus attack, especially with ransomware and all, they completely corrupt your files. So you need the files to be recovered. Then post-incident analysis, then they observe why this particular vulnerability occurred. If one vulnerability is there, there is a 90% chance that there is another vulnerability of the same nature. It is there somewhere in the system. So they have to analyze it just to make sure that in the future it never happens. So they document it in order to make sure that the same mistake doesn't happen twice or thrice or ever in the future. Moving on, what is the difference between malware and ransomware? One of the things you need to keep in mind while discussing malware and ransomware is that a ransomware is a malware, but a malware is not a ransomware. Malware, ransomware. Now, let's look at the definition. Malware is a broad term for malicious software designed to harm or exploit systems. We have seen virus, your spyware, worms, your ransomware, everything is part of a malware. Ransomware is a type of malware that encrypts or locks data, demanding a ransom, demanding money. If a ransomware is in your system, it corrupts your files and it asks you for money so that they can give you back your files. Purpose of a malware is to disrupt operations, steal data, spy on users, or damage system. Ransomware is simple: extort money from the victims in exchange for restoring access to their data. Behavior varies. Viruses spread, there are spyware monitors, Trojan creates backdoors. Creating backdoor is basically like this Google's Aurora attack, where Google's servers were compromised, and then they created a backdoor, as in nobody, consider a house, there's a backdoor, and then you don't know that the backdoor is open, the lock to the backdoor is open. So the attackers can just bring in whatever softwares, even more malicious softwares, they can bring in through the backdoor and corrupt your system, make your system even worse. Ransomware encrypts files or locks the system, then demands ransom for encryption. Types include viruses, Trojan, worms, spyware, adware, ransomware, and others. Specific type within the malware category. Example is a Trojan that steals financial information without the user's knowledge. The example of our ransomware is WannaCry, which encrypted files and demanded payment for decryption keys. Impact can cause data theft, system damage, privacy invasion, or loss of control. Impact of ransomware is it directly leads to a data loss or unavailability unless ransom is paid. Motivation varies: theft, sabotage, surveillance, or financial gain. The motivation behind a ransomware attack is to primarily gain money through extortion. Moving on, what are the best practices for securing mobile devices? First one, enable strong authentication. Use stronger passwords. I've said this before also. Don't use your birthday or your name or your favorite pet's name or your favorite parents' name as a password, because that can be easily guessed by a person who's just stalking you. It's very easy for them. So use strong passwords, PINs, or biometric authentication to prevent unauthorized access. Face ID, I'm not so sure of, but fingerprint, yes. Then keep your software updated. Like I said, softwares, they tend to, they keep on, even if they detect a certain vulnerability, if you don't update it, then obviously that vulnerability is present in your system. So make sure to update your softwares regularly, to update the patches regularly, so that your system is less susceptible to a cybersecurity attack. Then use MDM. MDM or mobile device management solutions allow remote management of security setting, data access and application control, especially important for work devices. Then we have enable device encryption. Device encryption is so important. I cannot emphasize this enough, because even if your data gets stolen, if you have protected your device, if the encryption is strong enough, then even if they have the data, they cannot exploit it because you have encrypted it securely and safely. Then we have avoid using public Wi-Fis. Public Wi-Fis, I've already said, a lot of issues are there with the man-in-the-middle attack. So the less you can use public Wi-Fi, the better. And even if you are using it, make sure to enable a VPN just to protect data when connecting through public or insecure networks. Moving on, how does machine learning contribute to cybersecurity solutions? This is a fairly new term, bringing AI and machine learning into the whole context, but this is a fascinating new perspective for cybersecurity industry. Let's look at how it's working. Threat detection. ML algorithms can analyze vast amount of data in real time to detect unusual patterns, behaviors, or anomalies that may indicate security threats like malware, phishing attacks, or insider threats. Like I said, ML or your AI, they can analyze vast amounts of data, which even if you aren't checking it manually all the time, your AI models can predict it, they can analyze it and provide you real-time responses. Then we have anomaly detection. ML models is especially useful for identifying insider threats or unusual network activity that traditional rule-based systems might miss. If there is an unusual spike in the traffic of your server or any such malicious activity, your AI models can be much more quicker and much more accurate to detect that. Then we have predictive analytics. After observing a particular data, historical data, the ML models can predict if a certain attack is going to happen in your particular system. Real-time response, this I said before also, incident response team. Even before your incident response team can react to a particular cyber attack, your ML-driven systems will be quick. They can contain the attack way before your incident response team comes into play and contains it. Next, we have fraud detection. In areas like banking, ML algorithms track user behavior and flag potentially fraudulent transactions or activities, protecting both users and institutions. ML models can analyze the data frequencies, the way the data transmission is happening, and based on that, they can detect malicious activities happening in the backend that the humans might miss to notice. Next, we have behavioral metrics. ML can track behavioral patterns like typing speed or mouse movements to enhance identity verification, improving login security without relying on passwords alone. This is especially useful in CAPTCHA. When you're solving CAPTCHA, it's not about the way you're solving it, it's about your mouse movements. This bots can only move in certain way. This is very hard to do, but this is how they move. Sorry, I'm not a robot. But if it's a human, obviously they move like this. So that way, it's very easier for an AI or an ML model to figure out that it's a human or if it's a bot. Next, you have enhanced threat intelligence. ML can scan threat intelligence feeds, cybersecurity reports, and dark web sources to provide updated information on emerging threats, helping organizations stay prepared. This is again another safety precautionary from your zero-day exploits. Whatever new trends are there in the market, ML can analyze that data and provide it to you and safeguard your system from any new attack that is being launched in the market.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat, in collaboration with EC Council IIT Roorkee, offers an advanced certification in cybersecurity designed for professionals looking to upskill. This comprehensive program covers essential cybersecurity concepts such as ethical hacking, penetration testing, and network security, providing hands-on training and real-world insights. You'll get to learn directly from renowned IIT faculty and the top industry experts, gaining the expertise needed to tackle modern cybersecurity challenges. Want to learn more? Reach out to us today.